Yeah, I'm like, wait, what? I didn't agree to this. Live this time. No lies this time, Natalia. Hello, everybody, and welcome to today. I am joined today by Insane. I'm going to be a rare guest here, joining Insane for the very first time in a pair. Today, we're going to have a tournament 15v15 with Keyhand and Daki making sure that they're casting. I will preface this with a heads up, guys, that we do have some technical issues today that we are trying to resolve, but they won't be fully resolved until 7 o'clock tonight, which is going to cause us a lot of problems. We're going to do our best to make sure we get through it with one of our main data centers going through some maintenance issues right now. So Insane is going to run us through more of the technical side of things because I am completely out of it in terms of teams, expertise, etc. Whereas Insane is our resident expert and knows all about the competitive scene. Of course, he's also going to be encouraged to make some dad jokes this time, as I am here to punish and bully him into this a few times, but we'll see how successful I am. So Insane, what have you got for us today?
Well, it feels good to be back for some Clan Showdown 15v15 action like you mentioned. We have great teams that will be battling today. We can take a look at the brackets to tell exactly what are do's, and we'll be starting in the winners bracket. As you can see, match number 1, Penguins against Aurora. Penguins being the Ukrainian-based team that we had in the past, Aboba, Madagascar, very strong team in the winners bracket to start with. Next up, we had W against Invil. W being basically Tilt, the international team that performed really well in the last 7v7 tournaments. They also have a very strong team led by Frugo in the 15v15. Invil, we don't have to talk about them. We know them. They're the Polish super team, Aurora being the German super team. Those matches will be a BO7 in the winners bracket, and then we'll cover the losers bracket, BO5 there. And we have NTMG and CTR. Both of those teams were the ones that finished third in the groups in the last weekend on Sunday. What's your take on the winners brackets? I know that you don't have that big of a clue about those teams, but I've seen that you have voted for Penguins.
Yeah, so I mostly voted for Penguins as I remember Keyhand giving me a quick breakdown of the past and the history, and I recognized some of the players more in that team than the Aurora, and so I honestly went with that. Invul, as you mentioned, I am far more familiar with, having observed a couple of the tournaments in the past. So yeah, mostly with Penguins, I think it was mostly just going down to a lot of the key names I've seen come clutch and be critical in winning some of those battles, and I'm gonna guess that that's going to be a big factor in this tournament, but we'll never know.
Yeah, we also have some Twitch drops for today. If I'm not mistaken, you get the chance to get some cool stuff after watching for some time. You'll get some tomorrow, but starting from today, we have some consumables, and Combat Reserve tomorrow will have mystery drops.
Yep. So I know Daki in particular is all about those personal reserves, although I know he'd want some credit boosters, as well as those large consumables. I know if we were giving away credits, Daki would be farming those drops this very second. And yeah, make sure you watch them again today and tomorrow. With the new drop system, means we've had to rework the way it works most of the time. So today is 90 minutes and 180 minutes, and then tomorrow it will be after the 240 minutes that you can collect everything. So make sure you don't miss out. You stay tuned for the entire length of the stream, just so you can see Insane make some excellent jokes. And yeah, there's I'm not sure. What have you got to give us? Who do you think, and how do you think the first match is going to go?
I mean, we all voted for Penguins, but Aura is definitely the team that could surprise us. They already won a tournament in the past in 15v15 against Inville in the grand finals, so definitely gonna have to watch after them. We can probably take a look at the community prediction between those two teams to see what the viewers are going with. I expect, actually, they're going with Aura with 60%. That's actually a surprise. The community prediction going Aura's way. It's still pretty close between those two teams, but I would have expected Penguins to be first, especially after their performance during the group stage.
Yeah, of course, I do feel a little bit bad of Jakefa, who is probably going to hold this against me forever, not voting for him, but we'll see. Of course, Penguins with the... I did check for this because I remember that logo from being Oops in years gone by.
Oof.
Years and years gone by, and I was verified they are completely unrelated. There is no correlation between them at all. So yeah, hopefully we'll see.
It was very, very old one. I think it was because the last name they had, the last tournament was Madagascar, and it was basically this. But anyway, that's probably enough from the two of us. Just before starting the first match of the day, we'll have our casters, Kian and Daki, to give some introduction also, especially the pick and bans. Please, guys, take it away.
Well, hello there, and welcome for the first 15v15 event actually in quite some time. It's been a few months. There has been a lot of 7v7 tournaments, but today, once again, it's going to be Clan Showdown time. And Ducky, we are immediately going to start off with a cracker of a game. It's going to be Penguins or Madagascar or Aboba in the past. So a team that has won this event before, playing against the current still reigning champions, against the German team of Aurora. What's your take?
Yeah, well, we'll see how Penguins does. Last tournament, they came in a bit underprepared, to say the least, and didn't go that well for them. But I think this time around, they want to prove that they are a team that is capable of winning this. And for Aurora, I think it's a matter of proving that, you know, winning one tournament, okay, but can they do a repeat performance? That is a good question, especially now that the meta has seen quite a change, Gihan.
Exactly, we haven't really talked about it yet, but this is Clan Showdown #1 after the nerfs to 279E and Chieftain. And I have spectated some of the trainings in between the teams, and I've also seen some of the replays from qualification and group stage. And while, you know, the nerfs to the 279, it's still, like most of the players said, it still sort of does the same thing than it did before. The Chieftain has fallen a bit out of fashion from what I know.
Yeah, and I think the viewers are going to be very happy with this change of what they're going to see, especially on those wide open maps. Yes, the 279 will still be played on city maps and Fisherman's Bay, for example, but still not in the same quantity that it was played before, right? The numbers have gone down of their usage and where they are put now. So a lot of different things coming into play. S-Kongs to 60s, 907s, a whole lot of different things are going to be picked here for this first battle. I7s as well. So there's definitely going to be a change up for the viewers and a change up for the teams as well.
Yeah, change up for viewers, change up for teams, change up of the meta, possibly even, because as we all remember, those Chieftains, they were being used for quite aggressive pushes. Personally, I'm, sort of torn in between what is going to replace that pushing potential that the Chieftains obviously had. Maybe 277s, 260s, maybe we are even going to see the cheeky KPZs coming out here, because like it does sort of a lot of the same things that the Chieftain did, just, you know, not as well in hold on positions. Also, you know, turret armor not really working out as well. So I think it's going to be quite a few adjustments that we are going to see by all of the teams that are coming in here, because obviously all of those teams have had the opportunity to try out all the tanks that have been touched, that have been adjusted since the last patch.
Yeah, we're on an even playing field as well, of course. All these teams now playing on tournament accounts, which have all the tanks, all the crews, all the field mods, so everybody has anything they could wish for. Yeah, that KPZ, it kind of does what the Chieftain does, but not really at the same time. Like you said, it plays it in the same way, but it's just not as good as it, which means that we may see some, but not quite as much as we saw from the Chief in the past. From what I saw, 26907 are very, very popular so far. 907,
obviously a tank that we have seen in the past, but mostly on Prokhorovka. Obviously, the advantage that it brings compared to something like a 140 is that the hull is a bit trollish. Like, you can't really be 100% sure to really deal damage when there is a big push going on and you're like further than 200 meters away. So that is why that one is being picked. But other than that, yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see. Prokhorovka, obviously one of those maps that has seen use of chieftains, but it wasn't really super dominant. Like, for example, I remember games on Ends where one team just picked 15 chieftains in a tiebreaker and won it. We're not really gonna see that anymore.
No, I mean, we might, but it just won't work that well. For it, the DPM nerf is enough to make it get swarmed and die. Teams with superior pushing potential would just kill teams that had the chief. It's that simple. You could still probably get away with putting 1 or 2 in like a complete hold down just for holding, as you see sometimes with the 97, that you could probably still do. But even then is the question, wouldn't you want to put something with a bit more DPM and that can just lay waste to a lane? I mean, I just want to see what happens here, because this Penguin team can be very, very aggressive. And I really would want to see what kind of shape Aurora is in. Usually, when a team wins a tournament, the next one, they're really not that good.
Yeah, and I've already also heard about some motivational problems on the side of Aurora coming into this one, simply because they had gotten last tournament what they came to get, which was the Golden Fists. Now they will have to defend their title. And Ducky, I think after some delays, we are finally going to start into our first round of the day. It's going to be Penguins against Aurora, 2 teams that have taken the title in the past. They are going to battle it out here in the upper bracket of the September 2023 Clan Showdown. So I guess we're going to hop into it, and we're going to see that Penguins are going to bring double EBR, 1 STRV. They have 4 907s, double S-Conk, double 279, triple 260, and a mouse.
And then on the Aurora side, that 1 singular KPZ, 5 260s, 5 279s, double STRV, and double EBR. This is a lot different than, this is a throwback, isn't it?
Yeah, this certainly it does not look like a familiar lineup like we had in the past. Obviously, double STRV, double EBR is going to be very, very interesting moving forward. As you know, that double STRV, if you send it to basically one part of the map, it can really lock down a flank with that DPM. And indeed, by the side of Aurora, who are going to be attacking in this round number 1, we see a pretty hefty commitment towards the middle with a lot of tanks. Brainbreaker, they're seeing a lot, but Alexandros in turn taking 2 hits in his EBR.
Yeah, that's some good shooting there from the Penguin side already. Alex dropped to below half HP. Not really the 31 for that EBR. We can see Aladdin and got the Gacha there, just taking the dip immediately. There is a lot of info gained here for Aurora. They saw quite a few times, but there is still a big A2 commitment from Penguins.
Big A2 commitment indeed. They're going to set up just comfortably there. And I'm just going to wait for what Aurora is going to do. Although Penguins on the other side of the map, like EF0, they have quite a few tanks there. And they are probably going to try to get those pot shots in towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, Flamesong, Rambo, and Lakinner here just pushing up, and Flamesong getting spotted out, Rambo getting spotted out. A lot of damage taken on that 97 immediately. Lakinner is going to be committing into the dip to spots out YOLO in that EBR. YOLO is going to be quite safe. Is that a double track on Lakinner? It does seem to be that way. Down to 681 HP. He's going to fall relatively for free. First pickup, actually, for Jakifa in that STRV on the red line. Shocker.
Yeah, quite usual to see him there. This time he's not going to melt away like guys in the sunshine. We've seen that in the past by him, and this loss of a 260 on the 0 line is now going to prompt the Penguins into a repush of the 1-2. They are probably going to have a pretty good time picking up Aladdin in the ditch with the 260, but there is still some tanks that could be crossfiring, namely 1 STRV, 1279E from the H1 position, and they're already spotted.
Yeah, they're already spotted, but the reroll is taking immediately 1-2 shots from the middle. That's those S-Kongs coming in and getting those shots out. Now Scatter getting spotted in the SRV. He has to be really careful. The mid, of course, has shots on towards this position. He may be even pushed up slightly too far. They're using that 279 of Beast and Devil as a battering ram. Now Dries and Little getting peeled off to deal with Aladdin. Takiva just about back into the K4 position. This is costing Penguins quite a bit of HP.
Yeah, Penguins starting to bleed heavily here. That 1-2 line, it is a long way to drive, as we see YOLO on the other hand with that EBR scouting out the 9 and 0 line. But here we see that push by Penguins, just getting crossfire to everywhere. The 279 lording over them. The STRV is probably going to go down, but Jackify in the second one is going to be able to have shot after shot after shot into those tanks that are pushed up here. 5k HP difference, and Beast in the 279 going down.
Yeah, and rerolls there making a good shield actually. Brainbreaker has to come in and actually pick it up, and now Jackify and the STRV will fall. This is playable though for Penguins, but it's going to be really hard to come back from this, because of course they're going to lose that middle commitment that they have, that Eskung, that Mouse. They're going to fall there while the 1-2 gets taken out. Jackify and the STRV will live a short life now, and 6,000 HP lead for Aurora. It will be very hard actually for Penguins.
It will be very hard for Penguins, but they're so far managing to keep the guns close. Only one less than the side of Aurora. The HP, though, still 5k difference, and the S-Conk in the middle is gonna get collapsed upon now. Selael there in his S-Conk is down towards one shot. Should be falling any second, as Rambo and Flamesong, both of them in those 907s, are gonna get shot at, as well as Feli in the Kampfpanzer. Finally, moving over towards the 6 and 7 line to get spots onto them. Timmy there in the 279 is not gonna live forever, as he does go down. Katya as well, just one more shot into Skittles. But as the dust settles, Aurora still, more tanks, more HP.
Yeah, more tanks, more HP, but I think Penguins has done a good job at trying to bring this ever so close. It became within 2k HP from each other. Now it's a bit more again, but they have done some really, really good shooting there. Fly in the STRV is going to fall back to A1 now to try and do as much damage as he can, and now you can see the rest of the Penguin tanks scattering, trying to hold that 1-2 line. Aurora on the attack, they of course have to keep making these moves.
Yeah, as the picture here has stopped, but Aurora obviously still a lot of HP still to work with here. We do at the moment see the technical issues we were talking about. Hopefully that will get resolved quickly, but we do see that Aurora should be taking this round here any second now, as they should be the ones clearing out the northwestern positions.
They should be clearing this out. I mean, with your guns out. It's something. Yeah, but they're with the current positions, if they clear out 1-2 and find Fly, they should be fine to pick this up. And for Penguins, they're good reactions though still. But like that initial loss of a 260, then force down 1-2, that middle commit is always going to be in some sort of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see here until this gets resolved. I am in the in the game though with an account of my own, so I can try to give you at least a radio podcast of what's going down. It's only 3 tanks left for the side of Penguins. They have 494 HP, and Aurora still has 6 tanks to work with. A lot of low HPs though, and maybe here we're starting to be a little bit back, as yeah, indeed. We do have the feed coming out here, and oh, that's going to be me trying to spectate here, as we do see the last tank by the side of Penguins
close,
going
though.
down, and it was pretty close. We can see a lot of one-shots here by all the teams, and yeah, this means that it's going to be 1-0 with Aurora taking the first round. So all of us that we were predicting against Aurora getting proven wrong.
I mean, only the first round though, but still good stuff there from Aurora. That perma track on the hill, very important there on Lakiner, I think in the 260. He just falls. I think the repush was really good, but there was some good shielding as well from rerolls onto the STRV, which delayed the push ever so long. That's really good shooting from Penguins though, to bring it that close again. They were down 6-7k. They brought it to within 2k, and then at the end, not enough to bring it home. Just too many Aurora tanks on that 1-2 line. I think they probably figured out where Fly was and then picked him up. Yeah, in the Aurora team, not really any like standout performance, neither for Penguin, like Little doing really well in the 97 though, but Fly and the STRV not contributing that much though.
Yeah, Fly in the SRV actually not really having a great impact onto the game. Nico Heinz there with the mouse getting a lot of work done, and actually like he did have even 1300 block damage, which is pretty good, because you know all the damage that you block is essentially DPM taken away from the enemy team. But we did see that, you know, Aurora with those quick reactions were just able to get a hold of the game. They were able to make to push Penguins into a position where they had to push 1-2 line, and they were losing so much HP for doing that.
Yeah, that did cost him a bit. I don't think that Jakefa crossing over is the correct decision there, by the way. I'm just wanting to highlight it because that SRV came to K2. I think he did a few shots of damage and then died. I'm not sure if it was a call or a decision. I think he would almost be better supporting the push from the middle, for example, when they were crossing over. It didn't really add much to bring back the SRV. It was actually pretty good for Penguins that he came back there because once SRV 279 died, he died in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe call, maybe player decision, but in the end, he still
Ego
did
cross.
3.3k. The bigger problem, I think, there was Scatter getting spotted in his SGRV respectively because he didn't have an impact at all. He was like he did 15.
I think Scatter was too far pushed up forward. I think he could have still made it back to K2 if he spots this and runs away. It's an SCRV still. Like
Yep.
most players, I think use Lonor's exhaust now on the SCRV. Pretty sure he would have been able to make it back to at least, let's say, K1, which I think would have been even better in this because they had the dip still at that point, and he cannot get shot from the middle. So I do think Scatter should always bail to K1. So he just does like 3,000 to 5,000 damage, right? If the 279 falls, the 279 falls. They would have to push all the way to get him.
On the other hand, I think we need to talk about what Penguins did there because obviously the 260 on the hill getting double tracked and just getting annihilated with the SGRV in position to shoot at him as well is kind of unlucky, but at the same time they weren't really cohesive enough, I don't think, like because they had some tanks in the middle, they had a lot of presence in the northwestern part.
I think
of
they
the
were
map,
baiting.
like A1, A2.
They were heavily baiting. They're like, we pushed the 260 on what it looked like is we pushed the 260 on the hill. Yeah, some support behind. Aurora probably will not repush zero line because it's pretty hard to do, and we'll try to push down 1-2 because that's what a lot of teams did. And when they do, we have like all those 9 or 7 sitting at A3, and you lose 17 tanks driving down. I mean, they can only bring 15, but they would say lose all 17 if they could bring it. So some sort of a bait, but on the other hand, though, they did react instantly upon losing the 260, which is the sign of a really good to great team. Is like the instant reaction. They did not delay. Okay, we lose the 260 on the hill. Let's push 1-2.
So yeah, right now, obviously, we're working on getting those feeds back up, so we'll be able to spectate the second round. But from coming into this and for the tournament in general, which ones are your favorite? I mean, one round in between Aurora and Penguins probably doesn't really mean a lot here. I mean, yeah, it's a slight inclination as to how it possibly might go. But overall, do you think Invil is going to come back in with a vengeance? Is Aurora going to defend the title? What's your take? Like also motivation-wise?
I'm actually not sure. I think there's a lot of potential for a lot of teams to win this tournament. I wouldn't put my money like if this was like if I was a bookkeeper, I would put a lot of odds on Penguin and Invil. I think would be my favorites, quote unquote. But I wouldn't give like very good odds for it either. I think out of the teams that are in here, 5 out of 6 have potential to win it. I'm not gonna say which one is the team that I don't think has potential to bring it home.
Dirty, I see.
Huh?
Doing frugal dirty.
I am not saying anything. I'm just, I prefer not to speak. Actually, it wasn't Frugo's team, but okay.
Oh, so doing Sakalito dirty on the CTR team, I see.
Potentially. No, but honestly, I think that there is, in this regard, with the teams, a lot of the teams have been very focused on 7v7 recently and put most of their time and thought into it, where 15v50 was a bit on the back of their mind. And also, you got to remember, the nerfs were what? How long ago?
Not even a month, I don't think.
That usually opens the room for some upsets and unexpected things to happen because not a single team will be super adjusted to the meta. They could still get surprised, see things that they're not used to, or not have their reactions down the way they want to, the way that they're used to, because of these different lineups and the things that they can do with it.
Yeah, and obviously in the round that we just saw, we didn't see any Chiefs, first of all. And the second thing is that the team that I guess sort of tried to play Chieftain style and picked S-Kongs instead, they just lost that round. So maybe a bit of adjustment still needed by the side of Penguins. I think they had something like, they had double S-Kong.
I like Penguins lineup more than Aurora's though.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup can be as good as it wants. If one of your tanks just dies for free and then you push into Crossfire, then most of the time it's not going to be a fun event for you.
Every
yeah,
event
overall,
is
I
fun
think
when I'm with you, Kian. Every event is fun when I'm with you.
Aw, no you. But yeah, overall, I think I agree with your assessment of the teams in the tournament. Basically, there are a lot of them that can. Basically, almost every team in the tournament can beat one another. So it depends as well a lot, like the shape they're in that day. Maybe how the FCs feel, how they can read each other, because there's going to be no doubt that since the addition of the former CIS players to the EU server, that competition has grown a lot more fierce, and that is exactly what we like to see as spectators.
Yeah, back in the day, even Kian got a gold fist, so this wouldn't be
Actually, in
possible
the
anymore.
first ever tournament that they were available.
Donated, by the way.
Some would say donated, others, including me, would say it was deserved.
Yeah.
But,
I'm most excited to see Drakify get silver twice in one day. Now that is going to. I want him to make it to tomorrow, so he either wins bronze and silver. Double bronze would be awesome as well. Actually,
that is actually something...
double gold would be really sad, though. Actually,
dependent for him.
Yeah,
but that is actually something we haven't really touched on in this stream so far. But basically, there is also, because we are spectating EU teams on the EU server right now, there is also an NA Clan Showdown going on currently. And one thing to mention is that it's actually going to be you casting this later today. What a machine. It's going to be at midnight CEST.
I don't like sleeping anyways.
I mean, you're a Twitch streamer, so what is a sleeping schedule anyway?
Yeah, so a sleeping schedule is something. It's a suggestion. It's not like really an actual thing. Yeah, it's not like yours is a lot better most of the time. By the way.
Yeah. No.
What is your excuse? You're a Wargame employee, or like are you always working?
My excuse is gonna be, watching the games out of interest.
You're always welcome to join me later tonight. Just saying.
I will probably be in the training rooms, so 10 minutes ahead of you.
Disappointing.
But yeah, actually in the NA Clan Showdown, I mean, you're obviously a lot more into the NA scene than I am. What's your take on that one?
It should be between Cracked and Smile.
Mm-hmm.
Smile has like a lot of Europeans or people that also play on EU. Like Drakify is in there, I think Gacha's in there, and Panther's in there as well. Fly, Loop. So like it's like a mixed team. So there might actually be some competition for first place. Should be interesting. Although I'm most looking forward to see some experimental strands from Mao, some for to use. 17 mouses, a few 758s.
Some teams on the NA server have been known to bring, let's say, interesting
Innovating
lineups. Innovative is a good word. Lineups in the past. Some of them have been properly shut down. Others did, surprisingly enough, end up working out. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna spectate that later. Back to the topic at hand, though. 1-0 in between Aurora and Penguins. Do you think that's a fluke, or because you already touched on that basically Penguins immediately reacted, right?
I think
after losing a tank.
I don't know how the round would have played out if the 260 survived going into the dip. I don't think it matters either. I mean, it's still only 1-0 though. It's not like we're at 3-0 where you're really worried. We could just go 1-1 and then go to the next map, which is actually which one? I mean, I can cheat.
You can
Sun River. Sun River into Fisherman's Bay with tiebreaker Moravanka, if we get there.
I mean, first of all, yeah, it's going to be Prokhorovka second round, which might be 1-1. I mean, we always talk about maps being sided, right? And a lot of people think that actually Prokhorovka is attack-sided a slight little bit. Then again, do you think the change in tanks, change in meta is going to switch that up or not?
I think we need to just see more to define which side is more favored. It could be that attack is a little bit more favored now because on defense, those 279s were pretty vital to hold positions. If you can't really get away with that too much more anymore, then your mid pushes are really hard to pull off. They are possible. When Aurora Parks, for example, like those 6-7-9s in the middle, with double SCV behind, can't really push the mid against that. I mean, you can try. It usually results into you dying very quickly. So it could be that we go a bit more attack bias Pokrovka, which is fine. Not every map can be 50-50.
And also, personally, I don't think it's a huge issue if a map is actually attack favored. I don't like it when they're defense favored, because then, you know, it's always going to be that hard 1-1. But on attack favored maps, the defending team actually has the option to completely come out swinging and surprise. But I guess that's philosophy. That being said, also the 279 changes with the nerf in heat penetration is, I think, another thing we need to talk about, because 279 against 279 with 340 pen is, you're kind of okay with penetrating the enemy, but 320, it is on the low end. You're starting to really struggle there.
I mean, if you can aim, it's okay.
See, exactly. That's where I start really struggling with that one.
Yeah, I saw that on Onslaught, Key. I saw you stream from the World Tanks Day stream. Hard watch. If you want to see some great clips, head over to the World Tanks Day stream and check the clips. There will be some phenomenal examples of keyhand peaks, keyhand driving as well.
Keyhand drumming.
Yes, and keyhand doesn't know that his repair kit still has 7 seconds on cooldown. All of those beautiful stuff. Keyhand surprised that the enemy can aim for his track. That's also part of it.
There were quite a few incidents in last Monday's stream. But yeah, first of all, I think we can take another look at the bracket here for the tournament, just to know what we're getting ourselves into. And hopefully then, after that, we'll be able to hop into game number 2. So right now we see that we're watching match 1 in between Penguins and Aurora. Aurora obviously with a lead 1-0. After that, it's going to go into a different match. It's going to go into W against Invil. And W, they've made some appearances in 77, but we haven't really seen that team show up in 15v15. So it has Frugo as a captain, but overall it is a pretty international team.
With some NA reinforcements.
Mm-hmm.
The Kokonas are in there. And no, their name is actually W. It's not a mistake on the bracket. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm gonna be real, but maybe that's just me. In 7v7, they did really well twice. I mean, they did not make it to China, but let's just say if there was 3 teams going, it would be them, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a really good show. But 15v15 is still a whole different kind of ballgame than 7v7. If Frugo is going to be able to handle that, I don't know. It needs to be seen. Them and CTR are the team that I'm watching out the most for what they can do. Because we know no timing is good.
Mm.
We know Invil is good. They always are. We know Penguins and Aurora are good. So we have our 4 contenders, IMO, for the win, and then the 2 outliers for me, which is W and CTR.
I mean, yeah, Invil, in true Invil fashion, I think you have to say, at this point, they once again didn't top their group in the group stage, but then again, Invil historically has been the team that, you know, doesn't really show up in the group stage and then comes back to completely dominate some of the tournaments that they are participating in. Yeah, personally, for me, it's still, even though they're down a point right now, it's going to be Penguins as probably the favorites. Invil close second, and then anyone's guess after that, I think is how I would say it. But I am being informed that we are going to shortly start the round number 2. Hopefully all the issues have been resolved, and hopefully we are going to see a banger of a round here, round number 2 in between Penguins and Aurora.
Hopefully. And hopefully our tech issues are not going to hinder us too much today. It's not really within our control. We're trying the best we can. I mean, I want to get rid of Keyhan as quickly as possible too, so, you know.
Oh? Continue that? I'm not going to raid you today after the stream.
Wow, is that threats? Is that a threat, Keyhan?
No, that's a promise.
Whoa. All right, I'm going to report that to your senior manager.
All right, round number 2, though. Penguins bringing 1 EBR, 1 STRV. That is 5 907s, double S-Conk, 4 260, and double mouse.
Yeah, double mouse to round it off versus the Aurora lineup. Again, quite hefty in the 279 department. Still 5 of them, 4 260s, 4 907s, and double EBR. So Penguins, with that singular EBR, 4CB has to play a very, very good game of Robo.
Yeah, 4CB in the EBR 1v2. That being said, Aurora obviously with a lot more mobile lineup. They don't have an S-Conk, they don't have double mouse, anything of that sort. And 4CB now driving in towards the middle with his EBR. We'll see if the tanks by Penguins will be able to shoot onto Alexandros once again. Doesn't seem to be the case. Alexandros spotting the double mouse and double S-Conk.
Yeah, first if we getting the info that there's not really anything in the middle, so he's going to take that and tell it to positive that there's no tanks in the mid. Could already see those 907s that we're going 6 lane for a quick push. That's not going to be happening. And Aurora fully making their way to the 6-0 line. The 279 and A4A5, he was just knocking over the 3s so they couldn't put the EBR on the cap. And they're just going to try and hold from these positions, which is optimistic.
Yeah, Aurora sending everyone on towards the eastern part of the map. Even the EBR from the 1-2 line should be bailing shortly. We have Timmy here in his 279 just chilling. And now, since 1 or 2 of the Aurora tanks have been spotted, I think Penguins have a fairly good read onto there being... Ooh, YOLO taking a lot of damage in his EBR as well. The 260, they're able to drive away. YOLO here in the EBR should try to stay alive. 4CB now in his EBR, spotted as well, down towards a 2-shot. There's a lot of guns that could be shooting onto that EBR.
Yeah, here comes the double mouse as well. They'll come towards the rails. Aurora might just take this opportunity to push through. More info being gained here. And now the 2 are going, but Flamesong, Rambo, and Dryth, I think they have the perfect timing here to cross over. The triple 907 reinforcing zero line. I think Lakiner is dead in the water together with Clownzik in that 260, who's pushed up on the 6 line. But can Aurora really make this work? That triple 907 on zero line is going to be very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Clowns IQ, they're going down with his 260, but now all of a sudden the Penguins tank starting to have good shots. Obviously, the overpush coming in on towards the hill now. The 260 of Lakina, they're not having a good time. Second pickup in a row for Aurora, but that is a lot of guns by Penguins that can shoot onto the Aurora tanks. Now, here in comes the repush by Penguins, taking the western part of the map, but they're not going to find any enemy tanks there.
You can see these triple 907 now watching zero line. They know that it is what they need to kill. It's the most important push here for Aurora. If they can make this work, they will win the game off of this. Benzo coming in, immediately having to bail out. Drops to 500 HP. Scatter trying to push out. Dries gets picked up actually. Rambo and Flamesong, the last 2 remaining. Now Alex coming in as well. If they can clean zero line, they're sure to clean this game as well. They do lose the short, but I think that Aurora has just enough guns to pick up these last 2 remaining 907s.
Yeah, I mean, they're one of the 907s now going down in turn. Magnus in the 279 falling, but once again, story of the game, Aurora with more tanks, with more HP here to work with. And Penguins, yes, they still have those heavy tanks in the middle of the map, but they're losing guns left, right, and center. And that means that the heavy tanks in the middle that are still fairly healthy are now going to start coming into crossfire. They're going to be easy pickings, and Aurora makes it look easy, actually. It's going to be 2-0.
Yeah, easy for Aurora. That zero line push, very important for them. They need to pick up those 907s. From the hill didn't try to drive away and rejoin the zero line. I don't think it would have made much of a difference to Aurora. Steamrolling here and actually making some really, really good moves. I mean, they play the 6-0 line, they just keep pushing through, they do a good hill push as well to get things to free, and they kind of just snowball from that on.
Exactly, Aurora doing a very, very good job of being aggressive on their defense in the eastern part of Prokhorovka. And now Penguins here left to their own devices as 4CB gets set on fire and sent to the garage right after Aurora. They do look good coming into this one, 2-0, half the way there to winning the match.
Ideal for Aurora coming in and just picking it up once or 2 rounds. And yeah, for Penguins, you saw a bit of the issue, right? That 260 left alone on the 6th line, not really having a lot of info to work from either. They didn't really spot anything on 6-0. They spotted the mediums, but not the 279s. They lose 1 to 60, they lose a second to 60, and Aurora just never stops going.
Yeah, and we can see here that even though 4CB did a good job at first of, almost removing one of the EBRs, YOLO that is, from the game, in the end, the positions and the rotational potential by the side of Aurora just winning out the day here, very, very convincing. Only 3 members of the team here falling to the grave in this round number 2. And the thing is that I think Aurora, they recognized exactly what was happening. That basically Penguins, they wanted to play the long game. They wanted to play off of positions. And Aurora just recognized that they had the faster tanks to be able to generate those overmatches on the 0 line while being able to stall in the middle. And as soon as that had happened, basically as soon as the 907s from Penguins had been cleared out, that essentially meant that all the crossfire that Penguins had was gone.
Yeah, once those 97s on Zero Land died, the game is over. Somehow they would have to keep that alive to even have a chance in it, and they didn't. And Aurora was already up so much at that point. And by that point, Penguins was also repushing across the rails, which would have just died as well. So there was that to take into account. All in all, for Aurora, easy pickings, man. I mean, we all put our money on Penguins. Sure, it was the first map, but Proker doesn't seem to be Penguins. Let's put it that way. Amazing thing. Sand River is going to be an interesting one as well. I'm not sure what to expect from the Tanksky. What do you think?
I mean, Sand River historically, basically a map on which setups like 12 Chiefs, triple CS would have been a thing. But since the Chieftain did not only lose DPM, but also a lot of mobility, it's going to be an interesting one. I think for passive holding, Chieftain is still going to be a thing on like the dunes. If you don't need to get somewhere super, super quick, then the turret is still better because the Super Kong has the issue of the gun mantlet being pennable. Like, it's not a 100% pen, but you can still shoot at it, and like at least 70% of the time, if you aim it well, then you will do damage. The Chieftain doesn't have that issue, so I still see it being picked in some situations, but it's not going to be overwhelming, like, I don't know, 25 of them in one game.
Yeah, in Qualis, I still saw a lot of Chiefs. Have you spectated any Sand River trainings?
No, I mostly saw Himmels and Muro trainings.
How do you like the reworked Muro?
It makes for some very, very fast games, in my opinion, because most of the time the defender will have to commit to some side immediately, otherwise they lose. So yeah, there is that. First of all, though, Sand River, like, I also have to admit I didn't really see a lot of the group stage matches. You did, though, I believe. So
I watched some, yeah.
Yeah.
I
So
saw a lot of Chiefs. I have a lot.
saw a lot of
It
Chiefs
didn't
there?
really look different than before. I also saw
Okay.
an Artie, but that didn't really work out that well.
I mean, yeah, I guess at this point in time we could mention that artillery is not banned.
Sadly, maybe.
Like it is in Onslaught. But yeah, a lot of teams are opting not to pick it. That being said, Chieftain mobility nerf means that I don't think we're going to see as many K-line shootouts as we did before. And that also means that, for example, picking 260s, picking 277s, and taking some very, very forward positions to then be able to just snowball down Chieftains might be a thing. Yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Okay, I have a question. You know those like car-free Sundays that they have in some big cities?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? How much would it cost to have an RD-free Sunday on World of Tanks, do you think?
I mean, some people would say it's invaluable, so you can't put a price tag on it.
Only working employee would say that, but okay.
But yeah, I think we can first of all hop into game number 3 in between Penguins and Aurora. Aurora, I would say, kind of surprisingly, leading right now with a comfortable 2-0 scoreline. Let's see if they can extend the lead, putting themselves on match point, or if Penguins finally are able to answer, and Penguins coming on to Sand River with 1 EBR, 1 STRV, 1 E5, triple 260, and that leaves 9 S-Kongs.
Yeah, Aurora, on the other hand, an I7, double KPZ, 4 to 60s, 2 to 79s, 3 Chiefs, a Badger, an SCRV, and an EBR. Can we go like can we off 279 again, please? Reading all these different tanks is getting on my nerves already, you know what I mean? 1 of this, 2 of those, just pick like 12 of the same, come on, man.
It gives us something to talk about, though. And talking about the game is what we should do, as Alex in the EBR is going to directly drive through the middle. He is facing in the 1v1 against, against 4CB here, both of those EBR players. And most of the tanks by Aurora actually starting to drive towards the north.
I think they called for a restart.
It seems there is going to be a restart. But yeah, we can already obviously start talking about all of the different tanks that we just saw here.
You think I remember?
A lot of S-Kongs, at least, is what I remember from the Penguins lineup. So yeah, obviously restart is going to be possible by either team,
right?
as long as no enemy tanks have been spotted yet, or no one has been spotted yet. So I think it was Penguins calling for the restart, not sure. But yeah, one of the teams has now lost their restart. They get one a match. They are not allowed to change their tanks now, so it's going to be same tanks, same equipment, same field mods, same everything.
No, you could change the equipment. You can't stop that, actually, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, but you have to go into the match with the same kind of thing. But you could change the equipment before that as well. So
Super smart, dude. You seen Artie on the enemy? If I'm ever playing a tournament and I'm playing against Artie, I'm immediately telling somebody to call DC. We go switch our field mods a little bit for against the stand. I put in a spall liner on my i7.
Spall liner on the i7. What year is it?
2023, yeah, last time I checked, but
but yeah, a lot of S-Kongs on the side of Penguins, meaning that they opted for no chieftains at all. So apparently they don't perceive the S-Kong gunmantlet as being as much of an issue as I tried to outline earlier. On the side of Aurora, though, we saw that Badger indicating very, very slow gameplay.
Yeah, it's kind of for a one. I don't think the people, Kihan, in your onslaught match struggled against your S-Kong mantlet either, because they saw the whole side of your tank. So it really depends on who's playing the S-Kong, right?
I prefer not to speak about that. But anyway, lineups are going to be the same. Once again, 9 S-Kongs for the side of Penguins here. Triple 260, 1E5, 1 SRV, 1 EBR.
If anybody in Twitch out there is complaining about them having 9 S-Kongs, I will ban you immediately.
All right, and it seems like both teams are up and ready to play here. First of all, I thought it was going to be like some super camp by Penguins, but no, they're actually going to start moving now. And the Badger here driving towards A1, that's going to be a very, very annoying one to deal with should Penguins commit to the south of the map and then try to commit over to go towards the cap, although there is 279 and 260 actually on the one line for Aurora.
Yeah, they're holding F1 with 3 tanks right now. They have a 260 up front and a slow march of the S-Kongs on the K line. Yeah, imagine pushing into this. There's a lot of DPM and HP there.
Exactly. The S-Kong obviously being a very, very good holding tank, and then you just have that very comfortable gun as well with that
best tank in the game
APCR.
Right now. Best tank in the game right now. Hands down.
At least best heavy, I think.
At least best heavy. Okay, sure.
As we see the tactic by Penguins here unfolding, the 260 Brainbreaker obviously pre-spotting here for his S-Kongs, but now the push by Aurora getting revealed, which means that Penguins, they do slightly know what's up. They do know that Aurora's cooking something in the north. We'll have to wait and see how they actually deal with that. They do have some sniper tanks set up in their own base, but I think they're going to evacuate the northern ridge of their own base and just go back further south to defend from there.
Yeah, I can see the S-Kongs just taking south. They're going to continue taking south the whole time. The difference in HP comes down to experimental equipment versus bond HP, I think. Nico Hines and Skittle opting for the bond HP. Kind of the same for the 260s. That's why you see some different HPs in the teams between the setups that people are using. Double 279 where Kacha and Timmy is. F1 is open for free. I never liked this ricochet position in the i7, but since Penguins had no Nord control at all, I guess it's fine.
Yeah, and the thing is, as long as the i7 stays alive there, the 279s in the base should actually have a pretty okay time staying safe. Now, that being said, Penguins obviously attacking here. They need to make something work. And it's already 2.5 minutes gone here. Yes, Aurora took 1 or 2 shots of damage actually on one of the 260s. But other than that, it's basically been like a feeling out of the teams that are doing that to each other. They're trying to find out where the enemy tanks are. They're trying to establish their own positions. And Aurora, they seem to be very happy with hanging back in that north and just waiting for what Penguins are going to do. Meanwhile, we see Fly on that very annoying to dig out position in like G0 near his own base. But Aurora, they don't really need to commit there. Their focus needs to be on their own cap. But they do have a lot of tanks there set up to deal with it. There even are the Chieftains and the STRV in the middle of the map that could shoot onto any kind of cross that would be coming in onto their own cap. And Alexandros here with that EBR playing an active game, spotting out Brainbreaker and Direwolf, I think, in the middle of the map. Clowns now getting spotted, Lakiner as well. So Aurora, they do know that Penguins are orientating themselves closer towards the cap.
Yeah, and they're starting to take F1 with that double Kong of Klanzik and Lakiner, which is fine. But it does look to be like a mid push here from Penguins
Look
through
at the
the middle.
amount of HE shells flying towards Timmy right now. I think he took like 5 or 6 from the S-Kongs. That's why he's a bit down in HP. His medkit is now on cooldown. But the S-Kongs, obviously, they've lost sight of him. So now the shots are whizzing past. Aurora here threatening with double 260 in the eastern part of the map. So they do want to bait some kind of reaction from Penguins regarding the eastern part of this map here. They are threatening, but they're not fully committed.
Yeah, they're just taking positions, but they do have to be careful with the time, though. Like, they don't have all that much time left at all for Sun River. We already went past the 6-minute mark. We're nearing 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And they are attacking. So they will have to go for some sort of a move in the near future.
Ooh, Aladdin there taking another shot in his 260, now down below half HP. Not really sure where he's taking all that damage from. But the thing is, with Sand River, as you outlined it, it's such a large map that as soon as, you know, the timer goes below like 3 minutes or something, then the defending team can just start giving up ground for more time. 4CB here once again getting spotted out by Alexandros, taking 1 shot of damage, and that is a lot of tanks spotted for the side of Penguins here. They are gonna commit onto Ricochet, taking a lot of damage from what seems like everywhere though, starting to draw back Ricochet down towards a 1-shot. Is there gonna be a Penguins tank to pick him up? Doesn't seem like it at the moment.
Yeah, but they spread the damage evenly though, and he's down to 400, so he's not going to be doing anything else in this match except for hide behind that rock. So I honestly think that was not the worst trade I've ever seen from Penguins. They peek together, they make him a 1-shot. I think they're only just going to be unhappy that he didn't die.
Now the readjustment coming out by the team in pink here. Katya now getting spotted in his 279 respectively. Needs to stay behind that rock in safety from the S-Kongs that are still going to be threatening from that southern part of the map. Timmy taking another HE shell to the face. But all of this said and done, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Penguins, they need to make something happen rather soon. Because all of those S-Kongs, like, yes, they do have a lot of HP, they do have a lot of DPM, but what they don't have is a lot of mobility. So if they start committing somewhere, which they need to do soon, they're not going to be able to second-guess themselves. They're not going to be able to rotate around the map. And Aurora, their top priority now should be their own cap here.
Yeah, they will be playing for their own base. They should be. They even have too many tanks committed north IMO for not too much reason. Because the time is so low, we're 3 minutes 33 seconds. Like, I would have liked the STRV to be back already, but they don't have that, and it's going to be Penguins here to do a rather large push down into the base.
Yeah, the push here by the Penguins coming in. So far, not a lot of damage taken, actually. Rambo and the S-Kong, the first one to take a singular shot of damage, but this cross is incredibly cheap for the side of Penguins here. Finally, some shots of damage starting to rain in, and now the hull down tanks by Aurora together with that Badger. They've got the work cut out for them. The tanks by Penguins finally committing on towards that cap, gonna put triple cap pressure. We're gonna have to wait and see how long those 279s are actually gonna be able to stay alive. Probably not for a whole lot of time, as there's tanks in the middle shooting at them. And Penguins, yes, they had to push, but they still have the HP advantage.
This is a really good adjustment from Penguins, though. I think they figured out a good angle with those S-Kongs to get a shot on the back of Katja and Timmy. And those 279s, Kihan, they really didn't live all that long, to be honest with you. That position, Jakifa has died in the meantime. I'd love an observer shot from that, by the way, at some point. But really good, really good move here from Penguin A double S-Kung there in the middle, peppering down those double 279 from behind. The holding position, just solid attack. Like really, like they pushed and they absolutely made short work of that D2 position, which usually is an issue.
Yeah, and you can see here now the defending tanks of Aurora here close towards their own cap, having to suicide completely to keep the decaps going. They're just trying to extend the time here at this moment in time, but the base capture does complete, and it's going to be Penguins for the first time today, putting one on the board. It's going to be 1 for them, 2 for Aurora still. But Penguins, they played a controlled game of World of Tanks here. They made it look very, very clean. They made it look very deliberate. And now for Aurora, it's back to the drawing board.
Even the speak on the I7 was, like I said, the only issue for them is that they didn't kill him. Spreading the damage, but each person taking 1 or some person taking 3 is okay. And then the S-Kungs from the mid, just hammering down those 279s from Aurora. That position normally is the one that holds the base, but in this case, they were just getting owned, man. Kacha and Timmy, like, they actually just got owned.
They didn't really do a whole lot. I mean, even the Badger dying there.
I think
they have
Jakifa flipped and died.
Yeah, he flipped.
Destroyed by overturning. Yeah, somebody take a screenshot of that.
It's going to be there for an eternity. Then
I'm
again,
just sad we didn't get to see it.
Then again, he is not the first and probably not the last STRV to even die in playoffs of tournaments like this. I believe Monster has done it in the past, so one of the Invil players. But yeah, I guess the best takeaway for the team of Aurora after this round is that there is no video evidence as of now of Jakifa laying on his back, just the screenshot in the battle results. Maybe someone even pushed him over, you know?
That's weird, because like he lays on his back every weekend, so...
Really not taking prisoners, I see.
It was just clean, though. It was really well executed. I don't know, like, this position is not new in the middle of Sand River. Like, it's not new where the S-Kungs were, but it seems like they were really getting good shots on Kacha and Timmy, though. Which is curious, because we've seen defenses work because of that position behind the rock. And apparently S-Kungs are tall enough, or whatever, to be able to shoot those 279s and kill them relatively easily.
Yeah, and the thing is also that, you know, S-Kongs, they have that pretty good pennant. Even if the 279 angles upwards, if you have like 5 S-Kongs shooting and it's like only 25 to 30% probability of penetrating, then it's still 5 S-Kongs firing like every 6-7 seconds each. So that's a lot of shots raining onto those 279s. They're not going to be able to sustain that forever. So in the end, good stuff by the side of Penguins here. They took their time. But, you know, with taking that time, they actually put it to good use, taking position after position, making sure that they weren't going to get overpushed on their own cap, which is realistically the only threat here. Because those S-Kongs, if you commit like 9 S-Kongs somewhere, then they are going to win the fight, most likely. The problem being, obviously, that those S-Kongs can't be anywhere else on the map. You can't, you know, they can't teleport back. But Penguins just made sure that their own cap wasn't going to be an issue.
Once they made their move, though, from Penguins, it was very, very good. Like, it was very clean, just everything under control. They seem to be pretty aware of what they could face. Good preparation as well, though. I'm really curious about this from the mid shooting the 279s, because, like I said, that position wasn't changed. So, apparently, you know, people are figuring out a few new things still.
Mm-hmm. And now I think we're just about ready to hop into round number 4, where once again we're going to see, is Aurora going to be able to push it to match point, or is Penguins, after that really gruesome Prokhorovka experience, are they going to be able to bring it to a 2-2 all even? Penguins trying so with 1 EBR, 1 STRV, quadruple 907, we have quadruple S-Kong as well, double 279 and triple 260.
Aurora then picking the Kihan favor, the Kampfpanzer ×4, triple Chief, double 279, an S-Kung and CS, a double 907 and an STRV. So no EBR there for Aurora, which means that 4CB should be able to get some crucial info for his team in the beginning, relatively uncontested.
Yeah, exactly. That EBR with the camo on the move is always going to be able to outspot every single tank on the Aurora lineup, and we can see 4CB beelining it here towards the middle of the map. He's going to try to get all the information that he can for his team. A lot of tanks actually standing waiting behind him, while we see Aurora with those counter-consoles committing in towards the south. They have the CS in the middle, who's not going to find the EBR, I don't think. 4CB here spotting out Jackifa in that 279. Is 4CB actually going to take the shot? He does. 335, slight low roll, but going to be an annoyance towards
335, slight low roll? Slight?
Yeah, slight to medium heavy, you know, bit of a low roll.
Just a little bit. Yeah, this is interesting from Penguins, like you said. Like they're still all in the base, by the way, like all of them.
And they have that trap with like the 260s, 907s in the lower riverbed as well. I mean, yes, they have some tanks here pushed up towards the north, but we can actually see that only Skittles is going to continue. I said and Positive, both of them turning around, driving back towards their own base. They do have the SGRV in the position we saw the Badger in earlier, but Penguins on their defense, they really seem to have their, you know, comfortable camping equipment brought with them.
Yeah, and Aurora's also just taking it slow and steady though. They don't know where Penguins is. They have no info because they don't have an EBR. 4CB has perfect info on the north. He knows that there's only one tank there.
Yep. And
he
would see everything that is going to go towards the north. So Penguins essentially know that it's middle and south commitment by Aurora without having even spotted the tanks.
Yeah. Process of elimination, right? 4CB is fast enough to spot anything crossing zero line. He sees only the 279 in the holding position. He takes the bush. He's not pressured. This is actually, for Penguins right now, it's ideal. You know, like, they're like, okay, I mean, sure, we're going to sit here and wait. And then you have this 907 trap in the middle. Rambo, little dry, brainbreaker, just waiting for it. I think Beast is also just trying to delay time here.
Beast now starting to get shot at by Leonline in his Chieftain, taking one HE shell, but it's going to take a lot more than that to drive him out of his position. And the thing is with that 907 trap, like, yeah, 907s don't really have the most of HP in this game. It's going to be like, yeah, 2.3, 2.4k, but they do have a lot of DPM, and they also have the possibility to really spread out that DPM evenly onto the tanks that they want to focus out, simply because they have comparably low alpha with that 320, right? So in shootouts, it's really, really useful if you focus fire well to have those medium tanks. On the other hand, Aurora seeming to group up for a push here through the middle of the map, not really getting spotted yet, so that's a saving grace for them, but that is a lot of tanks by Penguins that are close towards their own base, ready to just punish anything that comes close.
Yeah, Diavol should still spot it in the 279, but Beast will be pressured back then, and you can see from the middle there's double 907 a CS and an SRV aiming at him backing off. So if he backs off in a bad way, he's gonna take around 1k damage immediately.
Oh, Beast now getting peppered from the middle here. Timmy, I think, with a good shot, but the 907's still lying in wait. Beast with his 279 getting pushed off, doesn't have his medkit available currently, so his loader is gonna stay at Diavol there, getting spotted out with his 279 close towards the base, and those angles that worked well for Penguins last round, they are detrimental to the HP of the 279 that is gonna fall. Feely with the SRB to pick it up.
That was very free now for the side of Aurora, which are up a tremendous amount of HP. They actually got that 279 at D7 unspotted, which is Stimmy. So he got there for free. Beast actually did not spot, not Beast, 4CB didn't spot that out at all, which really compromised Diavol's position, which probably he shouldn't have fired or anything. He should have just tried to stay tucked.
Now Beast is going to basically try and stay alive in his 279 with all of those S-Kongs behind him to back him up. A lot of tanks by Aurora spotted, and we already saw Alexandros taking a couple shots there while being in the F1 position. I said and Positive in their 260s in hold-on positions, able to punish on towards anything that Aurora tries here in the western part of the map. And while, yes, the pickup onto Diavol was pretty free, the thing is, Aurora, they don't know about the 907s. They have no information as towards the mediums, and Scatter, yes, he's in a good position to try and shoot at that 279, but Beast is not going to make it easy for him. He's just going to present his cupolas, and as we all know, they're rather small.
Oh, 4CB there in a little bit of trouble though in the EBR. Spots out double 907 right in front of him. He's going to be running away from that, taking about half his HP in damage. He was on top of that hill, and he did not spot those coming closer either. And now the 907s are actually pushing for the side of Penguins.
Yeah, the 907 starting to push onto Scatter, but that is a lot of guns trained at them. Rambo immediately getting eliminated in his 907. I mean, yeah, Scatter is going to have not the most fun time of his life. Has to expose himself towards the 279 that's behind him, but now he's actually doing a good job of trying to stay alive here. Good shot into Dries, not into the low HP 907, however, and Benzo from the top there with the CS is also going to try to get shots on towards the 907s. Does Scatter get the pickup? He does, so one more of the 907s falling here, and this is a repush by Penguins. We'll have to see if it succeeds because they're down 10,000 HP.
This is very, very over. Aurora could have held F1. They decided against it. They just fell back. This game is over, to be honest, Kian. Diavol dying. And yeah, 4CB was on top of that hill, but they missed a lot of info, though. They missed, like, the 279 taking D7. They missed the 973 taking B7. And I think they would have been just in a lot of trouble, no matter what they do. They were really hoping for this 1-2 push, but Aurora was taking it equally slow and steady as Penguins was.
Exactly. Now we once again see the eastern side of Sand River being the favored one coming in here as the defenders Aurora are going to be putting it onto match point after 4 games here. And Penguins facing elimination in the upper bracket. Obviously, the loser is not going to leave the tournament yet. This is upper bracket. Penguins or Aurora will have one more chance to prove themselves. First of all, though, Aurora, one bad round on Sand River, but otherwise you can't really fault them for the performance in this match so far.
No, they give up that 1 round on their own defense, but here on their attack they look very, very solid again. And Penguins, yeah, with that trap just never working out. And then mid push, oh, those poor 907s.
Yeah, those 907s that were lying in wait, they were probably hoping for, enemy tanks to drive into them. Instead, it was them who had to drive out of their, covered bullend positions, and there was just what felt like the entirety of the Aurora team just ready to punish on towards those 907s. All of the Kampfpanzers, I think, were in position. And, yeah, Jackify is going to be the one to finish off this round here, sending Skittles towards the garage. And it's going to be Aurora 3 and Penguins only 1.
Yeah, so Sand River being split 1-1, which would be fine for Penguins if they didn't lose to 0 Prokhorovka, which means we're now going into Fisherman's Bay, where Aurora is defending first.
And Fisherman's Bay, in case anyone in the audience doesn't know, is one of those maps that are considered to be quite defense-sided, as we do see the damage done by either team. And yeah, Rambo, Diavol, those were the tanks that really got singled out on the side of Penguins. They weren't able to have any impact in that game. I mean, you can't really fault Rambo because, it was called to push there, and he was the one getting focused out. But Diavol, I have questions.
He just got crossfired from the middle, basically the same way as you saw the 279s from Aurora get crossfired before. There was nobody spotting that, so they were really, really high on the ridges.
And yeah, Feli with the top performance here, 4.2k damage. So really getting that SGRB where he needed to, getting the shots in. Good stuff by what some people call to be the German superstar. And you said it, we're headed in towards Fisherman's Bay now. And it's going to be Aurora defending, as you mentioned, and defense being probably the better side on Fisherman's. This means that we might actually be seeing Penguins, one of the favorites here to take the tournament, dropping down to the lower bracket.
I need them to win, though. I bet my channel points on them, dude.
Oh no, the channel points.
I'm going broke if I lose this, man. It's been a streak of bad gambling decisions that has led to this all or nothing, so...
Wait, how did you actually go all in, 250k or something?
Bro, I had only 10k left. Dude. We're in the pits, bro. We're in the pits. But you know what they say, right? Every gambler quits right before their big win. So this is my moment. Knock on wood.
Surely it will be. Surely it will be.
It's not looking good for my points, though.
Not looking good for your points and not looking good for Penguins. I mean, we gave a lot of credit to them before the match, even during the match. But right now, Aurora seemingly have the answers towards the questions that Penguins are asking. They do seem to be a step ahead mentally. I mean, not 2 to 3 days like some of our NA colleagues, but they seem to be ahead. And now they do have the chance of ending this match here fairly early with a 4-1 scoreline. Penguins are going to try and not let that happen. They're going to try to get another point on the board here for them to possibly transition in towards a tiebreaker. But right now, Aurora looking like the ones to take this match.
They're indeed looking like the ones to take this if they're able to bring it home on their defense. Again, we'll have to see how this map plays out now with some changes. You will see still a lot of 279s though.
Yeah, Fisherman's Bay historically being the map that 279s were... Basically, Fisherman's was for 279s what Sand River was for Chieftains. It's going to be interesting to see what either team picks here. I don't really think the introduction of the KPZ makes a big difference on this map. But maybe we'll see a couple more S-Kongs than usual. Then again, 1-1B picks are possible. E3 picks, Jagdpanzer picks even. Leo 1 picks. All of that is a possibility.
How many 279s do you think?
Over both teams, at least 15.
15?
15, yes. So one of them 7, one of them 8, at least.
I can't count that high, so...
Mm.
Does it come before or after 5? Because that's where it ends. You only have 5 fingers.
Yeah, but you have 2 hands. So
Yeah, but
that's
that also
how
has
I
5
always
fingers.
get it down.
So 5 and 5 is 5, you know?
Mm-hmm. 5 and 5 is 5?
Yeah, because I have 5 fingers on each hand, so I can only count to 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we go to the other hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Understandable. Understandable. Yeah. Anyway, though, I think we are ready to jump into what might actually be the last round. And in this match, none of us saw this coming, actually. Everyone predicted against Aurora, but it's them on match point. Penguins now bringing a whole re-3. So tank with high pen, but not the one that I expected to be there. 5 E5s is also going to be interesting to watch. 5 260s and 4 279s.
Aurora, on the other hand, an EBR, a whole re, a 1-1B, 5 260s, you know, yeah, 5 260s and 7 279s. You got half right. Yeah.
Mm.
The other half, yeah, well, close enough. The E5 is an interesting pick here, though. Can you tell
E5...
us the downsides and plus sides of the E5 versus the Super Conqueror?
I mean, it's basically the difference in ammunition, right? You have heat as the special ammunition on the E5. I think 330 or 340 pen. It's pretty high though. And the thing is that obviously heat doesn't auto-bounce, and the other thing is that heat doesn't lose penetration over distance, which can be an issue sometimes on the S-Conk. We'll have to see though. First of all, Aurora sending a lot of their 279s towards the middle here, starting to take semi-aggressive positions, with Magnus actually pushing across the road here and not taking damage for it.
And Dryas here just pushing up against Leon. Trying to get the spots out. Neither of the two so far really finding anything. It's more than just the heat, okay? Come on.
I mean, the E5 obviously is also a bit more mobile. Has the better hull armor. It does have the cupola in turn.
Yeah, the hull armor is also a big thing.
Yeah.
E5 hull is trolly, man.
Okay, so Aurora now pushing through the 7-8 line here with some of their tanks, and they're not really going to be meeting a lot of Penguins there because, well, there essentially is no one. They do see the Penguins pushing up through that one line. The whole re in A1 is going to have a field day, but Leon line might be short-lived here as the push now starts coming in. A bit of damage taken by the side of Penguins here. All of them peeking onto Leon line, not really bouncing a lot of shots, and that means that Leon line is going to go towards the garage without really an answer by the side of Aurora here, who need to make it work in the city, but actually the tanks in the city have stopped. So Aurora losing tanks here, essentially, for no real gain, except that position by Baron, which can be very annoying. But since there are no Penguin tanks here, it doesn't matter.
They're also already very lucky that Penguin didn't just press W, by the way, because if they did, the game would be over. Because it's just a Hori and a 279 holding. But what they are doing, though, for the side of Penguins, is starting to pepper this 279 in the middle. Magnus now in that 279. Brainbreaker has relatively good shots on towards him, has nowhere left to angle up on. Now, 279 is great, but if you can't angle up, you ain't gonna do much. And as we can see, Magnus also into the grave, and Baron very aggressive here, with the rest of his team spotted out as well. This should make Penguins react. Push 1-2, repush the middle from the left-hand side, keep the Hori in cover. Flamesong, good luck in your game.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to sell out Flamesong, but in return, they're going to buy the entirety of the rest of the game. We can already see Aurora down 5k. We can see the repush by Penguins coming in towards the middle. Flamesong, he is going to try to do what he can. He is going to get picked up, but in turn, Penguins ruling everywhere else. Timmy is going to fall to the grave. The whole yes, it has a lot of pen, but it doesn't really have a lot of armor against heat shells by 260. So we're going to see rerolls probably dropping down soon. 4k HP advantage for the side of Penguins that are trying to stay alive in this match. Finally, the first tank falling for the side of Penguins, but Aurora, they're out of positions and they're starting to run out of the guns where it matters.
Yeah, this is just Penguins' textbook repush, right? You push down 1-2 when you see the city commitment, which they spotted, and then at the same time use those E5s, which are actually a great tank against these 279s in the middle because of that extra DPM. And even the extra pen, like, I honestly think that the E5s are having a good time right now versus these 279s.
I mean, they're also kind of tall, right? So they shoot down on towards the upper plate, making the penetrations even easier.
Yeah, they're just actually just having a good time with those E5s. This is just textbook's repush, though. They spot the city push because Aurora, it feels like they forced to do something, because once they lost the 260, if Penguins pushed 1-2, they would have already lost the game. But Penguins, of course, respecting the fact that they don't have the entire info, they just peek, they kill the 260, and then they start shooting the 279 in the middle. And Magnus has nowhere to go. So you're down not one, but two tanks. And what do you do then? You got to do something. Otherwise, you just slowly start dying.
And the thing is, you need to basically commit at least 2 tanks towards the southeastern part of the map. Otherwise, you're not going to reliably kill the 279. And that means that, the rest of the tanks with which you're pushing through the city are not really going to be of much help against the repush on towards the middle that's going to happen. And as soon as basically the attacking team, Penguins in this case, realizes that the northwest is not really defended. I mean, there was 1279 left, 1 Hori left. That's not really a lot. And as soon as those fall, basically the tanks in the middle by Aurora have to make a repush because they're getting crossfired. But they lose so much for this, and in turn, they don't really get those outside positions on the map that enable them to get the cross shots. And so, yeah, overall, good stuff by the side of Penguins here, showing signs of life, putting themselves on a 2-3, and now they're even defending on Fisherman's Bay.
You know that the cap, you can tell me the time in a sec, but I'm pretty sure that this cap from Penguins, the fact they didn't go for the kills, secured them tiebreaker pick, if it gets there.
I'll have a look in a minute, because I think the other fast attack was basically the one that happened on Proco. The Sand River attacks were pretty slow.
Which was 6 minutes 21 on Proco.
But we are not there yet. First of all, Penguins need to obviously convert.
No, but it's a good detail, though.
Here.
I have this flashbacks to a certain World 7 where a team decided to repush on Sand River, named W, where they threw the tiebreaker pick on Mines to qualify for the finals of the wildcard tournament.
That was indeed very, very sad to watch that. As I was watching that and I felt like, oh my god, what a sad story. Like, I was cheering for them at that point, but they did throw that Sand River match, and in turn they threw their shot at going to China. So right now Aurora are going to be kicking themselves a little, I think. They should recognize that, Fisherman's Bay defense normally is a comfortable one if you have a good read on how the map works. And they didn't really demonstrate that in game number 1 here.
No, but they still have their attack, though. They still have the attack to play from. The Penguins there, solid attack. I mean, just really straightforward. The way Aurora played was also perfect for Penguins, of course. Not enough tanks to hold 1-2, too many tanks in the middle, too many tanks in the city. Then afterwards, just for Penguins was ideal. Like, the way that Aurora played was just like working for them, not against them at any given point. So they didn't really sweat in that match. But Aurora so far has been the better team, though. I mean, they
the
could
rounds
still
that they
walk
took
home at
looked more
4-2.
dominantly. We'll have to wait, though. Maybe Penguins have something up their sleeve on their defense. It was pretty interesting to see a Hori on both sides. Apparently, that tank works very, very well against those 279s in the middle. I mean, 360 AP pen. Obviously, AP instead of APCR or heat, meaning you get the additional normalization, like 5 degrees more compared to heat, 3 degrees more compared to APCR. So the 360 is actually more than it sounds when compared with other kinds of ammunition. I even think like 360 AP is basically as good as 375 APCR, which, for example, an E3 would bring. That being said, though, Penguins trying to make it even, trying to come towards a tiebreaker, and doing so with 1 EBR, 1 E3. We have quadruple 907, triple E5, quadruple 279, 1 260, and an IS-7.
A nice 7 to round it off. Aurora, though, KPZ, 6 260s actually. I have to do so many counting. 6-7-9, so Hori and EBR.
So Penguins this time not bringing the Japanese tank destroyer, opting not to go with the Hori. Instead, it's going to be the 375 APCR that I talked about, the E3 there. And obviously that kind of penetration value will make short work of any armor that can be found. The double EBR spotting each other out, not really exchanging any kind of HP here, though. Quite curious that neither of them was able to connect a shot, but we see a little trap here with all those 907s. They were probably hoping for some overpush in the middle, I guess, immediately by Aurora. Seeing that that is not going to happen, the 907s now get sent towards the eastern part of the map. And once again, we see a 1-2 line commitment by the attacker with not really a lot of tanks to hold by the defender.
Yeah, not a lot of times to hold by the defender. It's a big word, Kihan. It's positive and Brainbreaker against like 12 Aurora tanks. I think they're just selling out Brainbreaker more than anything. It's like, okay, Brainbreaker, hold the lines, my friend, for as long as you can, and then we will try to win the game without you.
Penguins now, though, with a very, very quick reaction. So Aurora last game was actually very hesitant as... in turn, Penguins, they do seem to be very, very ready to respect that 1-2 push that it's happening, but now they're sending the 907s to essentially take map control on the eastern part of the map. The 907s driving towards hold-down positions, but they will be fighting frontally against 279s, and that is not a fun time for the 907s most of the time if they're not able to flank those 279s, which, judging by the minimap, they're not able to, as we see Aurora starting to overpeak here on that 1-2 line. Brainbreaker starting to get collapsed upon. The 907s in turn have halted their advance against the double 279 of Scatter and Katya, who are tanking like champions. Brainbreaker, they're completely getting overpeaked. There is no one by the side of Penguins to punish, and Feli the one to pick it up as triple 279 now starting to fend off against the 907s, against the 260. But that is still triple 279 that are able to angle up, as Katya on the side here, though, taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I don't think Dry's really understood the potential of the potency that is there for the side of Aurora, that triple 279, but that is a stalemate, Okihan. Neither of the two teams is really going to get too ahead of there, but it is 3 279s for the side of Aurora versus 4 tanks for the side of Penguins. So let's say that they really don't have an overmatch on another part of the map for this, but A-Line, a little bit weak though, positive and fly, the only ones holding for CB is not spotting that out, so they're going to get overrun rather quickly actually, and that is the overmatch that Aurora should be looking for.
Yeah, exactly. All the 260s now starting to get spotted. Shots whizzing in from the middle, but it's not going to be enough punishment as the 260s roll in and they roll over the tanks of Penguins. Now starting to even get safe from the middle. Positive getting focused out. Fly now the next one on the chopping block. Unable to retaliate onto Benzo, who's the only low HP tank for Aurora. Here is going to get picked up, and all of a sudden the angles, they work in favor for Aurora in the north, and this is pushing Penguins into that repush here. They're going to overpush the triple 279. How is Aurora able to respond in this case here to try and get towards the upper bracket finals? It's all on the line here for Aurora right now. The HP being dead, even Jakafar in the southeast of the map is starting to collapse, so this flank is going to get won by Penguins. Who is going to get the tanks in towards the middle quicker, though, is the question.
I don't even know if Penguins is going to go for this mid push. I think they're just going to try and hold and potentially play off of the cap, which is available to them right now. They could put low HP 907s on the cap if they wanted to and try and generate something from that. But it does seem like they're just going for the city repush, actually. But 4CB and Alex having a little bit of a skirmish from 1-2 line against each other. Rerolls and Splatty there. Those two positions are ones to watch out for right now. If they could find the kill on that, that would be huge for the side of Penguins. Benzo has now started the cap. Little is down towards a one-shot. Finally, Leon finds him, picks him up, and it's still anybody's game at this moment. 4CB and Alex just getting the better of 4CB, give him another shot. Baron sees Rambo here. Can he pick him up, though? That is a good question.
Yeah, he's not going to blind. Instead, he's going to take the shot. He's going to pick it up, and cap advantage currently for the German team of Aurora here, who are trailing a bit in the HP department. And we can see the 907 push together with 1-260 coming in through the city. The 279's now starting to push over the middle as well. Alexandros in the impossible 1v2 here on the 1-2 line. Aurora, they have more tanks in the middle. They have double tank on cap here as Baron is able to farm into the side of the 907. 15 seconds here left. One of the 260s on the cap getting spotted, getting reset. So now cap pressure still on, but Penguins, they have to make some kills here to get, just guns out of the game. Finally, though, kills traded back and forth with the advantage seemingly on the side of Aurora, who are up a bit in HP. We're going to have to wait and see if Nico Heinz and Diabol are going to drop immediately here. Tanks on the cap still for the side of Aurora, and slowly the cap also accumulating for Penguins.
Yeah, the cap accumulating for Penguins, but it's only one guy. That's the big issue here for the side of Penguins. If they had two people capping, they would have already won this game at this moment in time. Alex is now just going to be freely able to drive back and spot that one out in some seconds, and I think that is the big throw from Penguins there, in my opinion. They had the possibility, IMO, to literally just cap with two tanks, and they did not take this at any given point when they pressured the middle. It would force Aurora to push back in. Now they were forced to push back in to reset. They could have very easily started that cap if they wanted to.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's only 4CB and Flamesong remaining here for the side of Penguins, meaning that Aurora, with 4 more minutes available to them, are just methodically going to close out this game here and are going to put themselves in the upper bracket finals. So the game 4-2, like a lot of the analysts and casters predicted, but not for the team that they thought was going to take it all. Baron here shuts it down, is going to make it 4-2. Penguins, we're going to see them later today in the lower bracket, and Aurora looking strong coming into this tournament.
Yeah, they indeed look very solid. Winning this match is deserved in the grand scheme of things. I still think Penguins here definitely overlooked the potential of capping themselves. Aurora did not. They put that 260 on the cap very early, then the second one joins. Penguins forced to push back across into crossfires. They could have done this themselves, but Aurora was just quicker and better with it.
And also at the end of the day, I think it's important to mention that there were like a lot of 2 and 3 shots on the side of the team of Aurora. So Penguins not really able to get those finishing blows on towards, like, you know, a third of the HP tanks. Just the guns staying in the game. That was, I think, what did it in the end for Aurora, because every single gun that stays in the game is going to contribute towards the like cumulative DPM that the team has. And in the end there, Penguins just running out of, you know, tools to work with because they weren't able to sustain against all of this firepower that Aurora still had. So I do agree that it was kind of a throw by Penguins, but Aurora obviously recognizing this as well, what was happening. They were doing a very good job of punishing the mistakes that Penguins were making, right? It always takes 2. But you know what? It also takes 2 different desks here, the caster's desk and the analyst's desk. So let's see what Ikibu and Insane have to say. Take it away.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you very much. So I feel betrayed by Keyhand telling me that I should vote for Penguins, and I will never listen to him again. So how do you feel about your voting result?
Well, it has been very disappointing if you take in consideration the performance they're capable to put. Penguins, they are a very solid team, but today the performance was not it. They will
Mhm.
play again in the losers bracket, and we hope to see a better performance because they will need it to take it to stay in the tournament. And in return, you have to admit that Aura, they played solid. They played their game. We know them for that. They have those solid tactics. They are going for those. They are not hesitant, and actually, it worked out.
Yep. Yeah, there was some quite good rotations for what I could see in a lot of the maps. They weren't slow very often. So as you can see there, we will expect in match 3 Penguins versus NTMG. Up next, of course, is W versus Invil. Invil is something everybody should be familiar with. I'm not sure how the community voted for this so far. And let me just pull up the voting sheet on here. It says that you're going for Invil 4-3.
Yep.
You're that confident? Feeling that confident?
I mean, I'm going for tiebreaker because I think that W has the potential to even beat Invil. Invil is still the more experienced team. They have some
Mhm.
great players. They have been here for a while, so I expect them to take the victory. But you have to also mention that the meta is different. They were very strong in this very heavy chief meta, but since this tank got nerfed, it shifted to tanks like 260s, 907. So maybe it can profit to W because this is a pretty creative and new team with young players that are very I would say interested by this format, competitive format. They're investing a lot of times to actually compete and get possibly their first 15v15 victory. So I'm very interested to see how this match will be playing out.
Mhm. And do you think that meta change was anything of an impact in that last game that we just saw?
I mean, overall in the last match, I think that we have seen a lot of gambles from the
Yep.
Penguins teams, and that's not something we're usually having them do because they're a very solid team. They have like one plan, they are aggressive, and they make it work. And you could see on many rounds against Aurora, they were going for full gambles like this Sand River defense, stacking on one side, and in return, Aurora, they took the time, they managed to get the angles and force them out of the trap. So that was good stuff from the German team.
Yep. Yeah. I'm not sure if the replays are ready or not yet, because as we mentioned earlier, we do have some technical issues that we are having to become very inventive to overcome. It basically all of our internet routing. Oh no, here's the replays for you.
So yeah, we were starting on Proco between these two teams, and you could see Penguins with the first gamble-ish, actually going for some bait over the zero line with some tanks, and they realized that Aura was well set for it, so they went for that 1-2 push. But overall, the German team, they were ready for it. They had the tanks in the middle, the tanks in the 1-2. Maybe one mistake there is that they didn't have that tank at K1 that would do a ton of damage, but at the end of the day, they managed to keep that advantage all along and take the first victory in that match.
And it, from what I could see here, it looks like Aurora has much better in terms of the crossfire, where it's sort of A6, those tanks look like they should have been trying to do a bit more impact on the middle, but I don't know.
The thing is, Aura, they had better positions the entire time.
Mhm.
You could see that this penguin push over the zero line was fully controlled by Aura with their positioning. So in return, they tried to go for the 1-2 line push. So Penguins was behind the entire time. They managed to almost even the HPs, so it was good from them. But at the end of the day, Aura just had to hold. And then on the next round, you could see Aura actually going for that aggressive play, and that paid out. That was pretty interesting. That's not something we've seen for a while, that 6-0 line push. But Penguins, the setup they had was not the greatest. You could see all those 907s, the good old 907s, overrunning the 0 line, combining with the 260s over the 7 line, and Penguins without an answer for that.
Mm-hmm. And here, do you feel that being able to have that 2-prong on the 0 line was crucial for them picking this up? Is this a standard thing that you see now on 15v15?
I mean, the way Penguins played is a very standard hold, but they didn't have enough tanks to actually win the zero line, and that's how you win this game. You actually get enough of those tanks to hold that push, and you can see that Aura, they managed to make that overmatch work because they also have some tanks dropping low, but they stay alive, so they keep the guns, and that's crucial in this confrontation. In return, Penguins, they had probably way too much tanks over the middle, so yeah, they're getting some shots over F0 when those tanks are pushing the hill, but afterwards, when they go down the hill, those are not available shots anymore. So good stuff from Aura.
Yep. Yeah. You can see there that I wouldn't say the Aurora lost too many hit points, and here, well, here's where you mentioned the big hold down and stationary hold defense.
Yeah, next up, it was good stuff from Penguins, I have to say, and probably not the greatest defense from Aura, because you can see that they're very spread all over the map. So it's very hard for them to handle the 9-0 line repush, and on top of it, the base push. And you could see that Penguins, they went all in with their full team over that base at D1, D2. And the setup from Aura, those 279s, those tanks in the back, even though they had the Badger farming a lot of damage, that didn't pay out, because Penguins played this perfectly. Also pushing with some tanks into the hole of a C2. You can see that 260 going in the back to get some angles on those tanks trying to get the decaps. So overall, a good solid round from Penguins and a very spread defense from Aura not working out.
Yep, it was quite a quick game overall. And as you mentioned, that 260 dropping down into the dip is enough to make people a little nervous, to maybe panic a little bit on their shots as they're not fully concentrating. How would you have played that better defensively if it was you?
I mean, I think it's very hard for any teams to play passive. We have seen Aura trying to play passive. As you can see, they have to handle the 9-0 repush because they don't want Penguins to take the full control of the mid freely. But in return, there are not enough tanks around their base to hold. So you can see Penguins there on their defense also trying something similar with the bait and with the 907s waiting in this hole, in this dip. But Aurora actually managing to get all the angles they needed, taking down the 279 at D2, then starting to get some damage on the 279 at E1. And then you could see a bit of a panic move from the side of Penguins, actually repushing the mid. But Aurora, they had all the positions in the world to make that work, to hold and to counter that push. And you could see after a few minutes, they were double the HP.
Yep. Yeah, this was very merciless, I think, is the only phrase I would put. They were very, very ruthless in terms of just finishing everything off. Always, again, focusing the lowest hit points first. I didn't see many people not finishing off their shots, which was probably crucial in parts of this. But yeah, I'm not sure, honestly, what they could have done that much differently there with Penguins. Maybe hold their nerve.
Their tactic was the issue. Aura played that perfectly to counter what they had in mind, what they tried. It was a gamble, essentially, again. So good stuff from Aura, match points, and then we were on Fisherman's Bay, and you could see that this time Penguins went for the actual good play. They went for the one-line push, and that was the correct answer to what Aura proposed on their defense, because this was pretty empty. In return, you could see that Aura is going to try to take control over the city, but it's just going to be the trigger point for Penguins. They're going to pressure on the mid, they're going to pressure in the 1-2 lines, and actually use that overmatch on both those spots on that map to take down the tanks from Aura one by one. So good stuff from Penguins. And once again, I have to say, many of those games were some gambles in the way people played out, and probably bad reads from both of those teams on the last rounds.
Yep. So here is where I thought, okay, my prediction can still come true. Here, I still have some hope. Of course, that's not how it went, but as you mentioned, the Penguins seem to be very cohesive in this moment, and their tactic, would you say their tactic was the trump card? It was just the perfect counter for the enemy's choice, or what?
Yeah, what they went for, that one-line push, was exactly the way to counter what Aura was bringing, because Aura was mainly focused over the mid and the city. They had only 3 tanks, some sort of a bait to hoping for Penguins to not actually engage in the one-line, but that's actually what they went for straight. And you could see that we had something very similar afterwards, because Aura did the same. They went for that one-line engagement, Penguins with the bait, trying to use the I7 D2 with no one covering him, and in return, it's the same mechanic. You can see that Penguins gonna push the city, Aura is going to overpush the 1-2 lines and the mids, but then we have that decisive moment. You'll see it shortly. Aura going for the A-line push with the 260s, and they get spotted super late, so there's not enough damage coming up from the mid, and this huge overmatch on those 2 tanks, positive fly, they're going to go down very fast with all of those 260s rolling. And I have to say that even though Aura was down HPs at that moment, they were up position-wise, and they could have even started the cap earlier to make it better for them.
Yep, I was very nervous to catch you at that moment on the 9 hit points. He survived a little longer than I was fully expecting. But yeah, so you would say that having the A-line push spotted a little bit sooner would have been the crucial part?
I mean, I think that position-wise, this is very hard for Penguins because they have to control the line push. They have to control the mid. They also need enough tanks to push towards the K line, towards K6 to take down that 279. So once again, they are very spread, and they're the passive team. They're defending. In return, Aura is the one attacking. Is the one that can make some plays, that can actually gamble more and get more tanks to push at one specific area. And that's exactly what they did. And you could see that this line push with those 260s, very fast tanks, good ramming potential, good alpha damage, that worked out.
And then the 907s kind of got bogged down a little bit with those 3279s. Would it have been better for those 907s to just encircle and risk the crossfire while the north, like the A line you mentioned, was fighting it out? Would that have helped at all? Or
I mean, they probably went for it. Like, they were not necessarily going for it because they had no info about those 260s. They could be going all the way back and actually repush the south instead. So they couldn't gamble that much. But afterwards, when they saw the 260s, they went for it. They used their DPM, but it was probably too late. Good stuff from Aura. Actually, none of us expect them to be moving into the finals of the winners bracket that we'll be covering tomorrow. But that's probably enough for that first match. Now we have another one that is going to be very interesting. It's going to be between W and Invil. We can probably have a quick look at the community prediction. I was expecting the community prediction to go Invil's way. That's very surprising. W getting a lot of credit after the 7v7 performance, I assume.
Yeah, that's very different from what I was expecting as well. Maybe people just like the bling on the logo. I think maybe that's all that they're going for. Who knows? Yeah, I don't know what to say about that one. Honestly, I really thought it would go the other way. Maybe the chat will fool us again. The community will be correct.
Well, anyway, we have that second match that is going to be starting shortly, but just before that, once again, to give a better global introduction, including the maps that will be played, we'll get back to the cast's desk. Kian and Deki, please take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome back to match number 2 of the Clan Showdown September 2023 tournament. And it's going to be, hopefully, another cracker here. It's going to be the international team of W taking it on against, well, one of the juggernauts of the 15v15 tournaments. It's going to be Invil against W, and I think something about the community predictions just switched. This is more what you would expect. It's Invil with 85% against 15% of Rugo's boys.
Yeah, it's a really interesting team there. W. Yusek used to play with Invil at some point himself. Then you have OP Hacker from NA, EU External, which is External from NA. Like a real mix of players. We'll have to see how this really works out for them, because this is a real test against a more well-established opponent of Invil.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this is all gonna go. I mean, Invil in the last one, losing out against Aurora there, not really...
no Barbarian.
No Barbarian as well, yeah, no, like Barbarian, one of the shot callers as well. So we'll have to wait and see, honestly, how this one works out. In my prediction, I went with Invil, but, you know, we have seen in 7v7 as well how Frugo's team, W, was able to surprise basically everyone going into this one. So I'm really not sure what to make of it. If Invil has had some trainings throughout the last week, then they should be winning fairly comfortably, but they have recently shown signs of, you know, how to phrase this without sounding like too bad, but shown signs of, yeah, not really being on top of things sometimes.
Yeah, well, still a great team though, that if they get the ball rolling, could easily walk over W. But W, it's a real test for them to prove to us and everybody watching at home that they are able to perform at the highest level in a 15v15 team, especially with that mix of players that they have, really just from anywhere and everywhere. If it will gel together here for the tournament where it matters the most.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed. Obviously, we are still in the upper bracket here. So that means that both of those teams can afford to lose, but they obviously don't want to. They want to stay up here in the upper bracket. That's naturally going to be the easier way towards the grand final. Maybe W is going to be able to surprise us, but we'll have to wait and see. There are some issues with some of the accounts that the players are using, but it should be resolved fairly soon. And then we're going to be able to see who it's going to be, if it's going to be W, the international team, or Invil. Yeah, the old and proven guard here that have dominated tournament after tournament, but as I said recently, slipping up sometimes.
Slipping up sometimes, more often in recent history than before. And you gotta remember again, Invil was not top of their group, which is not really that surprising, actually.
Yeah, overall though, the loser of this one, I think we can once again pull up the bracket here so that we can talk a bit more about how this tournament is going to be progressing, because the loser of those two here is going to play one more match later today. Also about the lower bracket, it should be mentioned that those matches are best of 5, so a lot less room to slip up here. And yeah, so Aurora already in the upper bracket. They're going to be playing the first match tomorrow. That one's going to be best of 7, but Penguins and NTMG already later only best of 5. And here, the loser of W and Invil is going to face off against CTR, a team that we haven't really seen properly in that composition before, mostly Czech and Slovak players. But there is some firm CSA vibes about their lineup.
Yeah, some remainders of the CSA team. They can become a good team. I don't know if this is the tournament for them yet, though. I mean, it's tournament-winning team, potentially.
Yeah, we'll have to wait. First of all, I think all of us predicted, that Penguins were gonna take it, but obviously Aurora already kind of proved to us that winning the last tournament wasn't a fluke, sending Penguins packing into the lower bracket with that 4-2 scoreline that I think most of us didn't see coming, and they did so in a very, very convincing way. So now I'm kind of a bit on the Aurora hype train. They will have to prove themselves tomorrow in the upper bracket final, but obviously already that upper bracket final means that you're very, very far in the tournament. Even if you lose it, you're set into the lower bracket final already. So maybe just a detour towards the grand final. That's going to happen later.
I mean, it means they've already secured a bronze fist, no?
Yes.
Yes. One more for the collection.
Yeah, or maybe another silver one. I think the account issues are being sorted out now in the back, which means that one of the W players, namely Yuzek, is going to play on a different account. So he'll be called Schusselhand.
Schusselhand!
So there's that just for everyone.
Finally, after all these years, Kihan making his big entrance on the stage. Welcome to Kihan, well, Schusselhand, in a playoffs match. Unbelievable. It's going to take him like 3 centuries to fix your settings, so.
That's not my problem.
Then 3 more centuries to fix the equipment and field modes.
Yeah, that is essentially why he's going to be taking this one. Anyway, we do see the map video being played here. First map is probably going to be Fisherman's Bay. So normally a defense-sided map. As, the past metas sort of demonstrated to us. That being said, though, in the past match, we saw 2 offensive victories here. We'll see if the teams can repeat that. Prediction-wise, we're all on the Invil train here. Insane, the only one saying this one's going to go to tiebreaker. Everyone else with the 4-2 scoreline that we saw already once today. So yeah, Invil, just the name there, resounding with everyone here on the stream. And W... yeah, it's going to be an upset if they win. Let's be real here.
It should be. Then again, the question is, I know W probably spent like 7 long nights together with a bottle of Zubrovka and some pierogi, watching, analyzing, preparing. While Invil, on the other hand, I think Piotr said to me that they didn't really prepare much.
Ooh. I mean, maybe some of the focus of the Invil players is on 7v7 currently, as most of them will be going to China in November, but that shouldn't stop them from putting up a good show here. Invil coming into this match number 2 with a single Hori, triple 907, quadruple E5, triple 279, triple 260, and an IS7.
W, on the other hand, 4 260s, 3 279s, and triple E5, a VK, a CS, a Hori, an SRV, and an EBR. And Schlussel had himself in the 260.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to wait and see how well Uzek performs on the account. But at least now every single player will have access to all tanks, all field mods, all modules. So even playing field in between Invil and W, it's gonna have to be the calls, it's gonna have to be the plays that will make the difference here in between both teams. Marcel in the 260 already getting spotted on his way towards the western part of the map. Invil playing a kind of different defense than what we've seen. They're not willing to give up that 1-2 line. T-Sec is going to make his way towards a very annoying position on the 0 line, but the majority of the red forces are currently in the western part of the map, where W seems to be waiting for them. That's a very aggressive move with the 260s, and they're taking some damage for it even.
Piotr took more than some damage for it. He's down to 868, so he took quite a beating. Konrad now getting across in that 279. He does make it, but that's going to be a 1v1 against White Rock, where neither of the two is really favored. But if White Rock keeps shooting like this, though, then he's going to make short work of that. Good bend there from Kubash from the side, actually. Konrad not feeling it anymore.
Yeah, Konrad there down to 1400, had to use his medkit as the commander got injured, I guess, there after one of the shots from the opposing 279. And now on that 1-2 line, once again, we see grouping going on by the side of W, who are just, you know, seemingly waiting and wishing for something to happen, as Monster there with the Hori trying to get into position here. I love how the camo mod actually changes the appearance of the Hori with that red and white camo for the Polish team of Invil. Ozek there taking a blind shot though, probably wants to reverse a bit, and the Hori also not the tank with the craziest amount of armor, so also Monster needs to be careful not to get blinded.
See now the rotation from the city, that double tank, they had 3 there, 1 left. By himself, he's going to be backing off as well. They're grouping back up on the 1-2 line, but there is a lot of Invil tanks waiting for this repush. A lot. I mean, look at the crossfire from behind.
Yeah, there is a lot of crossfire coming in. So far, not really generating a lot of HP difference, though, as W, the attackers here, still having some additional HP to work with. 1.5k, but obviously once you start driving in, that HP advantage starts disappearing because it's you going to be on the move. The enemy is going to have their stationary guns. They're just going to hit better than you. And W now that Itox is also here, seem to be poised to take that 1-2 line, not willing to fully commit in yet. But here come Hayes, come Danidan in the 260 and the 5 respectively. And I think as soon as those are here, it seems to be the case now that they're going to start pushing the VK72, by the way, from the back lines. He's going to be able to lay down the law. Not really a lot of DPM, but that alpha together with the 350 heat pen is going to be very, very good. And now the repush starts coming in onto the low HP 260 of Piotr, who should be the first focus.
Piotr here going to be in the first 260. He gets immediately deleted by W's push. Marcel is going to be the next one, actually. And W has plenty of tanks here, but look at the swarm of red tanks that are trying to come back in. Invil coming back towards that corner. They might even try to repush this by themselves, but I think they now realize that that would be a bad idea. Too much coverage. Yes, CRV and the Hori covering is not going to be a good time for them. They're about 3,000 down. Now Konrad getting swarmed in the middle. That will isolate Kubash on his position as well. And so far, so good for the side of W, who just roll around the corner, delete Orchek, delete Getsai as well. He just gets blown to pieces immediately. As now Panzer Fury is going to be biting the dust, and W coming in strong on this first round of Fisherman's Bay, repushing that 1-2 and making it work.
Exactly. Once again, we see that 1-2 repush by the attacker working out beautifully. Once again, the defender not really having answers. Monster spotted out in that Hori, gets set on fire even, adding insult to injury, down to 361, tries to evacuate to somewhere behind the house. Does make it there, but it's not going to remedy the fact that W still have 14 guns in the game. Meanwhile, Invil 5k HP down. Finally a second kill coming out onto Itox, but it's not going to help the situation here. The middle is slowly going to start falling for the side of Invil, and then the crossfire will be there onto the tanks that are in the 1-2 line here, trying to hold on to dear life. Dutch Bart with a good connection into Kubash, who's also trying to hang on here against White Rock, who's starting to peak. The Horido getting completely obliterated together with the 260. Only one answered kill here, but Invil, I don't think they can do it. They don't have the HP.
They don't even have the numbers either. I mean, W is showing some signs of over-eagerness, where they're trying to close out the game by just driving at them, which is against Invil a just horrendous decision, IMO, something you shouldn't do. And, you know, you could see them start to throw a little bit. And then they're like, okay, guys, stop, we're throwing. They settle back down and they come back in, and now they're just going to clean it up. And yeah, W going to be picking up the first round, man.
Exactly. So once again, the supposed underdog of the match starting off strong here. W with a good offensive victory here. 2 more kills in quick succession are going to make it. Only 2 tanks remaining for the side of Invil. Midnira's dropping now. Only T-Sec left to pick up the pieces of the Invil Fisherman's Bay defense here, driving away. Obviously, he wants to, you know, run down the clock as far as possible. His shot not going to connect here. But in the end, good stuff by W.
Yeah, just really decisive 1-2 repush. You got T-Sec as well, and that's going to be good for the boys at W. A strong start is exactly what you would want for a team like this. Against Invil, picking it up 1-0. Potentially, though, Kiwi, you're starting to look a little bit at Fish Bay attack, maybe being slightly favored.
Yeah, I mean, 3 games that we saw now, and 3 times the attacking team winning. I mean, it was in between kind of close and very comfortable.
Like how W is on -1. That's the wrong way around, boys. It's got to go up, not down. There's a 1 in both of those, just the wrong kind of 1.
Yeah, anyway, W obviously with the unexpected... there we go. With the unexpected lead in the match, meaning that Invil, a team that in the past have taken tournament after tournament after tournament, and no one seemingly able to even get close to stop one, losing their first game here. And honestly, they didn't really look good doing it. They had that initial 260 aggression on the 1-2 line that got punished hard, and then the 260s just got mopped up with no one able to support them. That, tactic-wise, just didn't look good by the side of Invil. And that is not something that we usually see by them. So, I mean, you know, it's early days. It's 1-0. We just saw one strat. We saw one, you know, game being played. But, yeah, Invil, normally a team with all-out aggression, in-your-face gameplay, always, just not looking up to the task in game number 1. So I am curious how this match is gonna unfold.
But for W though, amazing stuff. Yeah, Invil looks a bit indecisive there. You know? They were like, okay, we're gonna repush 1-2, guys. We're gonna repush 1-2, and then it's like, maybe we shouldn't repush 1-2. Maybe we should bail. And they kind of got caught like everywhere and nowhere. The Z5s were coming down close. They then got over pushed in return. Not too used to them from this.
And also the E5 as a tank starting to shine more and more, because you've got that very reliable gun.
It was always a good tank.
I mean,
haters will say it wasn't, but E5 is a very, once you get like a clue of how to play the game, E5 is a very comfortable tank to play, even with that massive cupola.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back in the day, the 15 E5 strategies on, I believe
that was
it was
the broken
Abbey.
That was the broken E5, though. That
was, you know,
that was
some of the viewers maybe remember Live IT. He would really smile at seeing all of those E5s back in the game. But yeah, you have that high pen, you have the good DPM that you're able to spread because the alpha is kind of lowish, but it's not even that much of a drawback because you're always going to out-reload, like Kampfpanzers, 279s, Chieftains, all of those things you're going to out-reload, so maybe you're even able to trade 2 for 1. And yeah, overall the gun is just so comfortable to play, so you love to see it.
And the hull is kind of trolling at an angle.
Mm.
If you're peeking with it frontally on an angle, it's not the easiest thing to pin.
Also, compared to an S-Conk, like the E5 actually stands a chance frontally against the STRB because you have that heat and you don't need to aim for the cupola like you would have to with the S-Conk APCR. So a lot more reliable even against those TDs.
Yeah, just all around comfy tank. It's making more and more of its appearance here, which is great. Let's see if Invil comes back swinging though. From W though, good stuff. Repush. Solid, continuing through, also solid. Game was over at that point. They have to be a little bit careful with endgame scenarios though, because you could see they were out of sync at some point, and people were just dying for no reason. And in a different world, if Invil had like 2 more tanks, you lose that game off of that potentially.
Yeah, although you have to say they did a very good job of stopping to throw. Like, you could see there was a point in time at which there probably was a call on TS like, hey,
Stop throwing.
Guys, stop throwing. And then they did that. So
it's funny how that works, huh? Just stop throwing, guys.
Yeah.
It's in the same line of if you're bad, just get good.
I mean, we are in the presence of one of the big World of Tanks philosophers right now, Frugo. I mean, he is the author of Lions. Like, bad timing can be bad.
Sometimes bad timing can be bad. I wonder what channel. There was a Discord server I'm in that had Frugo quotes, but I don't remember which one it is. And it's just Frugo quotes.
All the fun that we're poking at him, though, doesn't change the fact that right now his team, where he is the captain, is currently leading against Inwil 1-0. And Inwil, they did not look like we usually expect them to in 15v15 playoffs. They looked like they could be hurt. They looked like there were holes in their strats that could get poked through. W doing a good job. And the initial 260 aggression just went nowhere, and it seemed like after that 260 play didn't find an impact. Inwil was like, yeah, what now? And then they decided to, roll over and get stomped.
Well, let's see now. Also, Kihan, I have a very interesting GIF you have to look at some point. I posted it on a private secret Discord.
I will do so momentarily. So at least for the other match, we can now confirm that Jakafar was not rammed, but he did indeed flip his STRV and ended up just dying. Full HP. All right, I think the round number 2 in between W and Inwil is going to start though. And this means that we're going to see if Inwil are going to continue this non-showing, I guess you could call it, that we saw so far, or whether they're going to step it up a notch and say like, hey, we're still Inwil, and make their name proud and come back swinging into the match. They're trying to do so with an EBR, a Hori. We have quadruple E5, we have quadruple 279, also quadruple 260, and Ozek whipping out the mouse.
Yeah, W in return, triple 260, 679s, 3 E5s, a CS 63, a Yak Panzer, and an EBR 105 to round it off. Ali in the Yak Panzer. Let's see if he gets those big connections.
Yeah, 420 is the number to watch out for. That is the penetration value of the Yak Panzer here, as we do see that the teams have started to reposition themselves. Ali is going to go towards the red line, but those 420 penetration, they are just made for chewing through those 279s that are supposed to come to the middle, but we can see Inwil doesn't really have a lot of those, recognizing that the tank has been nerfed, so instead opting for a different kind of playstyle. Once again, we see the attacker with very, very aggressive plays towards the 1-2 line. Good job here by Mentos. I remember I saw some World of Tanks streamer outplaying a different one from exactly this position.
Cuckoo.
So Mentos probably doing the cuckoo there as well, getting a good shot into that CS63.
1-2 being taken here from the side of Inwil rather quickly. Marcel and Piotrix just taking a one shot taken there on Piotrix. But all in all, this initial opening, very much like Penguin, if you remember.
Yeah. Taking the D1 position there fairly quickly. Mentos feeling out the waters here in the 2 and 3 line. Does not get spotted in return, so he's going to fairly comfortably go into one of those bushes. That means he has basically the repushes or the rotations. He has those locked down. A3, A4, he's going to see everything there. There's going to be a lot of enemy or of allied tanks actually to shoot at any kind of rotation there. In the middle, one shot of damage taken by Piotrix in the 260. Nothing too concerning as of yet. And obviously the Invil tanks in the middle, they have to be so careful to not take the 1000 to the face.
Yeah, and the Akbans is at a position you don't usually see him. B6, B7. Not sure what extra angle he gets from B6, B7, but yeah, he's just going to be covering the outside of the 6th line. And there's the push there, but Invil now just making rotations. Going to start repressuring the city, I guess, as well. And for W, there's a lot of info given to Invil, though. If you see at the amount of eyes on the right-hand side, like spotted tanks, they have pretty good info about 7 tanks, 8 tanks right now.
Yeah, and this in turn means that Invil, they didn't really have to give up a lot of, HP to generate that info, which is good for the attacking team here. Invil, you can see they're taking it kind of slow after the initial 1-2 aggression that netted them basically a deep spot into the 1-2 line. And now we can see that actually there is shots starting to rain in on towards the middle. So the W tanks here needing to slightly adjust against an additional angle. And we all know that the more angles you have to adjust to, the more likely it's going to be that you're going to get penetrated here. And yeah, I mean, Invil, they still have 7 minutes to work with. And after the first round, they obviously need to readjust a little as to how they play. I think right now they are trying to play that slow and methodical game that they are very good at. That is the sign of a great team, is being able to not only play one kind of style. Like, we know Invil can be very aggressive and very successful with that, but we also know that when they slow play, they do it very well. It remains to be seen if they can do it here, though. Because W, I mean, they're down a bit of HP, but I wouldn't say they're necessarily down a lot in positions.
I think the biggest issue for them is the fact that so many of them have been spotted in the middle. Invil really has a good clue that either the city or 1-2 is underdeveloped, as in like very, very weak. And even if they don't pick the weak side, they still know that they have a pretty good chance of making it work simply because of the amount of tanks that currently are locked in the middle for W. And even then, they could decide, like, Frugo's position is not one I'm a fan of to take that, because he can start getting crossfired down and then just die for free. And that's just -1.
Indeed. But the adjustment by Invil still needs to come in here. Dutchbot taking a lot of damage in that 279, actually. Doesn't have the loader here right now, and in comes the push by W over the middle. The tanks that were spotted are going to start driving over. This is, in turn, going to spark the push by Invil on the 1 and 2 line. Frugo already down towards a one-shot here. The Polish Diamond having trouble trying to stay in this game just now on the 1-2 line, getting overpushed by superior numbers from Invil here. Is probably going to drop at any second in time, able to do one more shot of damage in towards Cat's Eye before getting picked up. And this game is still pretty close regarding the tanks, but Invil doing a good job of running down the HP that W have available.
Yeah, and even these tanks in the middle for W are just like, currently they're just getting crossfired down. They're getting shot from the city, they're getting shot from Mentos, they're getting shot from the front, from the left, from the right. They cannot hold this, and this is a trend we've seen with, for example, Aurora as well. And again, the attacking team just able to slowly but surely whittle down the HP of the defender and put them in a bad situation. I mean, W, yeah, sure, they still have 13 tanks, but the odds of winning this game are dropping rapidly. I mean, I think we're like at 20% now.
Indeed. I mean, the HP, they tell the tale. There's so much going on in the terms of crossfire for the team in red, for Invil. They are 7,000 up now, and it's not showing any signs of closing in. Like, whenever someone takes damage, for like 2/3 of the tanks right now, it's going to be a tank in blue here. Magic Duck taking another one. to the face here. T-Sec being Amarek, but it's not going to be a big worry because he's still safe behind the house and there's 4 minutes to play with. We can see White Rock and OP in the middle here trying to lock down those positions, but now Conrad with the full HP 279 starting to make a move is going to generate additional angles. Maybe onto Duck, maybe onto White Rock. Duck now down towards 782 and Invil just being very, very methodical about this.
Yeah, and Magic Duck just now falls to Kubash in the 279. Now the city pressure coming out as well for Invil. They're holding 1-2. Gonna pressure away Itox's position. Frugo down towards the one shot. Kubash needs to be careful though what he's doing. Monster here just trying to get some shots against that 260, but that Hori, if he hits, he's gonna pen where he's aiming. But you know, on range, the Hori is not that great, but it doesn't matter for his team as they're just able to clear the middle out. I mean, sure, Kubash falling for this because he made the one peak too many, but White Rock is going to join into the grave here, and Tegale just hit one of those big shots in the Akbander. Sadly, it's not going to be enough to get his team across the finish line.
Exactly. Now Frugo here trying to stay alive with his 279 respectively, but you can see Invil, they are starting to close in. Ooh, another big hit by the Jagdpanzer, but I don't think it's really going to matter. 5k HP difference, but the guns, they're simply not there for W anymore. They don't have the positions either to crossfire Panuka. Getting focused down in that CS is going to fall. Piotr rather, the next one on the block here. Itox now getting swarmed by Orzek and Pan's Fury here. It's going to be Pan's Fury in the E5 to shut it down in the northeastern part of the map, and now finally the push starts to come in onto the stronghold in the northwest that W still holds, but not for much longer.
Yeah, you can see Celestial Hands retreating to the red line immediately. He plays exactly like you. It's just crazy. Ali, they're hitting one more shot in this Jagdpanzer. We saw him do 4k damage on screen, but gotta talk about like how relevant this 4k damage actually is.
Yeah, no, he did the damage when the battle was essentially over, but I don't think Ali is to blame in that situation, right? He was doing exactly what he was supposed to with the Jagdpanzer still, which was kind of suppressing peaks by Invil in the middle without really doing a whole lot, but the game wasn't decided in the middle. It was decided elsewhere, on the 1-2, and also in the 890 line, where nothing really did happen, but that was because W couldn't repush there. They didn't have any assets left to play with, so the flanks being lost, while the middle was not generating an advantage, was essentially what, lost W the game here. And now Cap is going to go through. This means that W still have the faster attack because it took Invil a bit longer, but you can't fault them for doing it. It was just super methodical. I mean, Conrad on 1 HP, literally 1 HP, but that's all you need.
That is indeed all you need. 4 Fisherman's Bay rounds, 4 attack wins. Starting to see a small trend.
Indeed, a trend starts emerging. But once again, I have to say that personally, I don't really see a huge issue with maps being attack favored. It makes for more dynamic gameplay, in my opinion. But I think the question on everyone's mind right now is how much damage did Ali actually do? And it's going to be almost 5k.
Yeah, but again...
Yeah, the damage was dealt when the battle was over.
This is just like the average Super Unicorn POV, man. You do nothing, you bait your team, and then you walk away with 5k, you know?
But yeah, perfect hit rate, 555.
Monster, on the other hand, his damage, more relevant. The 6k there from the Hori, pretty good.
I mean, he was getting good shots, basically, I think, in towards the middle as well as the 1-2 line. 22-14-8, but then again, you already mentioned it, the Hori, not really the best tank at dealing damage at long ranges. The pen that you have only carries you so far.
That tank is so amazing, though. It's such a good tank. I love the Hori.
I haven't really played a whole lot of it, but
you should,
the matches that I played with it were pretty fun, I have to admit. But yeah, this means now that after map number 1, it is 1-1, all even, 2 attack victories picked up by either team. And now we're gonna be transitioning into a map that we haven't seen so far today. It's gonna be Cliff. Cliff
won't change much, though. I mean, in terms of gameplay.
Yeah. I mean, we saw like 260s and 277s being used over chieftains in the past anyway, so I do concur. Cliff is probably the map on which the least changes after the 279 and chief nerfs. It's an interesting map regardless, though, especially to see Invil playing there, because historically, like, if you associate one map with Invil, it's probably going to be Himmelsdorf, but if you have to name a second, it might be Cliff.
Yeah, they've been very, very good at Cliff in the past. And I can't wait to watch some rocket booster gameplay.
Yeah, To the Moon is maybe where they want to take their gameplay here, as the introduction of the BZ, at least in 7v7, has had considerable impact on the gameplay. Was there actually a 15v15 tournament?
Yes. We had
With
BZs already.
BZs?
Yes, there was.
We had BZs already.
There was always BZs on either side.
So yeah, we'll see. I mean, the BZ not only can it go to the middle pretty fast, it can also push other tanks, because basically the way how the rockets work is that for a temporary amount of time, your engine power gets increased by 100%. So it's not only very useful for getting yourself into position, but also for getting others in position that have uncapped top speeds. For example, like IS-7.
Yeah, it's great for, if you're near a cliff and your team is showing an onslaught, just like fly. Like this cliff.
I saw people in the past there having incidents in CS63s after picking up the strikes and being in strike view. Not gonna say who it was though, but several different people.
I don't know who it was. Definitely not me.
I am so careful, by the way, whenever I have a strike on Cliff, not to go there with CS. All right. Game number 3 in between W and Invil, though. And I think Cliff is the map that is probably going to make or break the match here for either team. It might be a 1-1, which wouldn't be the end of the world for either. But there is obviously the potential for a quick and clean 2-0. And just, taking into consideration the history that both teams have, or in the case of W, it might sound harsh to say the lack of history. I think Invil is more likely to take it.
Yeah, me too. They're just so their general team play and cohesion should be just that notch higher. If it's a straight fight.
The Invil players in the past have done magical things when it came to shootouts and focus fire. Like, actually magical things. The W players obviously haven't been together as long, so there is going to be probably slightly less cohesion here. Invil coming into Cliff with an EBR. We have 4 CS tanks, we have 4 BZs, and the rest is going to be 6 260s.
And W, on the other hand, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8 260s is yes and STV. 4 BZs and a 50B, but Invil bringing back the EBR.
Yeah, so the EBR actually not that much faster than in CS63, especially when the CS starts mounting like a purple turbo or something like that. But he obviously can generate this info like slightly earlier. This in turn means that Invil have like 14.5 fighting tanks. Meanwhile, W have 15, although I have to say I'm not a big fan of the STB. I say it every single time I see the tank. Mentos there going around with his EBR immediately, and T-Sec and Monster with the CS63s getting split off. They want to try to make it to like G2-3 to offer up that crossfire. Double 260 also getting sent close. T-Sec taking a lot of damage here on the cross, down to 426, is probably going to try and make a hold down for Monster here. But both Yuzek and Frugo with the positions against the CS63s. And now those two 260s that get committed close are actually dead in the water. I'm not sure that this is the decision here for Invil to send those 260s close, as they do start over pushing the middle.
Yeah, they do start over pushing the middle, but Piotr and Profus, they're definitely making a mistake for still committing upon that one. They're down a lot of HP right now in these positions, and it's just going to be a free repush from W across the south side of Cliff, and this game is over. It's done and dusted. There is no comeback here normally for Invil in this. That double 260 of Piotr and Profus should have cut the losses, Gihan, and just bailed.
Yeah, exactly. Like even with the CS63s, maybe turn around because they just got obliterated. Now we see W with 4k HP advantage, double tank advantage as well, able to crossfire in the middle here. Panuka and Just in the BZs in the north part of the map. They just need to stay alive here or to waste the time of the tanks of Katsai, of Piotrix, of Kubash. We can see Just now finally dropping off here, and if they want to continue after him, they're going to be out of the fight. This is now where we see W coming in through the middle. The HP starting to close in, though. Maybe Indel doing the magical comeback once again?
I take back what I said, because W is again having a little bit of issues with closing out the game like we saw in Fisherman's Bay, but these ones slightly more severe as they're now actually giving back an opportunity to Invil to win this game as Hayes falls in his 260. He repushed from the D2 corner for no reason whatsoever. Panuka there, the one that is still holding the crossfire for the side of W, but his loader is dead. So that's a very long reloading BZ. And now though, Invil could still bring this home, but W still has the positions to play from though, and the HP.
Yeah, W with both HP and positions, and now Dutchbot here fully loaded with that 50B can shut down that middle repush if it should happen by Marcel, by Never. And we can see already W trying to make a concerted effort here to take a lot of tanks towards the hill, towards those elevated positions. Frugo already with 1500 HP up there, and I think through the 1 and 2 line we actually see a repush by W on the minimap currently on towards one of the 260s. They will also have free shots onto the CS63 as Dutchbot just falling here. Piotrix now in the fight against Yuzek. Magic Duck can't really do a lot, and now Panuka boosting up and over with his BZ is going to try to close it out here. 3 kills in quick succession for the side of W. Invil starting to run out of steam.
Yeah, finally W is putting the nail in the coffin here, because that came way closer than it should have been. Again, they started throwing, there's no other way to put it, making bad repushes and bad moments and bad peaks that almost give Invil back a round that they should never have a chance in. This crossing to F2, okay, but a double 260 not cutting the losses was pretty bad.
Yeah, once again, I said it while it was happening already. The double 260 being close, just easy pickings there. That was not where you wanted to be. As we can see the beautiful W camo, but once again, it's going to be W putting up a point on the board. They're going to be up a point once again. And Indel, they didn't have the reactions in this game. Like, yeah, they had a pretty cool opening, although I have to say that it looked kind of standard as well. But the reactions that we saw coming out by W were very good, just capitalizing onto the mistakes that Indel was making. Shutting down that double CS, shutting down the double 260, immediately transitioning from donut into middle. Perfect gameplay, and then starting to throw, but stopping to throw once again.
Yeah, lucky for them. I mean, they got 4 tanks for free, bro.
Yeah.
Double CS, double 260. And then, I mean, Invil had an EBR, but Mentos did his damage, like 3.5k, can't fault him for that. But losing 4 tanks like that and allowing the team to repush across the F line for free is 90% a loss. Because there's nobody in the back, like K5 or whatever, to hold crossfire, so they can just repush the F line for free. And W is attacking, which means they could easily just put a guy on the cap and hold positions and just win the game for free. But they tried to close, they tried to kill Invil, and again, you could see there though that they're lacking some cohesion and end game gameplay to close that out without looking like they're going to give it away, which is a bit scary, to be honest.
I mean, there was this point in time where both of us were like second guessing ourselves, right? Because we had written off the game already for Indel, and then it started to look like the Indel magic was happening again. Obviously, W was then able to, you know, stop their misplays, essentially. And then some good reactions by them as well, repushing through 1-2. Like, basically creating a lot of smaller engagements where it matters that you have the basically gun and HP advantage. That was exactly what they needed to do. Like, aggressing everywhere at once in a controlled kind of manner. But yeah, Invil definitely showing that if they even get so much as an inch of space, of entry space here, they will take it. They will try to force themselves back into a round. Not happening this time, because I think at that point in time the round was just too far gone, honestly. But yeah, W showing signs of strength, but also signs of weakness. Still though, 2-1 in their lead.
2-1 indeed. This wasn't really what I consider a straight fight though. I want to see both of them just go mid and have a good old-fashioned fight. Yeah. Because this was take away Piotr and I don't know what the second one was.
I think it was Profus.
Yeah, Profus. If Piotr and Profus got the losses and just stopped the corner earlier and started reversing and then run back to the middle, they have 2 extra tanks. And it could make a difference there. But for W, the opening was great though. We can talk about Invil donating tanks, but the donating of tanks happened because W put themselves in a position to pick up on those double CS crossing and the double 260 chroming across to help as well.
And this in turn means that I called it make or break map for either team here. The first round of it goes W's way, so all of a sudden Invil really having to, get another one on the board in the next round. Otherwise it would be a W with the triple match point. And Invil obviously faced with dropping down into the lower bracket. I don't think I ever saw them dropping down straight in the first match. I think they always at least made it to the upper bracket finals as long as I've been spectating those tournaments. So it would be a pretty big upset. We are not there yet though. Invil coming in with 1 STRV 99907. They have triple CS and the rest is just going to be 8 260s.
W in return, though, double CS, a Force B. He doesn't have the onslaught ability. 4 907s, so 50B, double 260, and 5 BZs to round it off.
So, double autoloader for the side of W, but honestly, the Force B, you can only use it in 1-2 line, and Invil is going to respect this. They're going to send a lot of tanks toward... Actually, quite a big split here going on for the side of Invil, sending only their medium tanks towards the upper side of the map, everyone else going towards lower. Interesting STRV position, and now it's going to be a shootout in that 1-2 line, as the double 260 is already in it, but W following through.
W following through, but that STRV position is actually huge. Schlusselhand, the first one to get focused. Oh no! They're getting Keyhand, but the good thing here for Invil is look where the red tanks are positioned right now. They have the ramps, they have the upper ramps as well, and W is forced to commit up because they don't have another choice. If they sit here in the lower side, they will lose because they can't win the middle. Invil could just pull back tanks at any moment, and this is a slaughter! If you've ever seen one, the STRV from D1, the tanks from above, HP even trading blow for blow, but the positions are so much better for Invil that at some point they will just generate that extra HP. Mentals will die on the hill, but that is something Invil just has to peel a few tanks towards, and it's already amazing W is keeping track of the HP right now, but there is the swing, there is the repush from Invil, just coming in and cleaning up those tanks before the middle tanks come back in for W, but still, it's not as clean as you would want to. W trying their best, but still, Invil currently in a commanding lead.
Invil currently with the commanding lead indeed. Even the SGRV able to contribute his DPM continuously into this fight. The 907s are the only ones left here. Now though, Piotr with the Foch starting to come back in. 6 shots available. Fluffing the first one onto Kubash. Is going to get the second connection, but gets completely and utterly shut down here. Invil 8.5k HP against the 2.5 by W. Tanks dropping like flies on both teams, but Ali there and Panuka got it all cut out for them. But this fire is going to, well, secure the victory for Invil, who are avoiding the match point for the opposing team. Piotrix there with a non-connection in speedy mode in the SGRV, but Invil are going to finish it off, are going to equalize the scoreline, and are going to look damn good doing so.
Yeah, and there's the issue that Invil was just so much quicker because BZs are fast, but they're not 260 on flat ground fast. That fast they are not. Those 260s just pick up their speed, they run around the corner on 1-2, and that's the issue there you saw. They immediately have all the upper positions. And that's why the split is actually better than just driving all from 1-2 like W did, because there is no crossfire coming in. There's nobody coming in from the top to alleviate some pressure. They're all just sitting on the top and just picking their targets.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I found it very, very impressive how basically the Invil mediums started to basically come like an iron fist from above, just securing the upper ground there, just not giving W an inch of ground in this game. They weren't able to break out of this contain that was basically happening, and the crossfire just completely brutal there by Invil. It was very impressive how W was able to like keep it kind of close even. So like good shooting, good focus fire on their part, but the positions that Invil had taken just ruining the second round on Cliff for W.
Yeah, and that was good from Invil, just winning on opening, basically. And then deciding to repush. I mean, they could have also peeled and just killed the guys coming back from the middle, but the SRV position for this was huge. D1, we saw it first from Boba with the 14 to 60s behind it, I think, played. And yeah, it does really work well for this kind of a game. He has tremendous DPM. So good stuff from Invil.
Yeah, also I think good baits by Invil. Basically, their lineup, they didn't really reveal a whole lot of how they were gonna play or split, because like the SGRV, yes, it did very well in the position that it was in, but it could also just go A5 and then Invil just plays, a long game. Keeping W in the dark was kind of the key here, I think, because committing the heavy tanks through the bottom, then the heavy tanks get focused first. That is never really what you want to do if you're a W, right? You want to focus out those juicy mediums to get the DPM out of the fight, but they completely weren't able to do that. The mediums came in from above, they had control over the situations, they could peek when they wanted to, they could drop back when they needed to. So good stuff by Invil here, very, very convincing round. I think the fastest attack we had so far. And this means that, from one of the maps that you associate Invil with, we're now going to go to the second. It's going to be Himmelsdorf.
Yeah. What kind of dark are we talking about, though, Kihan? Dark as in, you know that it might happen, but you don't respect it? Or dark as in, the data center is not working?
I'm gonna get flashbacks about the data center word. But, yeah, I think...
I mean, if you want, I could drive there, Luxembourg is not that far.
Please give them my greetings and...
Quick fix.
To fix their servers. Finally, I also get to say something like this. Anyway, though, we are gonna watch round number 5 in between W and Invil, and obviously this is the upper bracket here. So this means that this is not going to be the end of the line. Instead, it's going to be at least 2 more games. And W, even though like the last round was impeccable by Invil, like really perfect opening, good execution, nothing really to say about this. W losing essentially on opening, just like they won on opening the round before. But that is actually the Invil we are used to, the one that we saw last round. And now comes Himmelsdorf, the map that we have seen Invil with the all-out, incredible aggressive plays and just, not even giving the enemy time to react, just grabbing those rounds, never letting go of them. So I expect great things from them. For W, it's going to be, are they going to be able to, hold out against the aggression, or are they just gonna falter? I think that's gonna be the story of Himmelsdorf.
I've already spotted 4 Keyhand pictures, by the way, so far.
There are, I think, 16 in total. So yeah, our observers obviously having at least some fun with, painting pictures of me all over the maps. Who do you think? Or how do you think this is going to go? Is Invil going to close it out on Himmelsdorf? Is W going to be able to do that? Or are we headed to tiebreaker?
Invil wins 2-0.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same thing.
I don't know why. I just feel like now is the moment W just fails. Himmels is a very complicated map in ways. It's a very easy map if you just push all the time. But outside of that, there's a lot of layers to it. And I think Invil will have the upper hand here. They usually have really, really good Himmel strats.
Yeah, indeed. They seem to just have it nailed down perfectly sometimes. Even the aggression that we saw by Invil a lot of times through the courtyard, through the middle of the map, and then the opposing tanks that were in the windows, not used to that kind of aggression, just failing to evacuate right from the get-go. And then, either taking a lot of damage or just dying straight out. That is something we've seen in the past. And also, I think we're going to have to pay a lot of attention towards the setups that Invil is going to bring, because most of the time they bring kind of, a lineup that has sort of the same vibe to it as past lineup, but they keep reinventing what they do with this kind of similar lineup. That is one of the things that has carried them a lot in the past, I think.
I'm just happy we get to see Hand on the big stage. Finally. What we also
Alright,
get to see on the big stage is a lot of 60 TP scan.
Indeed, W bringing 6 of them, and then one more super heavy with the E100, one IS-7, one Kampfpanzer, double 279, a Batchat, double CS, and an E4.
Invil, on the other hand, a bit more normal. Double BZ, double E100, double 50B, an IS-7, 4 E5s, and triple 279. 60 TP is a giga tank, though. It's very, very good.
It is not only Gigaton, but also Giga Chad tank, 750 alpha. Obviously, the penetration kind of on the low side, but since there isn't that many 279s in the enemy team, it actually doesn't really matter that much. Struggles sometimes a bit against E100 turrets, but most of the time it's fine. Just and T-Sec, they're exchanging spots, and now W already revealing what they want to do, sending those 60 TPs through the 3-line. Batchat in the back doesn't really get spotted there for crossing over, so there's going to be some crossfire, and Profuse taking a tremendous amount of damage in his 279.
Yeah, these 60 TPs, they're just going, not stopping. The CSs are now pushing down 1-2 as well. Hand actually gets all the info on the hill. The ignite from Itex on towards T-Sec, who just dies trying to run away, but he is not going to make it anywhere. So Whitetruck swings around the corner. Quick kill for him. Quick HP lead as well for the side of W with that 3k extra. And there's 4 tanks pushing over the hill though. Schlüsselhand getting chased down by those BZs. Might not make it around the corner because I think there's 2 more tanks coming. He gets tracked, he gets held. That's going to be Keyhand down and out as the 50B actually hit a track shot. They're just going to continue pushing down towards the base, make him a one-shot. Somebody has to finish him though.
Somebody indeed has to finish Yuzek as he does fall down in the backlines. There was Ali waiting with the E4. He's going to get at least a shot or 2. The Invel tanks now starting to drive and transition back towards Banana here, not really going for the cap, and we can see the Invel stronghold in the Mercedes. Cat's-Eye just getting peppered here. Kubash, Konrad, both of them falling. Magic Dog now with the cross in towards the cap with that CS63 starting to get the cap pressure going. More tanks being committed on towards the cap circle as Cat's-Eye falls to the ground. Now Profuse the only one left in this situation here against Itox with the 60 TP, and now Piotrek starting to clip out onto Piotr. But honestly, if there is one single tank that you want to get clipped out on, it's the E100 with that meaty HP pool. Mentos now starting to come in here with the BZ, trying to get a shot at the lower plate, does pick it up, but cap still the issue here for the side of Indel, who are also down in HP, 4k at this point. Dutchbot taking a tremendous beating, but the cap, it's not getting reset here. Marcel, he seemingly has a few shots at the I7 and now never needs to make the peak of his lifetime to reset once more. 2 seconds, 6 seconds, 18 seconds. Cap has been reset, but this was costly.
This was indeed costly. Still a 4k lead, never actually falling for that. Completely down and out. They do find that E5 there. Panther Fury and Minero starting to clean it up. Piotrix now reloading, and Whitetruck actually bouncing a 50B because Piotrix does a really good job there with gun blocking. Beautiful stuff. You don't very often see that from a 50B to do that, and he's actually going to live because of that. That could be huge in the end game. Every tank alive at this moment in time is amazing for the side of Invil because they do have slightly extra tanks. You got to remember though, a lot of that HP is on that E4. 2,250 of it is located on Ali, who is currently at C3, not really contributing to this fight. Mineros tries to make it around the corner. He does make it. Now Mentos coming back in as well, and it's still an HP lead for the side of W, but they're starting to run out of those tanks.
Indeed, pickups left, right, and center. A lot of one-shots here, and now Panuka coming around the corner is able to secure the kill shot, and Piotrix falling as well. This only leaves 4 tanks alive by the side of Invil here, as Dutchbot does the flank onto Mentos. We'll have to see, is he able to connect those shots? Mentos may be able to get one more shot. A bounce coming out of Dutchbot here onto towards the back of the BZ. Check is going to turn around, is going to give a shot into the BZ, who is in turn able to put one into Dutchbot. That was a shot he did not want to take, but still the fact remains, it is a 3, make that 2 versus 5 situation. Ozek getting picked up, leaving only Piotr.
Really the last remaining man here, and it's going to be W to put themselves on match point as first team here. Yeah, there's a world in which this goes differently if, for example, T-Sec doesn't get just deleted.
But there is also a world in which the W tanks don't suddenly start bouncing 50Bs.
True.
I mean, there is a lot of good things to say about what W did this round. There is also some nitpicks we could do, but in the end, Ali, with the kill shot on towards the 50B, is going to lock in the 3rd point for W, meaning we are on match point for the underdog here. Invil, after one of their signature maps, trailing now 3-2.
Trailing 3-2, and those 60 TPs, man. That big alpha. A little bit of fires come in as well, which was unlucky, but you know, if you're not using that experimental HP, it's on you. Itox actually doing 6.5k. That is a lot.
Itox, they're putting the team on his back, and Tsek there on the other side. I mean, I was talking about players in the windows not evacuating on time. I said this was going to be an issue possibly for, you know, W, but in turn, it's Tsek there completely getting caught with his pants down. I mean, yeah, getting set on fire doesn't help, but then again, he was picked up on 100 HP by a 60 TP, so it probably didn't matter anyway.
Well, it probably doesn't matter, but yeah. All around, that W push there with 60 TPs,
I mean, most of the 60 TPs didn't really have the greatest of impacts, as we can see, but then again, like, it's not only about the 60 TPs doing damage, like, OP and Itox, by the way, with very, very good showings here. Ali also with that E4, almost 5k, but those 60 TPs, like, if you're fighting them frontally, they can be extremely annoying to deal with. We see that a lot in 77. It's starting to become a theme here now as well, because I think a lot of the 60 TPs actually had quite a lot of bounce damage.
Yeah, I mean, 60 TP is kind of trolly. Like, sure, you can pen like the driver's hatch and like under the gun, left and right, but you have to aim for those. And
you have to aim, and he can like also gun block if you have heat.
60 TP and 1v1s is one of the most annoying tanks to play against. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of being face hugged by a 60 TP in Onslaught, but his gun is so big, that's what she said, that it's like basically impossible with a heat gun to do anything against it, because he's just constantly gun blocking you the whole time.
Yeah, 60 TP, and I mean, it hasn't really been a tank that we saw so far in 15v15, but with the I guess almost disappearance of chieftains from this format now, maybe we're gonna see more of those, because honestly, like, 750 alpha is 750 alpha, and I know I sound like Frugal right now, but it's very, very annoying to trade against those tanks if you can't just straight over push them, because in the long run, the 60 TP is always going to be able to have a comfortable time against you, because, well, you're not going to be penetrating him every single time, and he just has that big alpha that if it connects, well, you've just done a bad trade, period.
And it also likes to set tanks on fire.
Yeah, because of the big alpha means big module damage as well. So yeah, you continuously run risks trying to take trades against 60 TPs. Yep. W, I wouldn't say they reinvented the wheel here, but very good stuff coming out of them, and I would say deservedly so. They are on match point right now against Indel.
Unexpected. Unexpected. I mean, we did say that this tournament is going to be one of probably surprises and potential surprise winner that nobody expects.
Yeah, Penguins getting shut down earlier today by Aurora. Another one of those surprises. But we'll have to wait. I mean, Invil, it's still another round of Himmelsdorf that is going to be awaiting us, and they did have a very, very quick attack on Cliff. So if they manage to take this one down, then they would have probably tiebreaker choice, which is always very comfortable to have. But they need to win this Himmelsdorf round now, otherwise it's going to be them in the lower bracket. Pretty unexpected situations. Normally, for them, it's like, yeah, on day one of the tournaments in the double LM bracket, we play one match, and that's it, because we win it.
You do get to pick the tiebreaker, though.
If they win the round now.
If they win the round, of course.
Okay. You think W is going to take it? I'm still doubtful.
I believe in Invil.
I think I do too, but then again, both of us said that, you know, we thought it was going to be Invil 2-0. I guess W just, keeps surprising us positively here in this match. Yes, there were some rounds in which Invil just looked like the Invil we all know. But I guess, lack of training coming in here for Invil as well. They look like a team that can be beaten indeed, which is a scary prospect if you're an Invil fanboy.
Yeah, it is indeed a scary prospect to look at for the Invil fans. But Invil now coming in with what seems to be 7 to 60s, 5v5s, W100, and a 50B.
W, on the other hand, coming in with quadruple 50B, quadruple E5, 1 CS, and we have 6 60 TPs once again. About that singular 50B, I think I mentioned it tournament after tournament. I'm not a big fan of the singular 50B because it cannot clip out a tank. Especially since, there are HP modules now giving you even more HP. You need 2 50Bs connecting every single shot to clip out a single tank on the enemy team. And with a singular one, yes, you deal 1600 damage, but the other tank is going to be like, now Invil here with a, I guess similar opening. Position-wise, they are sending tanks through the 3-line here. Piotr is going to make his way towards the G2-3 position into the hull down. He's going to be able to control a lot of what happens in the 8-line. However, now a lot of those tanks by W, they do get spotted here. In comes the repush with the 50Bs. White Rock there taking the first damage in his 50B. Not really what you want to see. Piotrix there in the 50B getting focused out as well. And now W, they will have to get the good trades in the 60 TPs. Are they able to do that, though, is the question.
OP Hacker kind of peeking by himself there in that 60 TP. Not sure what that trade was for, but he loses a lot of HP, and this is currently a dead zone for the side of W. Driving down the 8-line, getting plowed in the 8-line as well. And Invil with a commanding start here, just able to shut down this repressure with relative ease. I mean, yeah, you have those 60Ps, you have those big alphas, but this time around, Invil has every crossfire they could have ever imagined to hold this 8-line repush. And that is not what W wants, and that is exactly what Invil needs.
Yeah, Invil here just with perfect reactions, almost organically, just showing what they're made of. Every single tank seemingly knowing what to do, going into the holddowns, going into positions. Finally, the first kill coming out for the side of W, but it is too little, too late as the HE penetrations into the backs of the 50Bs start adding insult to injury. Danidan there, unable to pick up Never in that 260, who's able to put one more into Haze, but that's not even gonna matter as Invil once again put the pedal to the metal and floor it here with aggression, netting themselves a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and that this was just a very good round from Invil, and W getting outplayed immediately by this opening. That was just a perfect move against what W wanted to do, and then they forced down this 8-line, which looked really rough to watch, There's any children here, they can be moved outside.
Yeah, realistically also the tanks that started pushing in that 8-line, the only real tank that I liked seeing there was the 60 TP, the 50Bs. They just looked kind of lost, honestly. They were out in the open, they took shots, shot after shot before even being able to start clipping out, which is obviously not what you want to have happen to you if you're a 50B player. And Invil here, just looking extremely strong. Once again, it is the sort of, story of the match right now that Invil, whenever they win a round, they look like super, super good doing it. Like right now, it feels like Invil was the stronger team in the rounds that they won compared to
I think
W.
that's only because W threw in, like their first win from W on their, what did they win? The first one was Fish Bay, right?
Mm-hmm.
That should have been super easy and clean. Then the Cliff should have also been super easy and clean. And the Himmels wasn't. Sure.
Yeah.
That never could have been. But I don't really know which one I would say deserves to win more here.
I think it's deserved tiebreaker is probably the best thing we can say. But if we take a look at the damage numbers, especially by the W team, the issue with the 50B is not really getting to where they need to be to start putting on the hurt, because the 50B only really starts paying off once you get past clip number 2. You see here, White Rock 1 shot of damage, Ali 2 shots of damage, Dutch Bart one clip. And then you have Magic at the top, but yeah, that is 1 out of the 4 50Bs working out, and 3 basically just being dead meat.
Yeah, I don't know. It was just a really good opening from Invil. Like a really, really good opening that really just put W immediately in a position where they didn't want to be. And as a result of that, you could see this 8-lane repressure, which was, well...
Yeah, and the thing is, Invil, I think, put themselves into the position to have an easy round here. Because, for example, Piotr in the 260 taking that hold down, that also spots the entrance into the banana. That basically meant that there was like these crucial 3 or 4 seconds early warning system for the Invil tanks that were situated even close towards the 8 line. And as soon as they basically saw like 3 or 4 50Bs starting to come in there, they could readjust. Like, if you get caught with your pants down by like 4 or 50Bs, then it can be really bad. But they had that information early. They were able to adjust. And we even saw that 60 TP, I think it was OP, peeking
OP.
out of the 8 line, and he just got completely obliterated for that.
I mean, he
So
did do it one shot, though.
he did do his one shot of damage, but almost losing your entire tank in the process is...
You couldn't do that with a chief, dude. You'd be dead immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't remedy the situation, though, and Invil now, I'm being informed, chose a death on Sand River. So we saw a few Sand River rounds today already.
Crazy, dude, crazy.
But both of them ended up with the attacker having fairly comfortable wins.
Very comfortable wins. Neither of the two struggled.
Neither of the two struggled, no. And that leaves us in a very interesting position.
That means they have something
now.
really good, or they think they have something really good.
It makes me very curious as to what Invil has prepared here for Sand River, because Sand River is one of those maps, right, where if you have the tiebreaker choice, you're like, yeah, we have the choice, but it's to pick.
The last team that picked Sand River defense went out of the tournament that way. I remember it well because it was rain and was still playing.
I do recall it vividly.
It did not work out.
Yeah, so that makes that choice even more curious. I mean, we saw some interesting tries to defend it already, like with the Badger there not working out in A1, with the STRV not working out in A1, always the 279s close to the cap that we're defending, getting completely shredded. But then again, we saw sort of a like similar style of defense by both teams earlier today, by both Aurora and Penguins, where basically they were trying to pull off some north defense with passive hold at the cap. Both of that, obviously, like it did not work out at all. So maybe Invil has something different prepared for us. Obviously, the Chieftains being nerfed, that means that you can't really counter-aggress on the K line as much if you're defending, which is maybe why we saw the defenders both times going north Sand River. But yeah, it's all theory crafting. I mean, we've seen 2 rounds today. Maybe Invil knows more than us. No, definitely not. I mean, Invil were the ones to introduce that K-line meta, we just go shootout and we just win. Which other teams have tried replicating against Invil. I think it took Aurora like 7 or 8 tries to beat Invil once doing that. Let's see what the teams are going to bring. I am very curious how many Chieftains we are going to see. If we're going to see Chieftains. But actually, that secret now getting lifted, as it is going to be quadruple CS, quadruple S-Kong, 1279, and the rest being 6 260s for Invil.
W, on the other hand, though, 9 KPZs, 1 to 60, 2279, SRV, and an EBR.
Yeah, so the KPZ definitely making its appearance here. I mean, it's worth saying that the KPZ has kinda lowish heat pen with 320. I think that's the same as the 279 now. But there aren't a lot of 279s on the Invil team, so I don't think the KPZs are going to struggle pen-wise against the lineup of Invil that are opening in a different style of fashion on their defense. They're sending double CS north, a lot of tanks middle with the 260s, but the S-Kongs are going to go K-line, and all of the info has just been given up by the team of W here. All of those 279s and KPZs getting spotted. Ketsai taking one for his troubles in his CS, though.
Yeah, and the mid push immediately for the side of Invil, but this is going to be a mid push that doesn't stop there, I would imagine. If you look at the way that the Z60s are driving, this is mid and true towards zero line. This is something different than what you see very often. This is exactly what they're going for.
Yeah, and Just right now does have a few good shots onto the 260s here, but not much more probably as the 260s push into the dried out riverbed, and this in turn means that Invil on their defense, I would say this is something we would see on the former CIS cluster a lot. They've taken a lot of positions away from the attacking team here. They've almost got W cornered.
Yeah, and W is actually not stopping whatsoever here on the K-line, which is 100% the correct decision. They're not allowing Invil to set up with these S-Kongs, which puts them in Panzer Fury and Ortrek in a bad position. Not too sure why all of them decided to drive towards the outside, but now they have nothing to really do from this zero line, and they have to do something from it.
Yeah, exactly. The superior amount of tanks by W just winning the day for them right now in the southwestern area of the map. You can see a lot of the KPZs that really have a good time on those ridge lines here, and this is now forcing Invil into the repush over the open ground here. They're taking a lot of damage for this already. You can see Uzek there evacuating with the 279 already, but the story of the game is that W, they have more HP, they have more guns available, they're gonna get more pickups here with Ozek, with Muscle, and then the KPZs, who are not the slowest tanks by any means, are gonna be able to retransition into the southeast engagement here that currently Invil is winning, but that's about all they're getting this game.
They made a really big mistake there, Invil. They put those two S-Kongs towards the outside, towards J2, J3, which gave up the 279. They would have been better if they all four played from J1 and tried to cover the 279 to the best of their ability. They would have done far more damage, and they may have potentially even won it if W doesn't do a very good push. Now that there's two on the outside, they just run over the 279, then run over the S-Kong, and those J2, J3 positions are really just not that good.
Yeah, and we can see now Ali preventing Invil from overpushing here in the southeastern part of the map. T-Sec dropping down towards a two-shot. Yes, Never is still very healthy, but just from above, he will just be able to lay it down here. Monster close to his own cap. He'll be the one to maybe attempt the reset. Does get spotted here now, though, in turn for putting one reset. Panuka in the EBR gets picked up, but Kubash in turn dropping, and now T-Sec down towards a one-shot. Frugo the one to pick it up. Never probably going to have to evacuate into the ditch. And now W just pushing exactly that key in the southeastern part of the map. Profuse, Mentos, Piotrix, all of the remainders of the Invil team trying to do what they can, getting good penetrations, but it's going to be too little, too late. It's going to be W meeting Aurora tomorrow for the first game of today in the upper brackets finals. A match that, you know, probably a lot of people didn't expect to happen. And in the lower bracket, we're going to find both Penguins and Invil.
Yeah, indeed. And W here coming out and bringing it in tiebreaker. Would it have changed if the four S-Kongs played together? Maybe. It's a big maybe, though, potentially. For Invil, though, yikes. I mean, they're not used to this going into the lower bracket immediately. I don't think they've ever gone into the lower bracket from the first match. They've gone into the lower bracket from the upper brackets, though, like from the final match, and never in their first match.
Yeah, and there is a big difference in between dropping down from like the upper bracket final into lower bracket final and dropping down here immediately. That's like 2 more matches that you have to play and win. Because if you give up even one of them, then yeah, you're out. And the thing is also, like, lower bracket is best of 5. It's not best of 7. I mean, W would have won in either format, best of 5 or best of 7, but it just takes away so much room for slip-ups. As we do see the damage numbers here, but I think it's not even about the damage that was dealt. It was simply about the way that W reacted to what Invil was doing. And Invil had the problem that they committed a lot of 260s towards the zero line, where they weren't really able to have an impact, and then the good reaction coming in with the Kampfpanzers just overrunning the S-Kongs that didn't really play together that well. Also, there was one 279 by Invil that just got caught out in the middle of nowhere by the KPZs. But yeah, in the end, W, I would say, proving to be the better team. at least today, and locking in their spot in the grand finals. For Invil now, it's down in towards the lower bracket, where they will have to show us that, they are still the team that a lot of people have to come to love watching. Because it used to be in Blast in the past. We saw some glimpses of that today already, but
Overall, not good enough from them, though.
Yeah. So surprisingly weak performance by Invil, I think, is how we could characterize this. But anyway, Ducky, I think for the time being, that's quite enough from the two of us. Let's see what Insane and Eek have to say about it. Take it away.
And welcome back. So that was messier than I was expecting. I don't know about you. It was a little chaotic in almost all the games.
Yeah, I mean, I have the feeling after watching those two first matches that the teams definitely didn't prepare enough, especially having a different meta with the Chief not actually being used like in the past. And on top of it, I have the feeling there's a lack of interest because most of those teams, usually they are performing much better. And you could see that in many rounds, you had some very aggressive tactics that were pretty much gambles. The teams were not as much prepared, as much set. They didn't have all the rotations or reactions in mind. And it translated in the gameplay, like you mentioned, a bit chaotic many times. W, though, taking the victory. I mean, I guess I was the only one giving them some credit, actually calling the tiebreaker there. Invil is going to drop in the losers bracket, and now it's going to be complicated for both of those teams, because even if they are playing against NTMG and CTR, it's a BO5.
So I'm totally not changing my score prediction right now for the W to win, just because I think all the casters have been off so far. Definitely betrayed by Keyhand up to this point. But here, yeah, as you said, it's at least the lower bracket is going to be, I think, very competitive, because normally you tend to have one strong team drop and then stomp through. But yeah, this time it looks like there's some favorites that are going to be battling out. I know right now we've got some replays for you to analyze. I believe they're going to be popping up in a second, so you can take us through those, and then let's see what we've got.
So yeah, we were starting on Fisherman's Bay, and this defense from Invil was just not well made, because you could see how much spread they were and not ready for that one-line push, which is a pretty common reaction. W actually not hesitant, going for it with a good amount of tanks, and you could see that Invil, they tried to rotate and go for the repush, but it was already too late. The E5s are not the tanks capable of doing that mobility-wise, and you could see those 907s were not there on time. So I have to say that W, for that first one, they went for something very simple, but it was well executed. And from the side of Invil, the reactions were not on point.
Yep, so it was a very different game to the Aurora versus Penguins, as you mentioned, both in terms of team organization throughout the map, but the reactions as well. I don't know what they could have done better. At least W seemed to be sharing hit points pretty well, but I don't know if that was just destroying the enemy before they have a chance to react, and here again we get to see it once more.
Yeah, next up, Invil was actually having good control on their attack. You could see that HP-wise, they were up 4k, and W tried to go for a play, tried to go aggressive over the mid, but in return, they are going to lose some ground in the 1-2 lines. And honestly, on that round, you could see that Invil, they played slow, steady, and it worked out for them, because W in their defense, once again, the positioning and also the angles they had, that was not working out. We have seen that a lot of times, actually. Many teams actually trying to go for some passive defense playstyle and not working out, because due to the fact they are lacking some preparation, some trainings. You could see that many times they were missing like some key points about some angles, some positionings, and often the team attacking, we saw that on Sun River also, finding some weaknesses and actually forcing the team defending to go for some random pushes.
And would you say this comes down to... Oh, I'll let you go through this first before I ask again.
And then, yeah, Cliff, I mean, good stuff from W to go for that opening, actually with the double 260s straight to the rock to counter the CSs, and Daki mentioned it correctly. That's a huge mistake from the side of Piotr and Profus to stay at that corner with the 260s, because they're actually allowing those tanks from W to just press W and take them out. In return, they're going to overpush the middle, but they are not going to catch much, just Itak's going to drop. You could see that both BZs, Just and Panuka, went back. Anas is also going to drop, but in return, you can see this repush happening on the middle, And even though W, maybe it was a bit of a start of a throw because they kept on pushing with some tanks, they still managed to take it at the end 2-1 on Cliff.
Yep. I was hoping for somebody to at least flip their tank on Cliff. It's usually the map that we see it the most, but we'll leave that to Jakefa.
Yeah.
Do we think a lot of these tactical changes is down to that vehicle meta shift?
Not necessarily on Cliff, because the Chief was not very used. It was more likely BZs, 260s. So I don't think on that map we've seen many changes. There, what's interesting to mention is that Invil is actually faster than W, and you're gonna see that. They have more tanks committed in this donut for that fight. They only have one tank left on the mid, and on top of it, they are winning the higher ground, forcing all of those tanks from W on the lower side. In return, they also have the S tier VIP providing an amazing crossfire and a lot of damage. So I have to say that Invil completely countered what W did on this Cliff round.
Yep. After this point, it was just pretty much a turkey shoot. I don't know if you've seen the screenshot from PhilX yet on Discord, where that's a lot of tanks in a small space. That must have been pretty chaotic to try and command there. Is that where you would try and give instructions, or you just let people do what they need to do?
Oh, in those scenarios, this is very chaotic. Everyone is shouting, the focus fire, and so on. In those sort of roles, this is often chaotic, but this is also needed for the synergy, for the focus fire, and so on.
Yep.
But next up, we're on Himmels, and you could see that W was actually going for an aggressive tactic. And once again, we can see that the team actually making the move is getting rewarded because they're gonna get T-Sec on the way. Invil, in return, is actually pushing the zero line with some fast tanks, the BZs with the turbo mod, trying to possibly get the cap pressure of A6, but W is too fast. You'll see that they're going to reach the cap fairly easily and force the tank from Invil to abandon that idea and come back. But HP-wise and position-wise, W is just superior in this round, so over time, they're going to get the victory.
So I felt that decap was a little unlucky there. But yeah, overall, I think again this is where this was one of those maps with lots of chaos and it being messy. I know it was Invol's favorite, but it was just there was just everything everywhere on the map. Yeah.
Yeah, too many misses from the side of W. I think Daki also mentioned like 60p missing, 50b one-shot blocking the shot with this gun. So yeah, it was not the greatest performance from W. You could see how dominant they were overall in the round to still win it, even with all of those mistakes. But next, it was the opposite. It was actually Invil going for the aggression and actually showing what we're used to see with Invil. Some very good tactic, aggressive tactic. You could see all the positionings working well. Probably the communication here too, handling that play from W perfectly. This was just beautiful. This is what we're used to see from Invil, to be fair.
Yep. You do see a lot of that red cluster with the occasional crossfiring on there, where I don't think it was really there on the previous round, right?
No, not really. But I mean, overall, what's interesting from the side of Invil is that they're going for some aggressive opening, and they don't need to really push further. Then they can kind of freeze and just let W make the mistake into being out of position. You could see also the 60p overpicking over the donut to try to get some shots in the courtyard. And then they just need to press on the isolated tanks, just like they did with those 260s. It was perfect. But to end that match between those two teams on Sun River, you could see that Invil tried to go with a tactic that involves baiting W. They want W to panic and to rotate back too much tanks over the base to actually win the JK line, but W is actually not taking the bait. They keep the perfect amount of the KJ line, they keep the perfect amount of the base to hold if Invil would go for a push, and this is complete domination from them on this tiebreaker. This is perfectly played.
I was going to ask, do you think that was due to a map they practiced a lot, or do they just know what to expect from Invil here?
I think that on this map, we have seen in the first match, teams that tried to play passive on their defense that didn't work out. This seems to be very attack-sided. So Invil went for something aggressive involving a bait. W is a pretty experienced team. I mean, you can see the names, OP Hacker from NA, Magical, like Trugo even, which is one of the most invested FC lately. So they definitely knew how to react against this sort of opening, and they punished Invil for it.
Yep. So, didn't go the way we expected, but let's hope. I am hoping that we are going to have a change in the SRT feeds because our data center is finally back. So hopefully the quality of the gameplay feeds that we're going to get from the observers will improve. I'm just waiting for a nod from the show director right now, and hopefully we'll get some info. Other than that, while we wait for this, then we can hopefully show you the drops asset in case you haven't already claimed those. We're going to be able to show you what you can earn so far today and then tomorrow when you tune back in. So here you can see for today, they're waiting for it. There we go. The 90 minutes for the personal reserves and then 180 minutes for the large consumables. Tomorrow, of course, then you will have a chance of premium time, a tank, or some styles. I have to ask you, which is your favorite style?
Probably the first one.
Oh, cool.
The one on the left. I wouldn't recall how it's what the name was, but yeah, that would probably the one I would enjoy to get from the mystery drops. I mean, on top of it, you also have the premium tanks. Obviously, I guess most of the people would hope to get that. But yeah, that's a pretty cool feature. You just have to watch 4 hours total tomorrow and you get the chance to get any of those. So that was pretty much it for the winners bracket for the BO7s. Now we'll be covering some BO5s. So this is going to be very punishing for the teams because so let's say you go for one map and you go down 2-0. This is already pretty much match point for the team taking the lead on the first map. So I have the feeling even though Penguins and Hinville, they are definitely the favorites against NTMG and CTR, if one round is going wrong, that can be very costly.
Okay, so I am getting news that we need to buy about 5 minutes for those feeds. So let's see what the predictions are so far. So right now we have Daki going with 3-1 to Penguins against NTMG. Keyhand also doing the same. You're doing the same, and I'm going for the 3-0. So I'm not sure why there's no faith in NTMG. I might change my vote right now. And then I know that we have the predictions for Invil versus CTR. And what do you think you're going to go for there?
I mean, CTR is probably normally the weakest team out of all of those that made it to the playoff. And we have to give some credit to Invil. So I will definitely go for Invil, probably a 3-1, 3-2 victory. But talking back about NTMG against Penguin, like we have a 50-50 prediction. I mean, Penguins, they have great players. They have been having amazing performances in the past. They also have positive, for example, the FC of the team that was winning lately the last tournaments in 15-15 on the RU cluster. So definitely one of the team you would expect on the top. But after watching their performance against Aura, I think we should give more credit to NTMG.
Mm-hmm. Well, so far the community have been the ones showing us the way, so let's see how that goes in future. I know there's been some huge point gains here, and I'm curious to know just how badly Daki is doing on channel points. How are you doing so far on those?
Oh, I didn't really involve myself, and that's probably a regret because I was actually the only one correct about W. Actually predicted for them in the tiebreaker in the last match. I mean, I was expecting a close match between those two. I heard that Hinville was not as much prepared as they did in the past, and also they don't have Barbarian, which is a very key player in their lineup when he's playing with them, because I think that we saw in their gameplay that sometimes they were lacking one actual proper FC to make the calls. They were a bit slow on the rotations, the reactions, and even though they are all experienced and they all have good ideas, sometimes you just need one man to actually make the call, because you can miss out. For example, just time-wise, they had the lead on some rounds, but they were a bit slow on the reaction. So I guess that they're a bit weaker without him on this tournament, but they're still going to get another shot at the losers bracket.
So for those that aren't familiar, can you kind of let us know what the FC would normally be involved in for these matches?
I mean, for Inville, Barbarian was the FC for a long time, and then probably had some issues within the lineup, the roster, so he's not playing. I think it's also maybe due to the fact that he qualified with them for the 7v7. He maybe wants to focus on this and on streaming overall, so maybe doesn't want to involve sometimes for 15v15. But they still have experienced players like Monster, Call Me Piotr. All of those guys are capable of leading, so that shouldn't be that big of an issue. Regarding, like we said, Penguins, it's definitely a positive guy that is also leading the roster on the RU cluster. And then you have CTR. CTR, this is the team that is Czech based. I see some names like Sakalito, for example. So I'm pretty surprised that they made it to the playoff. But that's definitely going to be some old names that we used to see like years ago in those tournaments. And NTMG, that's also a Ukrainian-based team, if I'm not mistaken. Those are pretty young and talented players that are getting a shot at those tournaments. And I think in the last 15 tournaments, they made it all the way to the finals of the losers bracket. So definitely gonna have to respect them.
Okay, so I'm getting the nod that we are good to go for the casters now. So let's hope all the observer feeds are back onto the quality that we used to have. Thank you very much, Insane, and we'll pass you back to Daki and Kihan now.
He's a ghost. He's a ghosted. Yeah, hello and welcome back. We've seen the two upper bracket matches. Now we're going into Penguins against No Timing. Of course, if you're wondering why No Timing is in the lower bracket, that is of course because of the group stages. They were third in their group, which means you don't get that second chance. But Penguins, coming off of a tough loss against Aurora, are going to try, of course, and make their way further into the tournament. And just like that, he reappears. Unbelievable.
Yeah, welcome back, and
I
thank you
honestly
for...
prefer the chair though. Can we go back?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I get the same thing on my German streams that, you know, people tell me the gameplay improves when it's the chair. It is what it is. I have to cope and seethe with it. But yeah, basically we are now in the gruesome reality of the lower bracket, and I think Insane and Eek already touched on it. Penguins, normally not a team that you would expect there this early at least, and so Penguins, Ukrainian-based team, now going to play against No Timing, NTMG, also Ukrainian. So we basically get a matchup of the transferred teams, battling it out who is going to be the better one, and we immediately jump into the first round here. NTMG bringing a double EBR, 1 STRV, 1 Badger, triple Chief, 1 SCON, double 260, 1 IS7, and 4 279s.
Against Penguins, 1 IS7, 1 Mouse, 4 279s, double Conk, 5 Nano7s, an STRV, and a singular EBR to end it off.
Yeah, this looks very Morovanka-esque, and indeed that is the first map we're gonna be playing. We haven't seen it so far yet today, but there have been changes recently, mostly towards the 1-2-3 line, and I think we touched on the topic already, that the defender, they have to make some very, very early and deep commitments if they don't want to, like, get cornered by the attacker here. Penguins sending Flamesong up very, very early on, trying to get a lot of info. He doesn't see any tanks on the A line, though, and Dreamer there with a deep commitment with his EBR respectively does now finally see Flamesong. They do exchange spots, but the important thing is that Flamesong doesn't see how many tanks by NTMG are actually starting to drive towards that 9-0 line. The spread by Penguins, very, very even all across the map.
Yeah, very even, and they're not really going to challenge the forest too hard. They're keeping some control over it. They're keeping a lot of tanks in the back. They're pushing up a singular 279 because, you know, you can angle up and give the info. And for No Timing, it's full force basically, which is going to be a bit of an issue in the long run if Penguins can figure it out. If there's no push here for No Timing, it's really bad to be full forest ammo. Like the box does not work. I have not seen it work in quite a while.
I mean, so far Penguins doesn't really know, right? That's why we see them very, very cautiously advancing on the 1-2-3 line. But at some point in time, they will find out that there is essentially no one except for the EBR in C6 that is in sort of a passive bush. Some tanks by NTMG taking damage on the 9-0, starting to drive back. And you can see how careful Penguins are approaching this 1-2 line here. They don't really trust the fact that, you know, there is going to be no one. But now Flamesong finally starting to make a move in the EBR. He's not going to get spotted there, intuitioning to a different kind of ammunition. Beast taking one in the 279 somewhere else on the map. But now I think it's going to become more apparent to Penguins how NTMG are wanting to play their defense.
Yeah, I think they're very, very aware now. Ooh, but there's a repush though. The timing there of no timing, we couldn't see that because we're watching first person, but a 260 pushing back across of Vitalka, where Dreamer in quick succession catches Flamesong, but Flamesong actually gets the HE connection against Dreamer, and then Positive comes in with one more, so an even trade.
An even trade indeed, even slightly favorable for Penguins here, because those EBRs on Muramanka, they are such important assets. Yes, they don't have a lot of DPM, yes, they don't have a lot of pen, but they just can roam around so easily, especially in the later stages of the game, right? When there is not a lot of tanks remaining on the map, then those EBRs can really work wonders, especially because there's so many bushes, so many trees, so much room to play with as an EBR. So taking this much damage on Dreamer is going to be an issue, but that being said, obviously no timing. They do have double EBR available. We can see here Shelby still full HP on the full spotting build. And the S-Conk of Selael now getting sent up through the one line is going to take a singular shot of damage by the 260. Both of them spotted now. I think the S-Conk should be hold down. And Penguins there waiting on the 9-0 for a push that might or might not come.
It's a bit baity though by Penguins. I mean, if another guy pushes across now to A3, they would do absolutely nothing to it. So they're like really counting on this instead of just like making sure they take out 1-2 with enough forces. Would like to see one more tank there, but it could work out for them. I still think it's too much relying on the baits. Like the sure, man, they see us push down 1-2, they'll push 9-0 line, and it's not happening.
No, and why would NTMG do it, right? They don't really have a lot of info. They know that one S-Conk is in B1. They know that there is at least a couple tanks in the forest. But other than that, they have no information as to the whereabouts of the team of Penguins. And so they're doing exactly the right thing as the defender. They're running down the clock. Sometimes that's all you need to do. Vitalki here getting spotted and respotted in that 260 time and time again. The S-Conk trying to take a swing at him, not connecting though, and we can see now here all the tanks by NTMG, they're lined up, they're waiting for the Penguins to do a move, because in the end, the Penguins are going to have to be the ones that need to initiate some action somewhere.
Yeah, they're now sending out the I7 as well, which is Brain Breaker, and then probably Positive and SLL, or just Positive and Brain Breaker will push on towards the 260, leave the S-Conk behind to cover. And if nothing happens, they get a 260 for free. If there's a repush, well, they'll simply repush 9-0 line themselves, as they will generate an overmatch.
Yeah, and now we see the beautiful tournament camos that get made for every team specifically, because essentially right now there is not really a lot to watch otherwise. Nico Heinz there in his mouse turning around now. Brainbreaker getting pushed by Positive is not going to take a shot of damage for this, but this is 3 tanks now that are getting sent to deal with one only. So there is an overmatch here in the northwestern part of the map. Vitalka is going to spot him out and is going to be like, yeah guys, I'm dead.
Yeah, I think he realizes that he even misses the shot. Brainbreaker misses the shot also. He'll do probably one more shot of damage, I would assume. He's going to do it
maybe,
to the 907. Maybe 2, because they're missing
maybe
a lot.
2, yeah. We'll have to see. I mean, some non-connections going on there, but in the grand scheme of things, this just means that Vitalka is dead here. Brainbreaker, they're even coming in with the shield for Positive. You can see even on such high HP, those guys are very careful with who takes the damage, and obviously the 907, with the medium being the more important tank in that situation, does get the shield here. So good micromanagement by the players of Penguins that are now starting to try to convert their HP advantage into something countable on that 9-0 line. That EBR by Shelby, though, is going to come in clutch for any kind of spots on towards the cap. I don't think the ISM realizes that he's perma-spotted.
No, but they...
Positive. Look at the damage he took.
Yeah, I think they'll realize now that there's somebody on the 6 line somewhere spotting them as Positive. Took a lot of damage, and now that's going to spring the 0-line attack with the 279 leading the charge. Skittle and Aka there trying to be the ones to take the damage. Little going over, followed by the rest of the team. They're just trying to generate an overmatch here against the first IS-7. Crossfire coming in from behind as well. They need to pick up Yo, and that IS-7 there, bleeding quite heavily for it, but they can progress from hold on to hold on now. Nico Heinz with the mouse coming in to Stoke to be the sponge here for the damage, but Skittle down towards the one-shot, Beast down towards 900. So far, No Timing kind of holding on here in this position. Nico Heinz is on fire. He's burning. I mean, yeah, Brainbreaker's getting the info here, the spot, but they're starting to slowly run out of health. They're down a little bit of HP already here. Shelby still a nuisance in the side, keeping them spotted. Brainbreaker forced back, actually. Shelby picks them up. They say thank you very much for the kill, and Penguins push here, not currently generating too much.
Exactly, Stone not getting picked up here. Finally, Rambo with the 907 sends him to the garage, but those tanks by NTMG, they are living for so long here. Little now also down towards a one-shot. CLCK there with the 279 trying to stay behind the wreck of his fallen comrade to be annoying as long as possible, able to pick up another kill here before getting shot down. And now there's probably going to come a repush by the players of NTMG. I'm not sure how exactly Tansov in that Badger dropped so low in his tank respectively, but NTMG still with a 2k HP lead, but they're kind of boxed in. The only wildcard for them is one of the EBRs. I think that might be Dreamer here, in behind, back behind their lines. He's able to gun to sidestep, to backstab. He does outspots Flamesong. Flamesong, though, with a good HE connection, should be able to pick it up here if he doesn't exceptionally low roll against the EBR. Tries to come in here, is going to try and get the connection. What is he doing, actually? And Shelby does get the pick off.
Yeah, he's got outplayed there, actually. He actually got outplayed by Dreamer, and the time is also very, very, very low, which is a big issue here. And I don't know about this Penguins push. I mean, Positive is chasing down the EBR, but he'll never actually catch Shelby. Shelby will go D-spotted and then just bail out of that, which means that they'll have to do something on zero line, but the SRV already fell back to A0. No timing with the box. Aka actually kills Ice. Interesting.
Yeah, now Rishek here with a shutdown onto Aka, sending the team killer to the garage as well. And the 907 there, Clowns, he's trying to do what he can there as a brawler, but the 907 isn't really made to do that. Rishek, they're taking one more, but now Floki and Block, both of them just forming a wall against all of the players here, and you can see Dreamer with the next outplay onto the next enemy tank here. Shelby not really getting found by Positive. Positive down towards a one-shot here, has to be careful himself, but it's not going to matter at all. Two more quick kills by the side of NTMG. Make that a third one, leaving only Positive alive. 13 seconds on the clock. Shelby there with the swing, with the hit, with the connection, is going to send Positive to the grave, and NTMG pick up the first round of the match.
Yeah, I honestly feel like, yeah, sure, NTMG hold on to their defense, but that to me it seems like a Penguin miscalculation. I know it's easy to talk in hindsight and when you see everything on the minimap, but they also have kind of the same info as we have. A A-line push with enough tanks, let's say 4, not more, with one behind covering, will generate kill onto the Badger and Eskong for free. And the thing is, you cannot hold the position where the Badger is when you don't have the Forest, because he can get shot from everywhere. So he can sit hold down towards one side, but he can't sit hold down towards every side. I mean, sure, you take some damage getting across, right? But the biggest difference is that once you are across that, anything that tries to repush A-line just dies. It just dies from the Forest. And the positions from the timing, they're all in the lower side of the zero line, which means that they're not actually able to shoot A-line at all. You get where I'm going with this?
Yeah, exactly. And we did
once you kill A7, the game is over.
Yeah, and we did actually see the Badger drop down super low. So there was crossfire available, and if Penguins actually managed to like,
they just needed one more tank
shot
to push across the A-line with, like another 907 or whatever. lead the charge with the I7, put the 907s behind him. Even the Kong can come. Like, sure, the Badger does like 2k damage, but then he just dies. Anything that plays fire further behind him is just dead. Like, anything that then repushes also dies, and that just creates like this crossfire on zero line that is impossible to deal with for no timing. If they repush zero line, they die. If they repush A-line, they also die. Pushing zero line is the thing that they wanted the most. And even then, they should have done it with all their tanks.
Also, I feel like the crossfire on the the focus fire on the 9-0 line by Penguins wasn't really that much on point, because one, the IS-7, like Yo-Yo, it felt like an eternity that he took to die. And then the 3 tanks that were like in the next ditch, at that point, the push had already run out of steam for some reason. Like, there was a lot of tanks, a lot of DPM, a lot of HP committed into the push, but they somehow weren't able to snowball against 3 tanks that were at the front. They took super long to kill the IS-7 as well, probably got hammered from the back lines at that point in time. Yeah, I understand that, but you need to be able to focus fire. You need to generate kills fast to take the possibility for those guns to shoot back at you out of the equation. And Penguins just didn't do that for whatever reason. And in the end, no timing. I mean, it looked kinda a bit shaky at one point, but I think Penguins made just about enough mistakes that NTMG, with a, you know, not really the most exciting or ingenious defense strategy on Moravanka, if we're being completely honest, just were able to, you know, bring it over the finish line and make it 1-0. And once again, like, all of us, the story of the day continues, right? All of us going with one team, but the other one taking the first round.
Yeah, but I really think that Penguins just donating. They seem either really amazing or really weird.
Yeah, now round number 2, sides are going to be switched. It's going to be Penguins defending, and we said already that Moravanka normally is considered to be a map in which the attacker, it's the attacker's game to lose, and I think that is also what we just saw. It wasn't really the defender completely overwhelmingly showing us a stellar performance, because I think, and it might sound brutal, it was far from it. They got the win regardless, but it was far from a stellar performance. It was just Penguins not really executing well. And now we'll have to see, no timing on their attack. Double EBR once again. 1 STRV, we see 5 279s, triple 260, 1 mouse, double KPZ, and an i7.
Penguins, on the other hand, triple S-Kunk, triple 279, a mouse, an i7, an EBR, an SCRV, and 5 907s to round it off with.
5 907s for the defender is a pretty offensive lineup, I would say. Yeah, and indeed, a lot of the 907s starting to drive towards the middle. This means that they're going to get a lot of positions very fast, but the 907 being a medium tank, in a prolonged like brawl in the middle of the map, it wouldn't really have the sustain that some of the heavy tanks do. So Penguins probably betting on that, you know, that they can surprise NTMG somehow with those pushed up 907s to be able to generate kills quickly, or maybe just to be able to shoot at some EBRs. They're waiting for some cross here onto the northwestern part of the map through the inside, though. We, as the all-knowing observers, obviously know that that's not really going to happen. Squeeze is going to make it towards the church. Not really a doubt about it. Nico taking one in his mouse. Brainbreaker as well. So the first shots of damage actually going the way of NTMG.
Yeah, Nico Heinz is continuing forward. He finally realizes that it's not possible. Yo with a brave peek there on towards the back of Brainbreaker actually manages to get the connection. No timing so far, doing a good number on the size 7 on this mouse. But they do have to be careful. Again, they're very much centered around 1-2 line, which gives up 9-0 line. If Penguins would capitalize upon this, they would get so much for free. But right now, I don't think they want to.
Yeah, now we do see that Penguins, they are sort of entrenched here in the back of the map. Interestingly enough, they're 907s. They've made a transition out of the middle of the map, and now they should be appearing at the low end of the screen as they do. Quadruple 907 going to start some kind of push somewhere, but we do know that NTMG, they have quite a few tanks here, and those 907s, they can be very, very squishy. Nico Heinz, they're down towards one shot in his mouse. Doesn't really want to drop right now as long as the 907s are still out of the game. And now the 907s are going to collapse onto that double 260, but Rishek has crossfire. Those 260s have a lot of HP, and I think there is even tanks that NTMG could commit in here. The 907s do have a lot of DPM though, so the 260s are probably going to try and evacuate as Yo-Yo gets overpeaked by 3 different Penguins tanks, falls to the grave.
Yeah, no timing now, a little bit behind in this game. They're starting to repush the 3 line, but they've already lost 1 to 60. They're about to lose the second one as well. And this 907 repush, as much as it was spotted early, it was the correct move. They get so much out of it. 1, they generate kills onto the 260s. 2, they generate kill on towards the IS-7. Dry is there and not in a good position. And now they force no timing to just drive down the 3 line. But look at these 907s and what they're doing. They're just swinging towards the outside because they also realize that this repush is coming. They don't want to sit there and just fall to it. Nice shot there from Rishak, actually flying in a very good position in the SCRV to cover. They do need to kill the mouse in the middle now, though. Exquisite needs to die there in that mouse for them to be safe under. And they also need to reinforce at least Fly's position.
Yeah, Squeezy now down towards a 2-shot even for the 907s. Love there from the top with the 279, getting a good penetration on towards one of the 907s in turn, though Little picking up Squeezy. And as the dust settles, yes, the HP are kind of even, but Penguins, they've taken a lot of the map here. Although the 907s, they're kind of in crossfire from that K-line position. This is why we see them scattering towards the winds. That is the EF line right now. They're probably gonna try and shut down that push that NTMG is attempting through the 1-2 line with those 907s from the back. Little and positive though, down towards one shot. The same for Click here in his 279, who does get picked up. Rishek taking a humongous amount of shots with Iset driving over with the S-Kong. This is still anyone. So we go back. Lucky, you here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think. Well, hello there and welcome back. After some slight technical issues, but I think we should be just about ready to head back into the games. Right now we are in the match in between Penguins and No Timing, which is a lower bracket best of 5 here in the September 2023 Clan Showdown. And I guess Penguins not really a team that we would expect.
I love Kian. He's able to speak without his mouth moving. It's just
There we
he's
go.
like-
I think I'm back.
Yeah, that was impressive. I don't know how you do that, but like you were like fully stationary.
You know, like the people that
Speak to
you know,
their belly.
ventriloquist, I think
Ventriloquist.
is what they're called. But yeah, as I said, we are back here with the September 2023 Clan Showdown in the best of 5 in between Penguins and No Timing. So at least 2 more rounds in between those two mostly Ukrainian teams, even though, like for example, on the No Timing team, we have Rishek, who you would normally expect on maybe the Invil team. For him, it doesn't really make a difference because either of those teams, Penguins or Invil, both of them are in the lower bracket right now.
Yeah, they're indeed both in the lower bracket. 1-1. No Timing there. I think they had that last game if they were ready for any sort of push, and they weren't. They were rotating, they got caught out, and that is an issue, of course, for them. They were always trailing because of that. And it's weird because Penguins always had to make a move. Losing an i7 and a mouse for free would be very hard to recover from. If they push down 9-0 line, you just push down 1-2. So I think they should have stayed on the 3 line. And if they were ready, they could have taken it away. But Penguins, good timing, good move, bring it back. Now on to Sand River. Let's just say we don't want Penguins to play the same defense as they did before.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we talked about it, that basically Penguins, they had a showing on Sand River, and their own attack was actually very, very controlled. Aggressive, yes, but not overly so, just taking position after position after position, really demonstrating against Aurora, the team that is now in the upper bracket final, that they do have a thorough understanding of how to play Sand River. They do have a thorough understanding from the attacking side. From the defending side, they essentially got sort of beaten by their own attacking strategy. Like, they sort of played the same defense that we saw Aurora play, and they got beaten exactly in the same way. The 279s close at the base just were useless entirely. They got shut down before they could have an impact, and after that it all started snowballing out of control. There were tanks by the enemy team getting committed on towards the cap, and then the resets just became more costly and costly and costly. They had to suicide tank after tank, and from there on it just spiraled out of control. So I think towards the attack they don't really need to make adjustments, but the defense definitely needed.
That's really needed for sure. I mean, imagine they just play exactly the same defense and just lose exactly the same way.
I mean, I would expect more than that from a team that has made it this far, has made it to the playoff stage, because I mean, they played qualies, they played group stage, and they didn't play it to just lose twice in a row in playoffs. I think they definitely, like, their probably their own goal is at least still at this point in time making it to the lower bracket finals. I think that is something that is not out of the realm of possibility, but we'll have to wait and see. We all thought that they were going to be the ones putting themselves into the into the upper bracket finals, not even the grand ones, but
Oh, that's true.
we
At
saw
some
Aurora
point.
dominating.
Grand finals too at some point, Key. Just a little bit premature, to put it that way. Now they have the longest road ahead of them, right?
Exactly, and it is an extremely unforgiving one, simply because like lower bracket best of 5, and like at this point in time with a 1-1 scoreline, you're essentially one map away from tournament elimination.
Yeah, because it is best of 5. So next round is match point for one of the two teams, no matter what. Who? You sticking to your 3-1?
3-1 would be very, very harsh for either team because, I mean, we've talked a lot about
But you
Penguins
predicted
before.
3-1.
I did predict 3-1, but the thing is that, you know, I gave Penguins before this match sort of the benefit of the doubt. Like, yeah, Aurora is the team that has won the last tournament, so you know, even if they lose there, they're still a strong team. But now in the first round, they showed some weaknesses and no timing really. Yeah, they surprised me positively. Yes, they lost the other round, and Penguins had some you know, I would almost say ingenious moves with those 907s, but I'm not so sure anymore. They look like they also can be hurt.
Yeah, I don't know. They haven't looked very convincing to me yet. Which is like a bit scary. It is supposed to be a really good team, but it's like kind of hit or miss right now.
So, yeah, I think we are just about ready to finally hop into game number 3 and between Penguins and No Timing. The winner of this round is going to be the first one on a match point. So both teams are going to try and make that happen. It is going to be No Timing here with Artillery. Vitalka bringing the Conqueror GC. Gun Carriage, together with 1 EBR, triple S-Kong, 1279, triple 260, 5 Kampfpanzers, and an I-7.
And an I-7 to round it up. No I-7s on the side of Penguins. 3 260s though, double 279, 4 S-Kongs, 4 907s, an SUV, and an EBR.
How long has it been since we saw Artie in the playoffs?
A long time.
Literal years, I think.
Some of them have just died out of nowhere. Really one of those days, huh?
It is sometimes what it is. But we do now see that the teams are starting to fan out. Obviously, No Timing with that Artillery are really going to try to play a passive game here and to protect that Kong GC from any kind of problems that they might have. Not sure what's going on with the Observer mod here right now, but we do see Vitalke with that Arty and the shot. The 260 did get unspotted, but obviously we, as the all-knowing observers...
You know, we need competitive Arty back.
Some people would say that.
Yeah. I don't think that this you know, okay, let's not expose ourselves as RD experts here, Kihan, but what do you think of the CGC as a pick for the RD? Because IMO, because of all these accounts having the thing called sound detection, and the CGC having a travel time of around 2 to 3 seconds, depending on the range that you're shooting from, the CGC is actually the worst pick IMO in terms of artilleries to play. The GW and the T92 or even the 261 are IMO much better choices if you do want to bring an ID.
Yeah, and now as the stun indicator does show up above Rambo, that's something we haven't seen in quite some time. We do see that the RD is not really having a proper impact, so to speak, as of now. It did like 200 damage, but in the grand scheme of things, like the tanks by Penguins have dealt more damage at this point in time. So, yeah, the next shot coming in, 244. I mean, yeah, it's 244 damage, but at the same time, it's only 244 damage. And they are onto a frontline tank. The 279 there is always meant to take damage.
Yeah.
So,
and they have two of them. They could rotate Rambo and Beast.
Yep.
No, I seriously think the GW or T92 would be a better choice. Yeah, I understand the arc is not that good, but if you hit it...
Sand River is large enough for the arc not to really matter, in my opinion.
Nice.
Shelby now taking some damage, and Rishek there in the middle of the map, minus 1100 damage in what felt like the space of 1 or maximum 2 seconds. Getting caught out there is Rishek, the Polish star player.
That's
here
a whole
on the
lot
lineup
of damage.
NTMG. That is indeed a lot of damage.
But no, honestly, like if you hit a T90, if T92 hits a 279 with the damage, it's just like 500, 600. So okay, bring RD, but at least bring the right RD. And Shelby there, also getting punished, and no timing. Right now, not having a good time.
Yeah, no, no timing. Currently losing HP. What feels like not really everywhere. I mean, it's not catastrophic or dramatic yet, but I just feel like the RD pick is not working out, and the plays that are being made are not the best ones either. Like realistically, Shelby there, okay, he tries to go up, he gets spotted, he takes a lot of damage, unlucky. But Ishak should never be dropping that low, that early in the game with a 279
Ego
of all
peak.
things.
Ego driving by Dreamer. It's like, block, move out of the way. Block's like, huh? What do you want me to do? Honestly, a
Yep.
K-Line repressure has the highest chance of doing something useful, but with Rambo's position, they will see it early. They'll be able to IMO just repush it, just take the 907s and go vroom vroom and go up and over and kill.
Yeah, the thing is also the S-Kongs there, they have a lot of HP, they have a lot of DPM, and, you know, the S-Kong, not the worst of hold-down tanks. And once more, like, yeah, 37 damage by the Arty is... It is damage, but it's not a lot. And, like, even the HE shell by the S-Kong actually did more than that, I believe, even.
I told you, I mean, I think it's the wrong already for this map.
Now, the repush starting to come in here, finally. NTMG after 4.5 minutes, where the Arty didn't really achieve a whole lot. They're starting to drive up with the tanks over the K-line. Flamesong here does have the radio equipment, actually, now that we see it. And, I mean, yeah, I've made the point, I think, like 3 times now. 75 damage, not a lot.
The radio equipment is... I use it on the RHM because it already has high V range. I don't know about the EBI though. But,
Ooh, does it actually influence the roll skill of the RHM in Onslaught?
What roll skill?
Like the
I
spotting
don't know.
plays?
I know, I use it in randoms. I don't use it in onslaught.
Oh.
Because it already has high base V range. It kind of works.
Yeah, it has like 420, I think, even.
I don't remember.
But yeah, Yo-Yo doing a good... RT 0 damage. Yo-Yo doing a good job here, taking the crossfire position with that IS-7. He's always going to be able to suppress all of them, simply because he doesn't have cupolas.
Yeah, but they're
now.
all coming. They're all coming.
They're all coming, however, and now... Oh, now Yo-Yo gets the spot onto the 907s, and NTMG are going to be like, ah, crap.
Yeah, this is really bad for MTMG. They're sending too many tanks to K1 IMO right now for Penguins. 2-3 will deal with this IS-7 in quick succession. The rest only needs to be moving towards, and this might actually be a big shot from Vitalka. Never mind. Even that doesn't really like land, and I think again that's the bad choice of the RT itself. But now Penguins has nothing to do but to push forward, continue. Love 8, Tansov, and Stone are going to be the ones on the chopping board here for the side of Penguins. And yes, they're starting to trail a little bit in the HP department because of the fact that they went with too many to K1 IMO. But now, again, they'll be forced up and over. This is how it works. This is how it goes on Sand River. They can't sit there because they will slowly die. The push has to continue. They got to generate more and more kills.
Exactly, they need to start snowballing here, and indeed the Penguins are pulling all of their tanks except for 1-260 in the middle of the map towards this brawl that is erupting. Crystal there with his Kampfpanzer down towards a one-shot, but Skittles as well on the side of on the side of Penguins down towards a one-shot. Kills happening left, right, and center. Penguins, they are trying to do it all. They do have the HP advantage right now, and Vitalka even spotted in that artillery, but no one is giving him any attention because the shootout is what matters. And Penguins, I believe they have done it here, as they do still have so many more guns available. Yes, some of them, a lot of them are actually one-shots, but it doesn't matter if you're just able to snowball it completely out of control for the enemy team, even fly in that SGRV, being committed to the brawl.
Yeah, imagine if Vitalka actually picked a good idea now. Legitimately, he would have done 4 times as much damage in a GW or a T92.
And also, he would have been able to easily generate kills here. Like, yeah, he will generate the kill onto cross.
Stunning.
Yeah.
Even a 261, man. I don't know, maybe the GC is picked for a specific reason, because it can hit, like, you know, near vertical on long angles, like really long angles. But even then...
Yeah, even then, let's assume you get like 4 or 5 perfect connections, like 400 damage each.
I mean, you pen
yeah.
S-Kungs in the engine, though.
Yeah, but the S-Cons, like, they know it's coming, so they will always try to angle somehow.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I really don't think it's a good pick. I don't know.
Yep. And now Beast here coming in onto Vitalka. The artillery turning and does get a connection here, but it's all not gonna matter. Penguins are gonna pick up this round, and yes, the HP still somewhat a bit close, but the low HP management, the gun management by Penguins, just very, very good. They realize that they need to continue there in the south. It was the correct decision. It netted them the round, and this now is going to mean that Penguins, after going down 0-1 in the first game, are going to be putting themselves on match point.
I honestly, like the way this game played out, Key, if they had like a GW, I think they win.
Possibly.
He farms the 279, man. Like, he really does farm the 279. And then you saw that one show and there was like 6 of them to get it. He would do like at least 1,000 there. I mean, 1,000, 750 to 1,000. I don't know. But the way it played out and how the game actually went, if they picked a better ID, they could have won.
All right, so competitive artillery win rate for the past few tournaments. I guess we are at an astounding 0%. Fly there, actually. Oh, some BM kills here coming out by the side of
ego
Penguins here. Ego kill, you mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, Kitsunk down to 93. 30 seconds remaining. Beast is going to find the S-Conk here. Does drive, does get the pickup, and Penguins will have match point. 2 of them. NTMG, they need to win the next round here, or they will be out of the tournament. And the thing is, it's not going to become easier for them, because now they're going to be defending. And yes, the defender just won a round on Sand River, but I wouldn't really say it was because, they played so super well. Obviously, the repush in the south was well executed and well timed. But in the end, it just felt like the strategy that NTMG was going to deploy, not working. I mean, look, they played for the artillery, and the artillery, like, he got one kill at the end when it didn't matter, and he got, like, together with that, 350 on the one shot and 150 on the kill, so 500 damage that didn't matter. So essentially half of what Vitalka did in this game was done when the battle was already decided, and they had been playing for minutes just for him to farm a 279, so it was completely useless.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna repeat it again. If that's a GW or a T92, the way the game went, he farms that 279 with damage H3. He really does. And then they would be able to pressure up K-Line easier, and he would do still more when they repush. That's a different game.
Yeah. So the Penguins able to convert their Sand River defense. The first Sand River defense victory that we see today, I believe. And TMG, if they want to stay alive here, they are going to have to repeat that. I mean, they are damned to if they don't. We're going to have to say goodbye to them after one match. And obviously it's going to be sad for either of those teams, but that is just the gruesome reality of, ending up in the lower bracket where if you had played better previously, you wouldn't be in this situation.
True. Very true. Penguins get to play from the east now, though. And that worries me a bit for no timing, because the attacking round against Aurora was very good.
Yeah, their attacking round against Aurora, I think you could almost say it left nothing to be desired. Like, it was maybe a bit on the slow side, but then again, they were just trying to make 101% sure that what they were doing right now was the correct thing, and that what they were doing was going to net them the victory. I think they played a very controlled game there, and it looked very, very good. Like, sometimes you can maybe get a bit annoyed or angry at the team that is playing such a slow game. CSA springs to mind. But, they still had like 2 minutes left over at the end of that game. So they were just really checking every single box twice and made sure that they were getting them. So who are we to blame them for something like that? So yeah, I mean, in the end, they've got it cut out for them. I think at this point in time, it is Penguins' match to win this. NTMG, they are going to have to pull something incredible out of the hat if they want to stay in this one. But, I mean, there have been crazier things before.
Maybe they can ask for the Schlüsselhand account. It's blessed with good fortune. Can I have the Schlüsselhand account?
I am afraid not, no.
You sure about that?
Fairly positive.
If I ask hard enough, be like, I want the name. Why? I don't know. I just want it. It's like
The name. All right, the name you could maybe have.
See? Yeah. And then whatever you rename to, I'll be like, I want that name.
Anyway, though, I am being informed 20 seconds until the next round is going to be started. Once again, it's going to be Sand River. So, yeah, this is going to decide if Penguins are going to make it through the first match of the lower bracket in regular time, or whether NTMG are going to spit into a Penguins soup and are going to bring it to tiebreaker. Stakes are pretty high here. Penguins, they want to establish themselves as the top Ukrainian team on the EU server, and NTMG will try to not let that happen, doing so with one STRB, double CS, a Chieftain, triple 279, triple 260, quadruple Kampfpanzer, and an I7.
And an I7 to round it off. Penguins again, no I7, but the triple 260, an E5, an STRV, an EBR, which leaves 9 Super Conquerors. Which is also Kihan's favorite word. 9! Yeah.
Yeah, but only during EBR races. Anyway, NTMG opening on their defense, trying to stay alive in the tournament, sending a lot of tanks towards the middle, some towards the south, some towards the north. Meanwhile, from Penguins, we see a few Super Conquerors shooting from the base and actually finding initial success. It's going to be Tansov taking the brunt of the damage here, down to 1200 and his 260 respectively. Flamesong in the middle with his EVR, trying to get a bit more information. Needs to be careful, however, as he is spotted out, I believe, by Floki in his Chieftain. And that singular Chieftain there, I think, is just to, you know, retain a bit of map control in the south. He has a lot of tanks behind him, namely the 279s. The Kampfpanzers readjusting for NTMG here now. And Penguins on their attack are starting to take the K-line, to take over the south. This looks not like a copy-paste, but roughly similar to what we saw already by them.
Yeah, and it's already worrying me for no timing. The Chief, Loki, he dies at some point if he stays. North push? Look how many tanks there are in the base for Penguins.
And they're already starting to draw back, right? They have the STRV there, who's probably going to linger a bit longer, but all the other tanks, they're starting to transition into middle. The S-Con could go to zero line. So there is a lot of options that Penguins actually have in the eastern part of the map to just delay and also at the same time to generate HP advantage. I mean, they already got a lot of damage onto towards one of the 260s here. Vitalka taking another shot. And I said, like, the thing is, no timing. They don't even properly have the middle. They have this one ISM there, but one ISM doesn't really have a lot of DPM. So I said might even survive for quite some time there in his S-Kong, even starting to take swings at other tanks located in different parts of the map. And now we can see Penguins taking more and more of that real estate in the southwestern part of the map.
This is shaping up to be a similar defense as we saw Aurora have, if you remember. They also pushed down to D0 with double 260. However, they did not leave a Chieftain behind, though, of Floki. We saw this defense broken twice.
Yeah, I mean, the Chieftain being where it is doesn't really make the biggest of difference, in my opinion. Like, as soon as the Penguins take, like, G1 with their S-Kongs, and they're even able to do so unspotted currently, which means that Squeezy is not even able to generate, you know, some kind of damage onto them while they are crossing. Yeah, as soon as the S-Kongs are there, then the Chief just dies, like.
Which is what's happening now.
Yeah, so we see Floki readjusting, but at the same time, Penguins are starting to drive through the middle. So the Chieftain is starting to run out of options here. And yeah, now we can see the 260s starting to peak. Yes, Brainbreaker takes one in return, but you can just see Floki melting here. The Super Kong starting to peak. Floki down to 833. Out in the open, can't really do a lot. Yes, there is shots flying towards the 260s, but that was the easiest pickup for Penguins ever.
That's what we've talked about already. This leaving a chief behind is just not good. I mean, well, you know it, I know it, they know it as well. He should run at some point.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue for him was that he was perma-spotted, essentially. So he didn't really, I guess, see any good window to run away without taking a lot of damage. But like this, he just dies completely. So yeah, Penguins essentially copy-pasting the homework from the last attack that they did on Sand River. Once again, grouping up with a lot of tanks in the southwestern part of the map, taking the middle, opening up crossfire onto the 279 of Squeezy. Squeezy actually having more HP than the Aurora 279 that I think we saw there, but that's not really going to make a huge difference once the Penguins S-Kongs are going to start pushing. That all being said and done, though, NTMG, they still have only 2.5k HP less. Crystal there in his 279 still alive. The i7 in the middle starting to get overpushed, and now the Penguins are actually going to start their advance with the 260s, with the S-Kongs through the western part of the map. We have the Kampfpanzers to receive them.
Yeah, but Little already falling in his 260. They don't really have a way to kill Squeezy right now, who's just angled up against a slight part of a rock. Crystal is still facing the tanks in the middle because he knows what happens if he doesn't. And they need to find a way to kill Squeezy here. Like, they have to find a way to kill this 279. Right now, he's not doing that. They're making a shield on the cap, which is the best that Prestwix can do right now. Finally getting the connections against his 279. They will pick him up. Crystal's doing a good job at angling against the middle. Positive there takes a huge amount of damage for peeking Dreamer. I think he thought that he could do it just like last time, but that's not a possibility right now for him.
Yeah, and Cap continuously getting reset. I mean, Dries in the S-Kong is going to have a field day farming all of the Kampfpanzers, but I think if they just re-push on towards the Cap now, as they are doing, they might have actually a good time here against the double S-Kong, the only tanks remaining on the Cap here. NTMG currently with the HP, with the gun advantage, they're starting this re-push off here. Rishek there with the 279 is even going to commit across. They are sort of pushing not together. That is the issue here. CLCK getting picked up, but the SRV from the backlines farming into the sides of the turrets of the Super Kong is going to give additional DPM onto the tanks that are pushed up. It's neck and neck right now, but I think NTMG, they do have a little bit of an edge here, as Cap doesn't really seem to be the issue anymore.
No, they can't cap anymore for the boys of Penguins. They can only just pull back into the middle here. Beast and Skittle, they need to live in this area. They're covered by Fly, Positive, and a bunch of other tanks, but they have to stay alive right now because they are killing Zero Line. And that is the big issue here for No Timing, Kihan. There's 3 minutes 30 left, but Zero Line is dying. Like, the double 260 that is there will fall. Once the double 260 falls, Dreamer in the i7 is the next one on the board to fall. And that is going to, again, create this chokehold, this surround, where Penguins can work off, where they can win from even.
Now Dry is getting the pickup onto Crystal in the 279, and there is actually quite a few more one-shots on the team of NTMG here. Skittles now with the next pickup onto the CS63, and we do see that No Timing, they have struggles here in the eastern part of the map. 2 more tanks though by NTMG biting the dust. Penguins starting to slightly pull ahead in this game, even in the western part of the map, which is normally where a lot of the tanks, a lot of their guns are. But Penguins now with the HP advantage, with the gun advantage, starting to make it count here in the eastern part of the map. Rambo coming in, picking up Stone. Vitalkin now down towards the 3-shot for those S-Kongs here. And now Block and Rishek have got their work cut out for them at their own cap here. They need to stay alive for 2.5 more minutes. Can they do it is going to be the name of the game, with Dreiser just raining shots at the tanks in the back lines as Beast gets picked up by Rishek.
Yeah, Rishek there with a good shot on towards that 260. Block now trying as well, and I don't know if they're going to hold this key. They left Zero Line too much undefended, and the repush, sure, but they didn't repush together, as you could see. Like Rishek went, after Click went, you know? Click went, then Rishek went, and then the rest followed. If they all did it together at the same time, they would have another KPC, and they potentially would be able to even push up to F1 to counter Dries. Because look at Dries' position. He is holding down this whole game, this whole flank by himself at this moment in time. If not, the city push to F1, they needed to be at least having an extra tank on zero line to make sure they don't get repushed there like they did, because now the double 260 just dies for free. And then you see the issue, because then the I7 and E5, he can no longer save. And then you come into this round.
Yeah, and Depressed now taking out of the game by Brainbreaker. And now, finally, the Penguins have brought the proper amount of penetration power needed to frontally crack that 279 armor. You can see the STRV of Fly just putting shot after shot into the 79. Rishek being shut down, another tank falling. It's only 3 tanks remaining, and yes, it's only 70 seconds, but this is a very, very small area of the map that is being held by NTMG still. Cap would even complete before the timer runs out here. Shelby with the CS. 235 HP is not going to have a say in how this battle ends. And Penguins, after going down into the lower bracket in match number 1 today, are going to stay alive in the tournament. They are going to make it 3-1 against NTMG, who show up but get shut down.
Yeah, and things could have been different here, especially on the first round of Sand River. I think they kind of... I mean, he still lands on top of the SCRV. I think they kind of like made it harder on themselves than it should have been. And even here, they had a lot of possibilities to pick up this round because the push wasn't really working out that well for Penguins as it was last time around. And like F1 to 7-9 was really annoying for them. But still, no timing does the zero line repush. And if they don't win zero line, I don't think they win that game.
Yeah, and it feels like NTMG sort of played themselves a bit in game number 3, picking that arty that completely ended up not working out. I think they baited themselves, sort of. But yeah, Katzank there trying to put the team on his back, not succeeding. NTMG, unfortunately, the first team of the event to drop out of the final stage, and this in turn means that Penguins, we are going to see them again tomorrow during the second match of the day. But here you can really see that a lot of the tanks by Penguins, like 3 tanks without damage. But then on the other hand, Dryset just, you know, with a gigantic performance, 6.7k damage, really having a field day.
Yeah, like we talked about Dryset there in F1, he holds the flank at some point. When the repush is done in a way that it's... Well, let's be honest, it wasn't a good repush because it was disjointed. If they did it together, maybe they can push F1. Maybe they have enough HP to just be like, okay, we drive up F1 and we go for Dries and create crossfire that way. But even that is questionable if they would make it that far.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, the repush was not well executed. It just was completely disjointed. But I do agree that even with a better repush there, it would be highly questionable if NTMG was going to be able to bring this round over the finish line. Like this, though, we're not going to see a tiebreaker in between Penguins and No Timing. Instead, as I said, we're going to see Penguins tomorrow again. No Timing dropping out. Let's see what our analysts have to say about it. Insane and Eek, take it away.
And welcome back. Well, that last round made me a little nervous. That was down to the wire, at least it may be from my inexperienced 15v15 eyes these days. How was that for you?
Well, honestly, we expected that. We all voted for that 3-1 score, and actually that's what happened. We have seen that Sand River was very attack-sided. And what made the difference in this match is that we had a team that managed to win on their defense, which was Penguins, but probably NTMG proved that they had the solution to win on their defense playing passive, but maybe a bit of an issue at the end in the execution. You could see that the way they repushed, maybe they committed with too much, and it was close, but Penguins is going to be staying alive in the tournament. We have to say goodbye, though, to NTMG, and now we'll have the last match of the day being also a BO5, Invil versus CTR. What do you think about this?
So I know who I voted for Invil, and I think everybody else did too. Invil 3-1, except me, who went 3-0. I'm not sure how well that's going to play out with it going there. So far, I haven't got a single prediction right, whereas you guys at least managed to get the Penguins prediction right as well. And I believe now we have the replays ready to go for you to take us through.
And between those two teams, we're starting on Murvanka, and as you could see, NTMG went for something super passive, mainly over the forest, only 1 to 60 over the 1 to 3 lines, and Penguins, they identified that and they managed to take him out, but you could see that they only had 4 minutes left, and that was actually probably not enough to make a play afterwards, as the replay seems to be very slow down.
Yeah, I thought it might just be me. Right now, I've asked our tech team to maybe take a quick peek as they're dealing with a couple of things. But yes, there's a very slow replay just for you to give that shot-by-shot analysis.
Well, anyway, as you could see afterwards, Penguins went for this forest push, and NTMG actually traded really well for it. The shooting was on point because we expected Penguins to take the victory there. Daki mentioned something that is probably right, probably a mistake from the side of Penguins to actually not take few tanks to actually push the airline. You could see Brainbreaker was on his own in his I7. Maybe 3 or 4 tanks pushing the red line there would make it. Mistake there though by the side of the EBR, I would say, to shoot to take the kill. I think it's unnecessary. There were only like 2 minutes left and he could have stayed and kept his calm in his bush. But at the end of the day, NTMG is gonna make it on their defense.
Yeah, I think this round was a bit of a surprise. I know it was fairly close, but I think it surprised a few people of either a Penguins misplay or NTMG outplay.
It was surprising, honestly, because whenever we saw some teams boxed into those positions, like most of the time, the team attacking managed to break it. But what's interesting is the next round, because Penguins actually going for some pretty interesting defense. They are not super passive. They are going for some semi-aggressive tactic, just establishing some good positions and waiting for NTMG to make a play to counter it. You could see that 907 repush over the F2, F3 positions, and afterwards realizing that they can't go further, just turning back to help clearing all of those tanks in the 1, 2, 3 lines. And you could see that NTMG, they're trying to constantly answer to what Penguins were doing rotation wise, but I felt like Penguins for the entire match on that one, at least they had the control.
Yeah, you definitely see a lot more map control coming from there. The game looked relatively close right now, apart from the hit points, of course. But yeah, Penguins, I think, demonstrating what we were expecting more in the next couple of games, like this Sam River game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full overmatch from the side of Penguins, so they have 1 to 60 out of the fight, Ron P0, right? But all the rest of their team, the EBR can join fast. Positive is going to join with this 260. This is essentially 14 tanks pushing into NTMG. And even though NTMG is on the attack, they have some defensive positions. You're going to see Penguins is going to take the initiative, and due to that, they can keep some tanks alive. Whenever a guy is going to drop low, he's just going to pull back and stay alive. In return, NTMG is just sitting and just getting focused by the focus fire of Penguins. So it's a great way to defend. It's a great way to show how to play team play wise, how to spread the HP, how to focus fire on those tanks to take them out one by one.
Yep.
And honestly, this is a well-deserved defense.
Yep. And do you think maybe Penguins felt a little bit more aggressive once they realized they had an arty and they just needed to make a move for it, or was it just the game plan?
When we saw what the arty did on that round, not necessarily.
Yeah.
He was missing most of his shots, sadly. I mean, arty is pretty much hit or miss. But yeah, I think that they just waited for the right timing. They tried to pull some forces from NTMG over the other side of the map, and when they expected to have a proper overmatch, went for it. At the end, NTMG, like we mentioned, you could see that they had most of their team ready for this push, and they had great damage. Even Squeezy in this 279 is gonna go down. He's gonna drop, but he's still in an annoying position. It's not the easiest to get the pen on him. And NTMG afterwards is gonna go for the repush, which is also correct. But probably the issue there is that they completely abandoned those 260s on the other side of the map. And Daki mentioned it. I think Ian also talked about that. Whenever this push is under control from the side of Penguins, if they can't go past F1, then they just need to clear the other side of the map and completely surround what NTMG is doing. The positions they have, you can see now the complete surround that is going to come into effect. Drazer in his S-Kunk in this position is basically the winning play from the side of Penguins.
Yep. Yeah, I noticed his damage at the end of the battle, basically just, damage farming away.
Yep.
I did get nervous at this miss that's coming up soon from I said. I'm not sure if it's going to get shown. I think it was a little closer than. Yeah, this is the bit I got exceptionally nervous about, I think.
I mean, more than a minute left. This is under control from the side of Penguins. I had no doubt at that moment. They still have time to get the cap done. It was close time-wise. If NTMG managed to buy like one more minute, they would have gone to the tiebreaker against Penguins. But we also mentioned that whenever it's a BO5, we can get to the tiebreaker pretty fast. And well, it was 1-1 short for the side of NTMG, dropping from the tournament. Penguins will get to see them tomorrow once again in the losers bracket. And now we have the last match of the day: Inville against CTR, another BO5.
So, yeah, are we expecting the usual Inville, or do you think they'll be a little bit more cautious after that last loss?
Well, honestly, I think that Inville played fine in the winners bracket. They played fine, but they didn't play exceptional, or they didn't play their best level. But it's probably going to be good enough for CTR. With no offense for them, they're probably the weakest team in the playoff stage, and Inville are veterans. They're really great, and even if this meta doesn't fit them the best, I'm really certain that they're going to take the victory.
Okay. So I believe we're just waiting for the casters to reconnect and fix a couple of camera issues. Maybe Keyhand won't be doing a ventriloquist impression for the first time, I think, before we switch back to there. What game do you think you're looking forward to tomorrow so far the most? I know we've got waiting for the last one to be decided, but yeah.
I mean, we have the finals of the winners bracket that is going to be very interesting, because I think most of us didn't expect Aura and W to be facing each other, and them neither. They were probably expecting to face the other team. So this is going to be interesting, because Inville and Penguins were probably the favorites on paper, but at the end of the day, this is not the winners bracket final we were expecting. I think Aura is the super German team that has been performing great and winning the last 15 tournaments. Daki, or is it? Oh, it's actually Kian mentioned that maybe they were not the most involved in this tournament, but they still played very solid. And in return, W is a very, like, I would say new, but not just new, because all of their players are playing for a while, but newly created team. They have some great synergy, and I feel like they're the sort of team that can really impress us and go all the way.
I was very impressed by W's organization and kind of cohesion in their tactics based on the brief I got from Keyhand yesterday. So I'm curious to see whether that was a bit of a fluke, or whether that is a consistent and something that can be expected going forward.
No, I mean, honestly, I think that this team is really capable, and we have seen it in the last 77 tournament, even though that was not the same format. This is like the same core, like the leader Frugo, for example. To me, he's probably the most invested leader we have currently in the game, and is probably actually wanting to get that fist the most, because I mean, Aura, they got it the last tournament, so they're not chasing it anymore. Inville, not the case. Penguins, not the case. Even CTR, those players, they had already some victories in the past, so that's probably the last team left that is really super motivated to get that done, and that's probably going to be the case tomorrow. We'll get to see it.
Yep, I believe that we have Kian and Daki ready right now. I'm just waiting for the all clear before we pass over to them, taking us through the very last game of the day. And of course, make sure you tune back in tomorrow, not just for the drops. Okay, yep, we are good to go to Daki and Keyhand. And come on, Keyhand, don't let us down. Have your camera working.
Yeah, so I do believe the camera is working, so welcome back for one last time today for what is going to be the last match of the day. It's going to be CTR, a team that we haven't seen so far on the stream here during the playoffs. It is a mostly Czech team with some CSA-esque vibes to it regarding their lineup, and they are going to be taking it on against good old Inville. So the Polish juggernaut that we saw lose earlier today, actually. And yeah, very, very uncommon for them to drop down towards the lower bracket immediately. But in the end, I would say, yeah, pretty deservedly so. And now they will have to take out their rage onto the CTR players if they want to stay in the tournament. But then again, in the CTR lineup. There is a lot of experience. There is a lot of past games, of tournament, like not necessarily wins, but definitely, taking matches, taking games. And they will, if Invil slips up here, CTR will be sure to grasp it.
I mean, yeah, the CSA players on that team are like the ones that have chased a win for so long but never got it.
Yeah, and here we now see the pick and ban here in between both of those teams. Obviously, we are in a best of 5, leaving only 2 picks here. Live Oaks and Moravanka taken out. So Live Oaks not going to be a map that we see today. Prokhorovka and Sand River, respectively, are going to be the 2 maps we are going to be watching. Himmelsdorf and Fisherman's then once again being taken out. This leaves Cliff as the tiebreaker. So a map that we have seen Invil on earlier today. And while, yes, it is preferable to start in the upper bracket for obvious reasons, now this, though, means that, Invil will possibly have to play tiebreaker on a map where they already showed their gameplay today.
Yeah, so all in all, we'll see how Invil recovered from their initial loss. They have a little bit of time to cool down now. And we'll see how CTR comes into this tournament, into the playoffs, because group stages is one thing, qualis is one thing, but playoffs is a whole different ball game. And I think between you and me, they would have rather played against W still than against Invil.
Yeah, probably. Invil is, despite them losing their first match of the day, still a name in World of Tanks, especially 15v15, but obviously also 7v7 tournaments. Now we're gonna start on Prokhorovka. And this is a map, I believe, on which we have not seen Invil. If memory serves me correctly, we only saw it in between Penguins and Aurora, where, yeah, Aurora showed everyone how it was to be played. And now predictions coming in. Basically, you, me, and Insane going with the classic 3-1 scoreline. Eek instead saying Invil is just gonna, show up and completely shut down CTR. They're not gonna get any way into this match. It's gonna be a clean sweep 3-0.
That is a big prediction from Eek. Let's see if it comes to be. We don't want any team to lose 3-0 though, so let's hope it doesn't, actually.
Yeah, as we do load into the first game of the last match of the day. It's going to be Czech Republic against Poland. CTR bringing a double EBR, 1 STRV, a whole re on Proko. Interesting. 1 CS63, we see double 279, 6 260s, and double Kampfpanzer.
Invil, on the other hand, double EBR, triple conk, 6 907s, 3 279s, and an IS7 to round it off. And yeah, both these teams having different kinds of mobility. Invil with the 907s and CTR with those 260s.
Yeah, so mobility being brought by both teams. I think Invil with the slightly lighter lineup, obviously, due to the 907s. But yeah, if they execute it well here, they might get some good jumps onto the team of CTR. And Invil is, despite having this amount of 907s, they do start off with more HP.
Is nobody moving for you too?
Yeah, I think we have a restart on our hands. So I guess some disconnect on the player side, but obviously we had that one earlier today, and
I just making sure, bro. It's like, is he gonna say something?
I was waiting for you to. I want to keep your attention on the games at hand. But yeah, obviously, as we said before, each team gets 1 restart per match in case of players disconnecting. That does happen. So yeah, we're just going to restart the round with the same tanks, and then we should be able to get the gameplay right through to... I mean, if it happens at the start of the match, it usually isn't as much as a distraction to players than if it happens like during the match. Right now 0-0, both teams are probably still gonna be in good spirits, although if you're CTR here and you're like, yeah, well, we didn't really expect to see Invil. I mean,
they knew it was coming for at least an hour.
Yeah, but you know, they probably, since last week, they expected to meet W.
I mean, you should be cheering for CTR, right? Living in Czech Republic, you know.
I do live there, so yes, I wouldn't mind them winning. But then
so
again,
why did you predict for Inville then?
Because I think, regardless, that
weren't you born in Germany?
Yes.
You also predicted for Penguin.
Yes.
I don't know what this.
What is the point you're trying to make right now?
I think you're just a traitor, bro. Honestly, like a Judas, actual Judas, dude.
Oh, okay, dude. But anyway, let's go back. Let's go back into the match here, and let's hope that this one actually goes without restarts, without any kind of issues, that we're just going to be able to see and enjoy some 15v15 World of Tanks action here, as we do start once again. Double 907 by Inville, actually quadruple 907 by Inville, getting sent towards the eastern part of the map. CTR also sending a few tanks towards that. The Hori there waiting, actually, together with a couple of 279s, maybe for an EBR, and good shot by Lukin here, punishing Monster for being a bit overly aggressive, both of them getting the spot onto the tanks that are coming towards the middle. And to be honest, S-Kongs against KPZs, I probably favor the S-Kongs here, as Mentos, the second EBR by Inville, also taking damage.
Yeah, both EBRs taking a shot of damage. Yayas and Lukin getting better. Cosmo doesn't make it into the hole though, but he does take a lot of damage for that.
Yeah, any kind of tank going to that position is probably expected to take damage, as long as the enemy has tanks to punish there. And now Cosmo actually in sort of a very comfortable hold down position, from which he is going to be able to exert a lot of control on towards the tanks of Inville. He is going to be able to spot some of them. He's going to be able to shoot others. So he's in kind of a very annoying location. And like, even if they commit fully onto him with like 1, 2, 3 tanks, then he can just drop back, and then they need to commit down in the hole, where then they would be stuck. So yeah, Cosmo's position, really a good one. You like to see it. It is making life for Inville annoying.
Yeah, it's just well, it's only one thing though. I mean, Inville right now, very split across the map, defensive posture, holding all the angles, 907 A1, 279 C1, Monster spotting ahead, Mentos spotting ahead, Marcel is holding zero line. Zero line is probably the weakest aspect of their hold right now, simply because if they did get pushed there, there's nobody at B9 right now, but they could quickly get the 907s there though.
Yeah, Piotr now in the 907, trying to crest the hill here in F0, trying to find out if there is any enemy tanks. He does actually get spotted, I do believe. He's not taking damage for it as of now, though.
Look at his HP, by the way.
2080, so... I think normally the 907 has 2k, right?
Yeah, look at the other 907's HP.
2270. So Piotr maybe with some kind of spotting setup. Ooh, good blind shots onto Yayas though by the players of Inville. They keep blind firing. Obviously they don't know if he's there or that he has left, but that was some good shooting by the Inville players.
Yeah, Piotr figured it out pretty well where the light could be. If he's getting spotted, Yayas now spotted. Needs to be very careful. That gives a lot of info though. The fact that Yayas got spotted, we're like, okay, we blinded him twice. Very nice, good stuff. He's down to 463. I think Yaya should have even attempted not to be spotted there.
Yeah, obviously by getting spotted there, he does give up the information that he did get blind shotted, and that is a piece of information that will immediately get relayed through the ranks of the Inville players towards Monster and Mentos. Now they know that basically Yayas is an HE one-shot, a very likely one. And now we see CTR grouping up for what might become some kind of push here. There is already double 260 waiting on the hill. There is going to be 2 more 260s, the whole re to lay it down from the back lines. And Profu's just, you know, happily driving around a little.
Yeah, Profu's doing some sightseeing. But it is going to be a big zero-line push. More tanks are now reinforcing. And I said that zero-line was their weakest aspect. This is starting to change. Piotr also makes it out before they push. Mentos, though, down towards the one shot. I think he will narrowly escape. Okay, but if Piotr makes it out, then they all just go back towards 1-2. This is something they have done in the past as well, is where they either overpush the middle or they will push like down 1-2 all the way, like down the 2 line. And the fact that Piotr does make it away, Marcel's now running his way as well. CTR making the right moves, they're just a little bit slow.
Yeah, and that is once again where maybe the CSA heritage of CTR is showing a bit with being a bit slow. Marcel has made it out successfully in the I-7. All of the tanks by CTR have been spotted now. Piotr actually taking one in his 907 here. The focus is going to lie on Marcel here. Piotr taking one by the whole re here, down towards 1000 HP. But in turn, Invil with the counter push through the 1-2 line.
Yeah, they're going to do a 1-2 6-line push, so they're going to pincer the mid from two sides, so they're just going to go down the 1-2 lines all the way. But we'll see where these 907 swing, where it's like never Piotrix and company decide to go, if they swing left or they swing down. So far, they're not too sure what they want to do, actually, which is a bit weird, because the 907s from the 6th line also bailed, and this is very disjointed again from Invil. They will lose Piotr, they will lose Marcel now as well, and they're not pushing yet. And old Invil would be already at K2, I would say.
Yeah, old Invil would have already pushed the 1-2 line out firmly. Marcel now, the next one on the chopping block here for the side of Invil, is going to get shut down. And finally, the tanks by Invil that are down 3k HP at this point are starting to arrive in the in the K 1-2 positions here. The 279 Sakalito does take an Amarak, has the rep kit available though, and you can see Kaya Clue and Hyon there from the other side are able to continuously fire onto the tanks by Invil. Orzek now with his 279 down towards a one-shot, needs to be careful. The CS Ondra in the backlines has also been found. There is one EBR to obviously help Sakalito here, but Mentos with that one-shot EBR also needs to be careful. Sakalito finally does get dropped, but at what cost? Invil down 3k, and I would also argue down a bit in positions.
Yeah, but they're gonna find Patras here in his 279, who gets called out, don't know why, don't know how. They found the CS to go to K1, and the move here for CTR is always G-line. It's always back across the G-line to start pounding those 907s. Not sure why Patras was there, you know, now his reinforcements are coming, and that's correct, because you do have to go back to the positions in F3, F4, and shoot down on towards these 907s from the side.
Oh, Profuse now getting sent up in his 907, and I think he's in kind of a ditch where the enemy tanks by CTR can't really shoot him. This is why we see the re-aggression coming out by CTR now. They need to eliminate the enemy tanks that are in the 3-line here. All those medium tanks, all those juicy, beefy 907s, and they're starting to get those shots into them here. Ooh, the EBR missing there onto the back of Panzfury. But essentially the tanks by CTR, those 260s, those Kampfpanzers, they need to win the fight here against the medium tanks by Invil. But right now it seems like they're melting Hyon completely, getting obliterated down to 431. There is also a one-shot in between all of those heavy tanks. Now the 260 starting to get focused out, and Invil somehow with those mediums making it work against the heavy tanks, getting 2 pickups. Hyon down to 15. That's an HE one-shot if I've ever seen one. And CTR, they started off so well, but starting to fall to pieces.
Now looking getting spotted out as well. He's gonna get deleted. Yes, Monster falls. But this repush from CTR, too late, too slow. They needed to do it when K1 was still alive, you know? When the CS is still providing some sort of crossfire, they gotta do what they did, and they needed Patras for it as well. And honestly, what the next thing is that they're missing there, they don't have this tank at A6. I mean, you see Yayas in an EBR, but an EBR is only an EBR, you know? Something at A6 would be huge in this battle, because he would just farm the tanks driving back towards the middle. And CTR had everything available there, because I think Invil was slow on pushing down this 1-2 line. They seemed hesitant what they wanted to do. Then they did it. They picked up the 279, and the CS, arguably, yeah, well, what is the CS going to do in K1? It's not the greatest tank for it, because, you know, he can get bent, unlike an STRV, for example.
Yeah, indeed. And especially once like 907 starts coming there, like if it's CS against CTS, CS, sometimes the turret can be bouncy and annoying, but the 907 just melts through the turret with heat, because then there's not any auto bounce angles anymore. So yeah, overall reacting well to what CTR was doing. And yes, CTR, they still have a lot of HP now left, but it is on the STRV, it is on the Hori, those tanks that cannot push. And all of the guns by Invil coming now into effect to just you know, clean up the match here. Mirek in the SGRV doesn't really know what to do anymore either. The whole re getting crossfired, and Invil, they sort of made it hard on themselves a bit, and like CTR not entirely with 100% of the correct moves. But yeah, messy round here by both teams.
Wait, Messi was in this round? Cool, dude. Was he on the train with you?
No, Messi was not in this round, just the adjective. But yeah, like, I don't know. This is not the Invil that we are used to.
They were confused there what they were doing. If they counted well, I mean, maybe they didn't know where the SRV was, which is why they swung into the 3 line. But really, 1-2 was just, they should just drive down 1-2. Maybe they didn't have info on the SCRV, so then it makes more sense to the jump. But even then, it's like they were going 3 line and 6 line, and then the 6 line bailed back to 1-2, and then they did it. But then, again, I think this all comes down from CTR being slow. Slow to push the 0 line and slow to repush.
Yeah, and Invil wasn't the fastest team in this round either. Like we said it, old Invil, they would have been like in K1, K2 already at the point where they weren't even halfway down the 1-2. But yeah, it was, I guess, fast enough against CTR. But I would say Invil still showing uncharacteristic signs of weakness. Maybe they're just too focused on 7v7 currently, and don't really devote a lot of time, energy, or brain power to 15v15. Then it would still be like pretty amazing for them to show up in the tournament and make it to upper bracket. But this is probably not what the Polish viewers are here for. They are here to see Invil dominating.
I mean, once they started getting repushed, they were really well though. Like CTR missing so many shots and Invil in return pulling a huge number on them. So that was there. It's just they seem a little slow.
Yeah, and once it goes into those shootouts, right? This is where we really still see Invil shine. Like the communication.
There's not much to do in the
players.
shootout, but except for shoot, and they're very good at shooting.
Yep, that is where they excel. But like the reactions to what the enemy team is doing is not what we're used to. But anyway, maybe this was a fluke. Maybe CTR surprised them somehow, so Invil, sort of confused themselves with it. But on the other hand, it's kind of concerning for CTR that you see Invil making this many, like, not maybe mistakes, but seeing Invil be this slow, but CTR still not able to capitalize on it.
Well, they are remainders of CSA though. It's always so funny. The Czech teams are the CSAkers always running out of time.
And that has been like basically an ongoing thing, right?
For years.
I think the first tournament that I ever casted and analyzed, that was back still the PaySafe card Clan Rivals. And even from back then, I remember CSA being... Back then, I think we said they were playing Control a lot. But yeah.
Control's a big word.
Round number 2, though, in between CTR and Invil. Invil taking the first one in, well, let's just say not really the most convincing of fashions, but it ended up being enough. And sometimes that's just all that you need, just doing enough.
Let's see now. Roles will be switched though. Invil on the attack, CTR on the defense. If CTR wants to play slow, it's the perfect opportunity.
Exactly. They were very comfortable with that in the past. CTR bringing WBR 1 STRV. We see 5 907s, triple S-Kong, triple 279, and Crazy War with the mouse.
Yeah. And Invil on the other hand, double EBR, 1 STRV, triple 907, triple S-Kong, double 279, 4 260s. So a well-rounded lineup. I must say though, these lineups are a breath of fresh air compared to the past.
Yes, indeed. So definitely the nerf of the Chieftain impacting this tournament in numerous ways. And now the split by CTR coming in here, sending the IAS in the EBR towards the middle. He is going to get probably a lot of information. Never mind, he only sees 3 of the heavy tanks. The 907s probably waiting in the bush line on the 6 line by Invil. Mentos here with a pretty aggressive spot with the EBR as well. Doesn't see a whole lot though. Doesn't even see the 279s driving towards the middle. Needs to be careful as well because there's already shots whizzing past him from the Super Kongs on the A2 position. Does finally get the spot onto Patras though.
Yeah, Crazy Wire just going to be the anchor in the mid, right? They want them to push the mouse.
Yeah, is he going to be the anchor to hold them in place, or is he going to be the anchor to draw them all down as Monster there, getting tapped repeatedly by the 907s that are just waiting? Obviously, that is a lot of information towards the side of Invil. Like, yeah, they now know that there's a few 907s who just shot at Monster from, you know, the rough area of B7, but those 907s are very mobile, so within like 30 seconds or a minute, that info is going to be useless. And Mentos on the 1-2 line getting spotted immediately in his EBR.
Immediately in the spot in the EBR, but he's in a very safe position though, so like he doesn't really have to worry.
This means that currently CTR has the information about all of the EBRs of Invil. And Yayas is still not really making a move in that 1-2 line. So very, very defensive posturing by the side of the Czech team here, who so far have not lost a single point of HP. Actually, the only HP or damage taken in this round on Monster currently, who is in one-shot range for most of the tanks here. Even a 907 with a big roll would be able to finish him off. And now we can see him transitioning over towards the 1-2 line, but there is not a single tank below 390 alpha on that side. So Monster needs to be very, very careful not to get blinded as well.
I think Monster is experienced enough not to fall to a blind shot. You'd hope so. He's just going to be trading places with Mentos, but you can see a move though from the 907s now from Invil. They're starting to make their way across the KLN with at least 2 of them. The 260 still holding a position. Oh, the third 907 are joining as well. This looks like a mid push if I've ever seen it.
The other EBR here, Mentos, obviously feeling out the positions of the 907s, spotting them all, driving them back a little, and we'll have to see if those 907s actually transition in towards the 3 line, if they stay there, because right now, double 907 is getting, actually triple 907 is getting sent towards the dish, as Ketsai in the middle takes 1 more shot of damage. Mentos there with a good boost. Is he gonna do it is the question, but I think he has it not.
Unlucky. Maybe next time. I mean, he couldn't go score the long way because Panzer Fury cleared 0 line. But here comes Invil, though, leading with the 260s, who are not spotted just yet. Peeking with the 279s on towards Patras. Never Tisak Miku, the second wave of attack here to go onto that 279. The 260s going over onto Crazy War, which is exactly what CTR wants, so they better be hella ready for this. Crazy War is not going to live a long life, though, in that mouse as he gets flanked by all of those 260s. Patras not having too much of a good time either. They might find Tisak for this, but even that is questionable if they can close out the kill on that. Marcel, Kubash, and Profurs, they're actually going to try and cross all the way into A6 to split this map in half. And if they make it, it's a very annoying position to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. Invil not really taking the amount of damage required or the amount of damage expected on their push here through the middle. Not a single tank has fallen on the lineup of the Invil guys. Mirek here will be able to punish heavily if there come overpeaks onto the 907s, but you can see that's not happening currently. Instead, Invil is probably going to focus on taking out the western part of the map, focusing out Yayas here, who falls in his EBR. That's a huge asset gone. You can see Piotrix in the other STRV is probably going to have a field day onto the S-Kongs that now get encroached upon. This is terrible for CTR here. Invil, they can just let the mediums of CTR drive on towards their own heavy tanks. You can see Evo completely getting wrecked, sent to the garage, and Invil holding on here with the heavy tanks in the close brawl.
Yeah, they even have double S-Kung from behind, just popping shots in. Let's get Panther Fury laying down the low. Trandor fallen as well. And Cosmo, And Pupak, and they're not even gonna kill Kubash and Profuse, man. I mean, Ondra's coming in as a second wave, as the Zulu warrior, but I don't even think that they had to do something because Invil split the map so well, and then Yaya's dying and the SCRV and E1. Those double S-Kungs, they just slowly, let's say they're just dying.
Yeah, exactly. The SGRV is going to have shot after shot after shot, and the SGRV is exactly the tank you want to have in that position, simply because of the DPM, and you can see those juicy shots onto the sides of the S-Kongs. He's going to hit 10 out of 10 here anyway. Never is going to pick up Lucker, and now it's only going to be 4 tanks left on the side of CTR. Yes, they do have still almost 7k HP, but Invil has 12.5k, and they do have the tanks for this too. Cosmo now starting to get pounded by the entirety of the Invil team. He has a lot of wrecks to play with, but it's not going to matter. Piotr in the 260 actually falling towards Cosmo, but it does not mean a thing. The next one being picked up by Cosmo is going to be never but T-Sec to finish him off. And now Invil has the choice to cap or kill. It doesn't matter. They're going to be on match point.
Yeah, that was good stuff from Invil. Beautiful push there, 6 line and 3 line. And you see the issue, right? Once this happens, if you're not holding inside the dip on A6, which CTR wasn't, then you have this issue that when those 260s reach the end, your 2 groups of tanks are split from each other, 1 to 3 and 6 to 0. Now, the issue that comes from this is that if the EBRs can work together in a tandem on 1-2, your EBR gets cleared, E1 gets taken, and then you just die on 1-2, right? And there was plenty of time for Invil to do that as well. If the EBR fell on 1-2, which Yayas did, he even tried to spot the SCRV before he went down, then those A2 tanks, they just die. And if you try to repush A6, that's also just really, really hard for you to achieve.
Yeah, looking now in the water, but I think his death is actually going to extend the game a little bit further than it normally would have gone. And Invil now with, like, game number 1 was pretty messy, let's be honest. Game number 2 here, Invil just looking good. Good push through the middle. And CTR, that was kind of weird because they had the mouse there. They had the 279, exactly the tanks that, you know, are supposed to get collapsed upon. But instead, it was just Invil taking them as a little snack that they were, and then just, you know, continue driving. No one even died from the side of Invil, which is mind-boggling because essentially the mouse and the 279, those are the ones that are supposed to buy the time for your players to shoot at the enemy. But that just wasn't happening in a concerted effort where, you know, guns actually start dropping for the side of Invil.
That's down to focus fire and shooting in general, right? Which didn't seem to be there. Patras, 181. I think he fat-fingered HG.
Yeah, he did.
Happens. Crazy war, 1 shot. I mean, can't really do much more.
Yep. And I think the 279 getting collapsed upon in the middle, was that Trandorf or was that... No, that was Patras.
That was Patras. Yeah, not enough damage, but like you see teams holding inside of the dip on A6 though. They make a camo spot, they put a tank there that can just perma farm, or they instantly repush if you try to go for it yourself, you know? So you try to go to A6, they immediately push back over into you and kill those 3 tanks. And if more join, the guys from A2 are actually useful because they're farming the whole time. They're shooting. But CTR didn't do that. They just give it up. And I think that's a mistake. I think in the scenario that they're in, they have to push A6 back immediately when the 260s are going. And if you have the camo spot there, it's completely fine. Like, it's completely fine. You have to kill the 260s.
Yep.
Otherwise, you have to be ready to push over the hill, and they weren't, so...
Like this, though, now we are already, after 2 rounds, at a match point here for the side of Invil. And once again, today we are going to go onto the sandy and sunny dunes of Sand River. Prokhorovka, Invil's pick. They pick their own map up 2-0. They're going to be happy about that. Now it is on to CTR's pick, but after this second round where Invil just seemed very powerful and like very coordinated, we have to start worrying here for CTR, I think.
You think so?
Yeah. Especially since like Sand River, I think now with how powerful the attacking side seems, If neither side like has problems on their attack, unexpected ones like maybe picking an arty, then it should be a hard 1-1, right?
Yes, it should be a hard 1-1.
And that would mean that, you know, after
What
this
is
map,
2
it
plus 1
is,
key hand?
yeah, it is 3 indeed.
Yeah, I don't know. The first round had potential for CTR. They had a lot of potential. They were just like behind the pace for a while. Second round, though, really good push from Invil, and just CTR not ready for it, which is weird because mid push is one of the most common things to happen. It's one of the best ones as well. Like 6 and 5 line to kill everything is like very, very good push against this.
Yeah, no, the K line that we see right now in the map video is going to be one of the make or break positions. We saw, I mean, the thing is, we saw a very good repush by Penguins there, right? When they were winning on their defense against the RT of no timing. So that was very nice and very interesting to see that those repushes can work, but at the same time, I feel like Penguins, they were doing a lot of stuff right, but no timing were doing so much wrong that it is the attackers' game to win on Sand River still. Which is bad news for CTR. Yeah, we said it already. And Invil, they probably just want to end the day here. They just want to, you know, go into the next match for tomorrow, forget what happened in the other bracket, and, you know, go to sleep or go to more preparation. Something like that.
A party, yeah. Does that count? I mean, it is Saturday after all.
Mm-hmm.
You could be doing different things right now as well, Kian.
That is true, but, you know, I also had the choice to cast some World of Tanks today with you, and that didn't seem like, you know,
Was it a
bad
choice?
option.
Was it a choice?
I mean, at least I get to pick the date when planning the tournaments, right? So.
That doesn't answer the question, but was it a choice though?
Half-half.
Half.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay. I mean, whatever makes you sleep at night, right?
Yeah, all right. Actually, there is going to be one restart happening because, as you can see on the lineup of Invil, that means, yeah, there is one tank that is not ready. But basically, it'll be an EBR, which already leaves us with being able to maybe get something from those lineups. I mean, one EBR already by the side of Invil, no Arty, meaning that they are going to maybe play middle and K line, I guess. Would sort of be the standard opening.
It would be the most normal. I honestly, if teams are playing very slow on Sun River, the Arty could work. It could.
I mean, not the gun carriage, but maybe a different one.
One with a bit of a faster shell speed, one that you can't dodge.
I mean, then again, the map is so large that I think you should even
Like
be
you
able
move closer.
to dodge, I don't know, 261 shells. Like how long do they travel? Like at least 2 seconds?
If it's on K-line, like 1.5 seconds. I think. I wouldn't know. I don't play ID because I'm not that kind of guy. Yeah, 1.5 to 2. Something like that.
Yeah, all right. But yeah, it is 2-0.
That's a nice face you're making there, Kian.
I hope to fix it right now. There we go. But yeah.
I liked it way more that way. You were like the surprised Pikachu face, dude. Oh.
But yeah, let's. I think let's just hop into what might be the last game of the day. It is 2-0 currently, the scoreline for Invil. They are on match point, and CTR. We don't want to see them go out with a 0 rounds won here, but it might not be their thing to say. Although CTR bringing a 705A, then we see one S-Conk, double Chief, one CS63, one STRV, one EBR, triple 60TP, and 5 Kampfpanzers.
Invil, on the other hand, double IS7, double 279, double S-Conk, double TS63, one EBR, and the rest being Kampfpanzers. The 705A is an interesting one, Kian.
I wonder where it's gonna get positioned, because obviously the 705A, what does it do well? Side scrape. Side scrape, it also is a very good tank cooldown, but you know, if you wanted a tank cooldown, you could also pick IS-7 or something like that. So they really want to have a tank that can side scrape, it seems like here. Yayas and the opposing EBR Mentors are gonna exchange spots here. Good shot by Mentos into Lucan. Lucan there not getting set on fire. That's the most important thing for him. And the Kampfpanzers in the north here for the attackers starting to fan out. And we're going to see for the first time today, I guess, a clash in the north of Sand River. Both teams sending a lot of tanks there, but Invil, they do have some presence in the south as well.
Yeah, but I don't like this from CTR. We've talked about this a long time ago. We haven't had to actually touch on it for a while. And the thing is that if you are trying to play a defense on Sand River, like a holding defense, you cannot be stuck in just one-dimensional way of thinking that we go north and we just go north. Luckily enough for CTR, Invil plays not enough tanks zero line to immediately hold it, so it may work out because of that. But if you go north as the attacker like Invil does, and you send some tanks to the zero line, you just beat this defense straight away. And like I said, luckily for CTR, Invil decided to all go to C7.
Yeah, now looking there with a nice little boost on towards the top of that hill here, is going to be able to just chill above Profuse. Obviously can't really peek him because he doesn't know how many tanks by Indil are in the base, possibly aiming for him. Indil now slightly readjusting, sending a few tanks towards the zero line, recognizing and respecting the amount of tanks that CTR is bringing there. Some damage already taken by CTR, down 1k HP now, or 800 roughly, so 2 shots apart in the HP department. Not a huge lot in the grand scheme of things. But now Intel, I think, starting to encroach on towards the lower side of the map, because that many tanks being committed towards the north by CTR means that the cap is going to be kind of weak. And indeed, they have 705A, double 60 TP, and EBR passively. So that is essentially 3.5 combat tanks. Yet, yes, most of them are very, very meaty combat tanks, but even that, you see the amount of tanks that are lined up to shoot this. Patras now taking 2 shots of damage, and I think in that context you have to say only. There was the potential for him to lose more HP.
Only pretty lucky there for Patras to not lose more than that for the straight ammo. So he should be counting his blessings for that. And we see the 705A 60p shield. And I'm going to be honest, right now, this is actually kind of decent for CTR, simply because of the amount of tanks Invil has centered around the 6 to 0 line. Now, these tanks can't repush 0 line anymore because they would just all die. They would still have to make the long rotation all the way back to the K line to push over 1-2, though, which Lucan should spot.
Yep. Evo now here with the Kampfpanzer trying to peek onto Pan's Fury in his S-Conk. Does try and attempt a few blind shots, does not connect a lot of it, however, and Invil with a very, very slow play right now. But they do have the time available to them, still over 6 minutes, so can't blame them for trying to be very methodical about it. We've commended other teams for doing the same thing before, and I think they're starting to adjust more towards the cap. They're still respecting the amount of tanks that CTR has in the north, but, you know, this is where an asset can become a liability for the side of CTR. The asset of having a lot of tanks north becomes a liability of not having a lot of tanks closer towards your own cap. Mentos, doing dangerous things here with his EBR. Doesn't get spotted for it, though, and now Marcel starting to peek over the top with the I7.
Yeah, and Yayas is currently not picking the bush, I think, because he's afraid of some sort of, blind fire. Now Patras has to be a bit careful there in the 60 TP. Patras down to 1.1.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage here. Monster, a bit unlucky that that shot didn't connect. But yeah, Patras down to 726. Not where you want to be, actually. In his 60 TPs. I mean, he is now making a shield, essentially, for Pupak and Skirpy. And he seems to be kind of hold on here, which is why he doesn't take more damage. Ventus and Yayas exchanging spots here, though. But Invil, they are starting to generate more and more control
They
over the cap of CTR.
They moved some things back for the side of Invil. They don't have that many north anymore as they did before. They're more around here where Conrad, Never, and Miko is. Now for CTR, the issue is that they have too many tanks north. If you count it out, how many white tanks are in the north? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 versus just 3 holding and 1 on the base. The base is becoming weaker and weaker.
Yeah, and it's doing so by the minute, actually. Ooh, good shot here by Kayaklu onto Profuse. But that doesn't remedy the fact that the base is the issue for CTR that are trying to stay alive in the tournament. T-Sec taking another one in his Kampfpanzer, but the thing is, all of this doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Yaya's there taking another shot.
How much
in his
info
EDR
Mentos is
respectively.
getting? Look how much info he got. He's peeking. He's trying to check what's on C1.
And now even T-Sec able to peek from the top. Like maybe he takes a shot from the base 6 CTP, but the thing is, they now see the rotation here by CTR. I think they're rotating a good amount of tanks. Like they should still be able to hold northeast easily, but the issue is that Invil seems to be one step ahead of them. Now even transitioning into the push. Piotr, the one leading the charge here on towards what might be the final game of this match here. The final game of CTR in the tournament. The IS-7 jumping up, jumping over the defenders here. And Invil realizing they have to get rid of this pocket of resistance, immediately focus all of their attention on towards the 60TP, on towards the 705A. The 60TP down towards a 2-shot here already.
Yeah, and Skirpy isn't the issue that he cannot turn away from this. If he turns away, he dies to the tanks from behind. So Marcel is just trying to multitask, trying to kill Skirpy over time. Well, at the same time, not dying, he doesn't succeed that. And now is the question, is Skirpy actually safe behind that wreck? If he isn't, then it's really bad. If he is, then it's really good.
Yeah, the thing is though, Monster from the side able to put in another shot into the turret side of Skirpy, and now even another tank shooting on towards the 705A. Monster having shot after shot into Skirpy, who is going to die, and then it's going to be really bad for the side of CTR. That now 3 versus 3 in the kill department. DHP are even, but Invil, they just have so many positions, so many guns in the game. High on there in the 60TP is going to have to overpeak to deliver a reset. T-Sec here, actually, with a slight overcommitment down towards a 1-shot, and we do see the shot by Lucker onto Profuse, making him a 1-shot as well, but 13 seconds remaining on the cap is the issue.
13 seconds remaining, make that 8 seconds left. Now it's going to have to be Heon again if they want to get back, and there's 2 seconds left. Invil might just run away with this win in the cap because Orchek is blocking Heon. No resets are coming out, and Invil picking it up with the cap victory. Would they have won otherwise? It is a question that we could ask because it would be very, very, very close. But cap is a win.
Indeed, cap does complete, and it's going to be the Polish team Invil that stays alive in the tournament after losing earlier today, getting a clean sweep on the board against the Czech team of CTR, completing, I guess the day regarding the matches, also completing Eek's prediction. He was the one saying it's going to be 3-0, and he is actually the one to get it right. Congratulations to Invil, even though the first game that we saw actually leaves some questions, but round number 2 especially was very clean. And the thing is, like, if CTR in this game number 3 here actually try and get those crucial resets, then I think all of the tanks on the cap do get good shots, and that is where then, you know, the battle actually swings into the favor of Invil.
Yeah, but they're
regardless.
losing the middle though for Invil. Like they're losing under the dune. They could slowly get surrounded. Then I think it would be really close. I'm not going to call a victor there if they would get consecutive resets, but it would be really, really hard to, like, one reset maybe, but then Heon would probably fall or be low HP. Second reset after that, unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, we can probably take a look at the post-battle results to conclude that as well for the day, but obviously, yeah, it was a messy game, but Mirek here with the STRV going over 7k, so that is actually going to change a few points probably in the prediction game. because I remember setting it up in the way where, you know, the highest damage dealt by a tank, 7k plus, was one of the options, actually the highest one. So 20 damage past that, but in the end, Mirek is not going to be happy about it because, well, his team just lost, and with that loss, they are the second ones to drop out of the tournament, joining NTMG, I guess, on or in the Twitch chat, just, you know, having to watch the games from now on. Congratulations to both of those teams regardless, but bigger congratulations to Invil for getting the first clean sweep of the playoff stage on the board. And with that being said, I think we can transition over towards the analysts. Insane and Eek, take it away.
And welcome back, everybody, from that last game. So, yeah, I was so close to looking forward to that jump at the very end of the battle. I'm hoping that Insane can now hear me, that I'm unmuted. But yeah, I was really looking forward to that jump at the end and unfortunately missed it just by a tiny fraction. So hopefully we see it in the replays. How excited were you for that last game, Insane?
I mean, we expected that result. We expected it perfectly, calling the trio. That was the right score at the end of the day. Invil actually playing correctly, not making huge mistakes, just playing their playstyle, and CTR in return actually not on the level. We have seen that last round, for example, that was close with some little things. Maybe they could have made it even closer or even take it. But at the end of the day, the Polish team is going to be moving into the next round of the losers bracket. We have now 4 teams left. NTMG dropped, now it's CTR, and we already have an idea of what's coming up next for tomorrow. Winners bracket finals, a BO7 Aurora against W. We talked about that match. That's going to be very interesting because that's probably not the winners bracket we're expecting. And then we have an amazing match, actually being a BO5 in the losers bracket. Penguins against Invil. We are going to be very keen to see how it's going to be playing out between those two teams for sure.
And who are you expecting to win out of that one?
Oof, that's actually a very tough call. It's probably tougher to answer due to the fact it's a BO5. If it would be a BO9, it would be easier.
Yeah.
But due to the fact it's a BO5, I'm going to wait to have a clue about the maps to pronounce myself.
Oh, okay. Well, at least you're hesitant. So I think I heard that the replays are ready for us to go with. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, they're ready, and we're starting on the Prokhorovka, and we could see that Invil went for a very simple approach on their defense. They're stacking over the 1-2 lines and over the mid, and they have minimum forces over the island, 8-9-0 lines. And if there is a push happening from the side of CTR over the 0 line, they just re-push in the 1-2-3 lines. I think that I've been a bit disappointed by CTR there, because most of the teams, they should be aware that when they take control of the 0 line, they have to hold in return the 1-2 lines. And you could see once again, it was the case for Aurora against W, even though they won that. CTR hold in the 1-2 line was not on point. Invil managed to push all the way. And you could see at the end, those sort of fights, 260s KPZ against 907, the 907 DPM is just way too strong.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, from what I know, my experience in times gone by, as soon as CTR got in that position, it was pretty much game over because just the crossfire and very little way to return.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have many plays left. They're gonna just lose 2 tanks of the 8-9 lines, but in return, losing the 1-2 that deep and that fast was just the winning move from the side of Invil, actually going for the right gamble this time against CTR. Very simple tactic, but it worked out.
Yep.
And next up, they were on the attack, CTR on the defense, and well, CTR is known to play those sort of very passive, control-ish tactics, and you can say that Invil had the answer for that. That 5-6 line push was just great. They had all the tanks on the mid to cover them, and they pushed all the way. You can see they managed to cut completely in half this entire team from CTR, and all of those tanks at the rails are being pretty much useless because whenever they want to pick to help their teammates, they're getting shots from the middle. So it translates into the HP advantage Invil is getting shortly, 4k at that point. And you can see also on top of it that they're pushing the 2-3 lines to establish control over B2, B3, A3, and then they can play hold on those S-Kongs.
And would you have rotated the B9 and A0 tank out by then, or do you just accept the fate?
honestly, the thing is, Invil is experienced. They know how to break defense like this, and it was just game over. Whenever they make that play, they make that move with the positioning City or Oz. Whatever the reaction they're gonna have, whatever the rotation, it was pretty much over if the Polish team is not making any major mistakes. Oh, here's the jump.
That's the jump.
And then, well, Invil going for the pretty standard base push. As you can see in here, I have to admit that once again I found them very slow, because as you can see, time-wise, it was like 3.5 minutes when they engaged. And well, I would prefer to see that happening like 1 or 2 minutes earlier at the very least, because you'll see that at the end of the day, CTR is not going to manage it correctly. Especially at 7:05 dropping is probably the moment where they're in trouble. But it's only 2 minutes left, and if they manage to get some better positions, they could have finished Invil just by the time left.
Yeah. Do you think Invil was maybe trying to just chip them away before they just thought, okay, it's too late now. Now we have to commit?
No, I think they would go for this engagement regardless, but I think due to the fact that they don't have one FC like Barbarian, they're probably slower in their push because they spend more time talking to each other. Like many of those guys could be leading this team. Like you have, I mentioned Piotr, I mentioned Monster, but there's also Ketsai, for example. So they're probably having that moment where they can freeze, analyze the situation, talk to each other, and try to find the best solution to break this defense. And well, it was probably the good call. It worked well, but once again, it was pretty late.
Yep. So it didn't really affect them too much in the end. A victory that we all expected for a change.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow we will have the final, so make sure you tune back in for those with the drops that hopefully will come on the screen with the technical guys popping up now that I've surprised them with it. It will be best of 7s with the best of 9 tomorrow. But here you can see the drops where if you haven't already got them today with the large consumables, you should be able to pick them up tomorrow. Of course, you can watch Daki, who will be streaming shortly after this, and pick some from up there. And then tomorrow you've got the premium time, premium tanks, or the camo. And of course, the top left is the one that Insane says the very best. And yeah, I don't know if we've got anything else to share for today. Do you have any parting words for our audience?
No, I mean, not necessarily. We're going to have some very exciting matches tomorrow, and we'll get to see who's going to take the victory. I would be very interested to see if W, which seems to be the most like involved and motivated team, can make it or not. We have Penguins and Hinville in the losers bracket that will try to get all the way from the losers bracket. We're going to have a very close eye on that. But tomorrow, the first match, W against Aura, that's definitely something I want to see.
Yep, it definitely surprised, I think, a lot of people how that was going. So I'm curious to see how they're going to punch it out tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know if we're all ready with Daki streaming or not. Let me just double check that he is live so that we can start throwing out the raid. I don't see him yet, so I'm waiting for a word from Keyhand or our technical team to say that we're good to go. Otherwise, we will keep waffling along for the end of the stream, and I'm sure you're eager to go get some rest. Okay, so it looks like we're good to go. So thank you very much, Insane. Thank you, Daki. Thank you, Keyhand, and thank you, viewers. We should pass into the end screen, but I'm going to let Insane have the parting final words.
Well, if you want to see who's going to take the victory, we'll get to have you tomorrow starting 16 CT, 4 p.m. Just make sure to tune in once again on the same channel. We'll get to see you then. Have a good night.